Chapter 1: The Festival of Lanterns. The city of Avaren burned with color. Lanterns the size of shields swung from every archway, glowing gold and red, their light spilling across cobblestone streets polished smooth by centuries of celebration. Perfumed smoke drifted from braziers, laced with the scents of honeyed wine, cinnamon, and roasting meats. Above it all, the river gleamed under the night sky, already crowded with paper lanterns drifting downstream, each carrying the whispered wish of a lover. Izzy, a small elf girl, walked through it as though she belonged to the night itself. The crowd parted without meaning to, the kind of unconscious sway people made when beauty and confidence moved among them. Her long, wavy chestnut hair, streaked with copper, glows like molten fire under lantern light, spilling past her shoulders in loose waves. Her violet-gray eyes are arresting, sharp, playful, and almost dangerous in their intensity, as though they could strip secrets from strangers with a single glance. Her slender, willowy frame, graceful yet coiled with energy, every step like a dancer's. Her tunic clings to her curves just enough to draw the eye, and a silver cuff gleams on her pointed ear. Her mouth is quick to smirk, soft lips curling with mischief that can disarm or unsettle. The faint scar at the corner of her mouth, visible only when she smiles wide, hints at the danger beneath her beauty. Her quarry was already watching her, a man, tall, broad, with hair like raven silk and a grin that promised trouble. His eyes lingered on her as though trying to drink her in before she disappeared. Izzy had met his kind before, festival lovers, drawn in by music and wine and the possibility of forgetting the world for one night. She didn't slow her stride, didn't break the game. She let him follow her through the market square, past jugglers and fire dancers, until they slipped into a quieter alley painted in moonlight. There, she turned. "Are you following me?" she asked, "or leading me somewhere?" "Depends," he said, stepping close enough for her to smell the spiced wine on his breath. "Do you like to be led?" She laughed, low in her throat, the kind of laugh that told him she was already imagining the answer. His hand came to rest against the stone wall beside her head. Hers found the back of his neck, drawing him down. The kiss was deep from the start, heat rising between them in seconds. What followed was a blur of eager hands and whispered names, the faint scrape of her nails against his jaw, the warmth of his skin under her palms. His breath caught when she bit at his lower lip, when her fingers traced the edge of his belt. The night folded in around them, only the sounds of their bodies, the rustle of clothes, and the pulse of the city beyond the walls marking the passing of time. When it was over, they lay tangled on the narrow bed of the rented room, the air thick with the smell of sweat, candle wax, and satisfaction. Izzy's hair spilled like molten copper over his chest as she listened to the muffled laughter of festival-goers beyond the shuttered window. She dressed slowly, letting the fabric of her tunic slide over bare skin, feeling his eyes on her the whole time. "Enjoy the festival," she said, fastening her belt and slipping her silver cuff back onto her ear. She didn't look back as she opened the door. Kaelin was leaning against the opposite wall, arms crossed, a dagger twirling lazily in his fingers. The half-orc raised an eyebrow as she stepped into the lantern light. His green skin catches the glow of torches, highlighting the muscle earned from a life on the road. Broad-shouldered and scarred, his frame equal parts shield and weapon, a constant reminder of his strength. His tusks curled just enough to tug at his expression. He attire for function, not for flair. Simple leathers, worn bracers, and a heavy cloak, all chosen to last rather than impress. A greatsword rests across his back, handles worn smooth, telling of long familiarity. His dark eyes are steady, scanning with the practiced caution. "Subtle," he said flatly. "You know these walls are thin, right?" Izzy's lips curved into a sly smile. "What, were you listening?" "Listening?" Kaelin snorted. Festival musicians stopped playing 3 times. I think the whole damn street was listening. She tilted her head, eyes glittering with mischief. "Jealous?" Kaelin pushed off the wall, his mouth twitching toward a smile he wouldn't quite allow. "Of him? No." His gaze lingered a fraction too long. "Of you making that much noise without me? Maybe." Izzy's laugh was warm, knowing. She hooked her arm through his and pulled him back toward the glow of the festival. "Come on, big man. The night's still young." The crowd swallowed them again, a tide of color and music that tugged them down the main thoroughfare toward the heart of the celebration. Paper lanterns floated above like captive stars, drifting on strings between balconies draped in silks. Fiddles and hand drums competed with the roar of laughter, the scents of roasting lamb and candied figs curling through the air. Kaylin's broad frame cut a path with ease, his arms steady against the small of her back to keep them together. "You know," he rumbled over the din, "you could try pacing yourself. We just got here." Izzy glanced up at him, lips curving. "You're still talking about the bedroom?" "I'm talking about your stamina," he said, though the glint in his eye betrayed him. "I swear you're trying to wear me out." She leaned in close, her voice warm in his ear. "Oh, Kaylin, if I ever decide to wear you out, you'll know it." His tusks caught the lantern light as he smirked. "Promises, promises." They emerged into the river square, where the celebration truly came alive. A wide stone plaza overlooked the water, its edges lined with long tables groaning under plates of spiced meats, steaming breads, and wine decanters sweating in the night air. At the far side, a group of masked dancers spun in a tight circle, skirts flaring in the lamplight. "Gods, I love this city," Izzy murmured, taking in the scene. "Every corner smells like cinnamon." "That's not cinnamon," Kaylin deadpanned. Izzy plucked a skewer of charred meat from a vendor's tray without breaking stride. "Depends who you're asking." She tore off a bite, licking the juice from her lips. "You hungry?" "Starving," Kaylin said, and she was fairly certain he wasn't talking about food as she handed him the rest of the skewer. They wove deeper into the crowd, the hum of conversation softening when a ripple of attention moved toward the far end of the plaza. Izzy followed the shift in energy and saw her, a woman leaning against the balcony rail of an upper terrace, the glow of the lanterns gilding her raven hair and pale shoulders. A mask of gold filigree hid her eyes, but even from here, Izzy felt the weight of the woman's gaze. Kaylin noticed too. "Friend of yours?" "Not yet," Izzy said, her tone slow, almost thoughtful. The masked woman tilted her head, lifted a glass of wine in silent salute, and disappeared inside. Kaylin groaned. "Please tell me you're not going to find her?" Izzy licked the last of the meat's juice from her fingers, smiling like a cat who'd spotted cream. "Oh, I absolutely am." Kaylin pinched the bridge of his nose. "We just got here, Iz." She slid her arm through his again, tugging him toward the nearest set of stairs. "And isn't that wonderful?" The climb took them past balconies heavy with potted jasmine, the flower's perfume clinging to the warm night air. The music shifted here, softer, more intimate, as if the higher terraces belonged to another, more private festival entirely. "Let me guess," Kaylin murmured. "You're imagining how her lips taste." "I was," Izzy said without shame. "But now I'm imagining your face when I tell you later." "Remind me why I'm friends with you?" "Because without me, your nights would be tragically boring." The upper terrace was quieter, the noise of the plaza below softened to a distant thrum. Lantern light painted the walls in honey and rose, the air thick with jasmine and the faint bite of expensive wine. Izzy stepped onto the balcony, eyes searching for the raven-haired beauty. The gold-masked woman stood near the balustrade, wineglass in hand, looking out over the drifting lanterns on the river as though the world beyond them barely existed. "Well," Izzy murmured to Kaylin, "I think this is my cue." "Uh-huh," he said, his gaze fixed on the woman. Then his tone shifted, low, edged with warning. "Iz." He put his one hand on her shoulder. She tilted her head at him, annoyed at the sudden gravity in his voice, and then turned back toward the masked figure. As she closed the distance, the woman turned just enough for the lantern light to catch the molten silver of her eyes through the mask's filigree. Izzy stopped mid-step, her stomach tensed and her smile faded. "Oh." The woman's lips curved in a slow, knowing smile. "Hello, Izzy?" Celine Virith. Of course it was. Memories surged, hot breath in the dark, promises whispered against her skin. Then the cut of betrayal, the sting of a blade where trust had been. Izzy's throat tightened as she forced herself to hold Celine's gaze. She shoved the memory down, hard, and crossed her arms in a show of composure she didn't quite feel. "Didn't realize VIII was letting just anyone in for the festival this year," Izzy said. "Not just anyone," Celine replied, her voice velvet over steel. "But I heard there might be something worth seeing." Her eyes caught Izzy's, a flicker of meaning passing between them. Something old. Something powerful. The artifact of Thalen. Of course she knew. Celine always knew. Izzy was there on a tip, but if Celine was here? Maybe. Izzy's mouth went dry, though she forced a lazy shrug. "Maybe. But you're a long way from home, Celine. What's the matter? No one else to toy with tonight?" Celine stepped closer, the faint scent of cedar and smoke wrapping around Izzy like an old memory. Oh, I have plenty of people to toy with. I'm just rather selective when it comes to who I let close. Izzy hated the way her pulse sped. And you think you're getting close to me? Celine tilted her head, eyes glittering with amusement. You wanted fire. I showed you how much it could burn. Kaelin stood like a wall, one hand on his hilt and the other still on Izzy's shoulder. What do you want, Celine? He asked angrily. Celine's smile didn't waver as she glanced at him. Her gaze flicked back to Izzy, sharp and unreadable. Her hand flicked, and something clattered at Izzy's feet. A disc no bigger than a palm, etched with shifting symbols that writhed in the lantern light. The markings almost resembled words, but the longer Izzy stared, the less they made sense. Izzy smirked, or tried to. You've always been generous with your warnings, Celine. I've always been generous with you, little rabbit, Celine corrected, her voice dropping just enough to make Izzy's stomach twist again. And just like that, the conversation was over. Celine drifted back into the shadows of the terrace, the gold mask vanishing into the crowd as easily as a breath of smoke. Izzy exhaled slowly, only realizing then that her hands were clenched, face withdrawn, chest heavy. Kaelin, on edge, turned to her. Are you all right? Fine. I'm fine. Izzy muttered, turning away from the terrace. Damn, that woman... Izzy bent down and picked up the rune. It burned warm in her hand, as though pulled from fire. I can't make anything of this, she said. She turned to look out the terrace window. The crowd below looked different from the terrace, like a living tapestry of gold, crimson, and shadow that swayed to the rhythm of drums and laughter. Lanterns bobbed over heads, casting flickering light across strangers' faces, making it impossible to tell who might be watching her. Izzy stood at the balcony rail, her palms pressed to the cool stone. She tried to lose herself in the beauty of it, the scent of wine, the hum of conversation, the way the paper lanterns drifted like tiny glowing ships on the river's dark current. But her mind wouldn't stay still. Celine's voice clung to her, low and silken. Something old, something powerful. Izzy had heard a dozen rumors about the artifact of Thalen since leaving Valoran. Most were rubbish, drunken tavern tales about relics that could call storms or grant immortality. But this one was different. The artifact's story stretched back centuries, older than most human kingdoms, a single object capable of rewriting a moment in time. Not changing the present by force or foresight, but reaching backward, pulling at a single thread until the whole tapestry of someone's life was rewoven. Dangerous magic, the kind that was never supposed to survive. Kaelin returned from the far end of the terrace, a mug of something dark and foamy in one hand. You've got that look again. She didn't glance at him. What look? The one you get right before you do something incredibly stupid, he said, taking a sip. And no, I'm not talking about what happened in that room earlier. She gave him a side-eye glare, but her lips curved despite herself. Celine knows something, Kaelin. She wouldn't have brought it up unless she wants something from you, he cut in, which she always does. It's never free. The memory of Celine's fingers on her skin flared in her mind, along with the way she'd left things the last time. The embarrassment prickled again, hot in her chest. Doesn't mean she's wrong, Izzy said quietly. Kaelin leaned his elbows on the balcony beside her. If this thing even exists, it's not the sort of prize you just pocket and smile about. It's the sort of thing that gets kingdoms burned to the ground. And this is Celine. She stayed silent for a long moment, watching a trio of masked dancers spin below. The skirts of their dresses flashed with every turn, their faces unreadable behind porcelain masks. Secrets everywhere. Celine could be lying, but she could also be leading Izzy straight to the truth she'd been chasing for years. And if there was even a chance the artifact was here in Avarenn, passing it up wasn't an option. Izzy straightened, her decision made. We're going after it. I will take it from her. Kaelin groaned like a man watching a cart roll downhill without brakes. Of course we are. Why do I even... Because you'd miss me otherwise, Izzy said, brushing past him toward the terrace steps. Or I'd live longer, he muttered, falling into step beside her. The steps from the upper terrace spilled them back into the crush of the festival, where the air was warmer, thicker, the press of bodies close enough to feel every brush of an elbow or swirl of perfume. Musicians played faster here, strings and drums galloping like a heartbeat. And somewhere nearby, a vendor was caramelizing almonds, the sweet smell cutting through the smoke of roasting meats. Izzy's eyes swept the crowd, hunting for the gleam of a gold mask. She moves like a ghost in these crowds, Kaelin murmured, scanning the throng, even when she's not trying to. Izzy's lips pressed together. Celine's not a ghost, she's a fire, and fire leaves a trail if you know how to look for it. The trail came in flickers, a flash of raven hair vanishing around a vendor's tent, a glimpse of a long silk sleeve slipping between dancers. Every time Izzy caught sight of her, Celine was already moving again, weaving through the crowd with the easy confidence of someone who knew exactly where she was going. They followed her through twisting market lanes lit by swaying lanterns. Here the noise thinned, replaced by the murmurs of couples pressed close in shadowed alcoves. The air grew cooler, the scent of river water replacing the festival's spices. At the end of one narrow lane stood a weathered door, half hidden between a tanner's shop and a shuttered bakery. Celine slipped inside without so much as a glance behind her. Izzy reached the door seconds later, pausing just long enough to press her hand to the rough wood. Warm. Someone had burned a candle inside, recently. She pushed it open. The space beyond was small and dim, lit by a single oil lamp. The smell of damp parchment filled the air, and along the back wall stood a low table scattered with old maps and fragments of parchment, each pinned with small iron weights. Symbols were drawn in dark ink, not words, but curling runes, their shapes as old as the stories Izzy had grown up hearing. Kaylin stepped in behind her, eyes narrowing. "Tell me what I'm looking at, Izzy." Izzy's gaze landed on a folded scrap of parchment weighted beneath a shard of polished obsidian. She picked it up, careful not to smudge the ink. In the lamplight, the drawing came alive, a stylized river bending around a hill crowned with a single tree. Beneath it, in looping script, were 5 words in the ancient tongue, "Where water remembers the moon." Her pulse quickened. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Celine's voice came from the shadows of the room, low and amused. "You always were quick to take the bait." Izzy turned, but Celine was already slipping toward a side door, gold mask glinting in the lamplight. "Find it first," she said, "and maybe I'll let you keep it." The door closed softly behind her, leaving Izzy standing in the lamplight, the map still in her hand. Kaylin exhaled. "So, are we chasing her again, or is this the part where we pretend we're not interested?" Izzy smiled faintly, tucking the parchment into her belt. "Oh, we're definitely chasing." They left VIII long after the music began to fade. The festival still pulsed in the heart of the city, its laughter and music drifting into the night like smoke from a dying fire. From the hilltop road, the sight was breathtaking. Lanterns floated above the streets in shimmering constellations, their reflections trembling in the river below. The whole city seemed wrapped in gold and firelight, a jewel set into the dark crown of the valley. Izzy slowed her stride just enough to take it in. "You ever think," she said softly, "about how places like this only exist for a night? Tomorrow the lanterns will be gone, the music over, and it'll all just be a memory." Kaylin glanced at her, the torchlight picking out the curve of his tusks. "That's the thing about nights like this is, you remember the best parts and forget the rest." She let out a quiet laugh, her eyes lingering on the distant glow. Maybe it was the way the city looked from here, maybe it was the parchment tucked against her hip, but she felt that old ache again, the one that whispered of what could be changed if only she found the artifact. The road curved down toward the river, the noise of the city giving way to the hush of water and the rustle of willow branches. Moonlight spilled silver over the world, turning the grass along the bank into a field of frost. The air smelled of wet stone and cool earth, clean after the crush of the festival. They reached a bend where the current slowed, the water broad and black beneath the sky. Kaylin crouched, running his fingers through the silt. "You think this is the place?" Izzy pulled the parchment free, studying the sketch again. The stylized river, the hill, the lone tree. Here, the moon hung low enough that its reflection lay like a molten coin on the water's surface. "Where water remembers the moon," she murmured, the words tasting strange in her mouth. Kaylin straightened, scanning the opposite bank. "I don't like it. Too quiet." "That's because you're waiting for someone to jump out with a sword," she said. "Me, I'm listening for the river to tell me its secrets." He gave her a skeptical look. "You hear anything yet?" She smiled faintly. "Not yet, but I will." They moved along the bank, the grass whispering around their boots, until the shadow of a low hill rose before them. At its crest stood a single gnarled tree, its branches bare but for the silvery lichen that clung to them. The moon's reflection stretched toward it like a path. Izzy stopped, feeling a pull in her chest she couldn't quite name. Whatever lay ahead, she knew, this was where the trail truly began. The hill was steeper than it looked from below. Grass whispered against their legs, and somewhere in the dark, a night bird called low and mournful. The tree's silhouette loomed above, black against the silver sweep of the sky, its bare branches clawing upward as though trying to snare the moon itself. Kaelin's boots were nearly silent for a man his size, but Izzy could feel his presence like a shadow at her back. It was comforting, in its way, the steady, unshakable weight of him. "You'd think," he said quietly, "after all these years, I'd stop noticing the way people look at me." She glanced over her shoulder. "Back in the city?" "Back anywhere," he muttered. "First look's always the same, like they're calculating how fast I can break them in half." "Then maybe they realize I'm not about to, sometimes." Izzy slowed just enough to walk beside him. "And you think I keep you around for your conversational skills?" His tusks caught the moonlight in the curve of a reluctant smile. "Nah, it's my cooking." His tusks caught the moonlight in the curve of a reluctant smile. "Nah, it's my cooking." She chuckled softly, but as they climbed, her own thoughts turned inward. She knew something about being looked at differently, though in her case, it had always been for her beauty, her voice, the way she could step into a room and have every head turn. A gift, they called it. But she remembered the first time she'd felt it was a curse. The whispers in Valoran, the doors that closed in her face after that night, the one she never talked about, the one that had sent her walking the long road out of her home. The wind shifted, carrying the river's scent, and the tree loomed larger now, its trunk thick and gnarled, roots twisting like the limbs of some ancient beast. They circled it slowly. Moss crept up one side, pale as bone in the moonlight. In the hollow at its base, half hidden by roots, something glinted, a shard of stone, smooth and black, carved with the same curling runes that had been on Celine's map. Izzy crouched, brushing dirt away with careful fingers. The air around the shard felt subtly warmer, and for a heartbeat, the moon's reflection in the river seemed to brighten. "That it?" Kaelin asked, his voice low. She lifted it free, the rune lines pulsing faintly under her touch. "No, just the first piece of the trail." Kaelin's gaze flicked toward the dark beyond the hill. "Then I'm guessing someone else will want it too." Izzy slipped the shard into her satchel. "Good. Let them try." They had barely made it halfway down the hill when the grass whispered with movement that wasn't theirs. Kaelin's hand went to the hilt of his sword, but the first figure was already on Izzy, a broad man with breath that stank of cheap ale, one hand clamping over her shoulder, the other pressing cold steel against her throat. His palm slid boldly over her breast, fingers squeezing. "Easy now," he growled into her ear. Izzy's lips curved, even as her eyes stayed cold. "Darling, you could have bought me a drink first." The man's grin faltered. She shifted her weight subtly, testing his grip, even as Kaelin's own trouble stepped into view. 4 more men fanning out around him, 2 with swords drawn, the others gripping heavy clubs. "Put the blades down, big man," one sneered. "Walk away, and we might let your lady live." Kaelin's tusked smile was slow and sharp. "She's not really the let me live type." Izzy tilted her head toward him, ignoring the blade at her throat. "You know, Kaelin, it's almost sweet how much trouble I'm worth tonight." "Sweet," he said, stepping just enough to keep all 4 in sight. "More like expensive." From the shadows at the base of the hill, Celine watched unseen, her gold mask catching a sliver of moonlight. The mercenaries didn't know it, but they were her hounds tonight, meant to flush out prey, not kill it. She leaned lightly against a tree trunk, lips curving as she saw how Izzy moved, how Kaelin's stance shifted. They were too good to waste on a first strike. The mercenary holding Izzy tightened his grip. "Last chance, elf." She cut him off with a laugh. "Darling, you really don't know who your hands are on." And before he could reply, she slammed her heel down into his boot, hard enough to hear bones crunch, her elbow driving backward into his ribs. Kaelin moved at the same moment, his blades flashing in the moonlight. The first 2 swordsmen barely got their guards up before steel kissed steel, then parted flesh. The thud of bodies hit the grass almost in unison with Izzy's attacker crashing to the ground, clutching his foot and gasping. The last 2 came at Kaelin from either side. Izzy rolled free, snatching her dagger from her belt and catching one across the thigh, sending him sprawling. The other swung for Kaelin's head, too slow. Kaelin's blade took him through the gut, the man's sword clattering into the dirt. Only one mercenary remained, the one who'd grabbed Izzy first, now limping backward, eyes wide. Kaelin stalked toward him, swords low but ready. "Remember," he said over his shoulder to Izzy, his voice almost conversational, How I told you the first thing people think when they see me is how I can break them in half? Izzy arched a brow. Yes? Kaelin grabbed the man by the collar and belt in one motion and literally snapped him backward over his knee. The sound was wet and final. That's because I can, Kaelin finished, letting the body drop. Izzy looked at him, then at the heap of mercenaries, then back at him with a slow grin. Remind me not to make you jealous. Somewhere beyond the tree line, Celine turned away, slipping deeper into the shadows. She had her proof. Izzy was on the trail, all she had to do now was follow. The river whispered beside them as they knelt at the bank, rinsing blood, mercenary and otherwise, from their hands. The water was cold enough to sting, but after the fight, it felt almost cleansing. Kaelin rolled his shoulders with a low grunt. Anything broken? Izzy prodded at her ribs, then her collarbone, before pressing her palm over her chest with a mock wince. I liked that breast. My nights are ruined. Kaelin finally looked over, one brow arched. Want me to take a look? She grinned, leaning back on her elbows. Yeah. You know, once this whole artifact mess is over, maybe we should share a room, like back in VIII. Kaelin snorted. Izzy, I'd have to get very drunk first. She smirked. Oh, so you have thought about it? About how drunk I'd need to be? Absolutely, he said without missing a beat. Her laughter carried over the water, warm and unguarded. For a moment, the fight, the artifact, even Celine's shadow on the trail felt far away. It was just them, the river, and the moonlight dancing on the current. By the time they finished with the mercenaries, the river's silver sheen had begun to pale into the softer glow of pre-dawn. The night's sharp edges, music, blood, laughter, blurred into something quieter, more fragile. Kaelin knelt at the bank first, plunging his hands into the water. The cold bit at his skin, sending small ripples fanning out into the current. He worked the blood from his knuckles, scrubbing until it ran clear before setting his swords in the shallows, letting the icy water strip them clean. Droplets clung to the edges, catching the faint moonlight. A few feet away, Izzy sat on a smooth, flat stone, pulling her boots off and rolling her leggings to her knees. She slipped her feet into the river with a sigh, the chill rushing over her toes and calves. She cupped water in her hands, splashing it over her arms and neck, shivering slightly as rivulets ran down her collarbone. Her hair, wild from the fight, hung loose around her face until she gathered it over one shoulder, twisting it to wring out the water. Kaelin glanced over. You're going to freeze before we even get moving. Better than smelling like a mercenary's armpit, she said, dipping a strip of cloth into the water and wiping along the line of her jaw. When she was done, she reached for her pack, pulling out a fresh tunic, the color of deep wine. She stood, turning slightly away, and pulled the damp one over her head, the fabric whispering across her skin before she slid into the dry one. The hem fell low over her hips, the sleeves loose enough to move in. Kaelin, finished with his swords, strapped them back into place before tugging his own damp shirt over his head, the muscles in his shoulders rolling with the motion. He pulled on a clean linen one, the fabric stretching briefly before settling comfortably. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and wood smoke drifting from the city behind them. On the hill above, the lanterns were still visible, glowing faintly like the last embers of a fire. Izzy pulled the folded parchment from her satchel, the one with the river's bend and the lonely tree sketched in ink. The runestone's weight pressed lightly against her hip, a reminder of the choice she'd made tonight, to follow Celine's lead, no matter how dangerous it felt. Where water remembers the moon, she murmured, as if saying it aloud might coax more meaning from it. Kaelin gave her a sidelong glance. You really think it's real, this thing you're chasing? Izzy's gaze stayed on the river. I think some things are worth chasing, even if you're not sure they exist. Behind them, unseen, a gold mask caught the first breath of dawn. Celine stood at the edge of the trees, her dark hair stirring in the breeze. She didn't move, didn't speak, just watched Izzy and Kaelin disappear into the soft light of morning. The road ahead curved out of sight, framed by fields still shrouded in mist. Izzy adjusted her satchel, and Kaelin fell into step beside her, the two of them walking toward the rising sun without looking back. Chapter 2. The Silver Dawn. The silver plains were quiet at sunrise. Tall grass stretched to the horizon in rolling waves, its silvery green tips shimmering in the early light. The air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of dew and far-off wood smoke. Somewhere in the distance, a lone meadowlark called, the sound thin and sweet over the vast open space. At the edge of their small camp, Kaelin crouched over a low fire, bare-legged save for worn linen shorts, turning a skillet with the focus of a craftsman. The sizzle of sausage mingled with the sharp aroma of onions and rosemary, the smell carrying far in the still morning. Izzy sat cross-legged on her bedroll, her hair a mess from sleep, wearing a loose cotton tunic that hung just above her knees. She was sharpening one of her daggers on a whetstone, watching Kaylin work with a smirk. "You know," she said, "if you weren't built like a walking siege tower, you could make a fortune as a chef." Kaylin didn't look up. "And here I thought you kept me around for my good looks." "That too," Izzy said, "but mostly it's the sausage." He glanced at her, eyebrow raised. "The food," she cut in quickly, rolling her eyes. "You wish." Kaylin set a plate in front of her with theatrical care, sausages crisped to perfection, potatoes fried golden with herbs, and a hunk of bread still warm from the fire. "Eat fast," he said. "The caravan won't wait for us." She took a bite, groaning in exaggerated delight. "Gods, if you ever leave me, I'll starve to death." "You'd starve," he said, taking his own plate and settling opposite her, "because you can't cook anything that doesn't involve wine, cheese, or flirting with the tavern staff until they feed you." She grinned. Why work for food when you can charm someone else into making it? The sun climbed higher, painting the plains in gold. From here, they could see the faint dust trail of wagons moving along the road, the caravan they'd been tracking since yesterday. Kaylin nodded toward it between bites. "We'll need to catch them before they reach the river crossing." Izzy wiped her hands on a cloth, already reaching for her satchel. "Then let's finish eating. I'm not chasing a lead on an empty stomach." Breakfast didn't last long, it never did on the road, but the slow, easy rhythm of the morning lingered as they cleaned up camp. Kaylin started with the fire, kicking a bit of dirt over the coals until they hissed into silence. He was methodical, wiping down the skillet with a scrap of linen before tucking it into its place in his pack. His movements were efficient but unhurried, every step of the process drilled into habit from years of travel. Izzy, meanwhile, was going through her own ritual. She stood barefoot in the grass, rolling her shoulders and tilting her head from side to side until the stiffness worked itself out. She braided her hair back in a loose tail, fingers quick and practiced, before strapping on her leather bracers. Her daggers went in first, one at each thigh, followed by the short rapier at her hip. "You polish that thing more than you polish your boots," Kaylin said as he strapped on his sword belt. "My boots don't keep me alive," Izzy replied without looking up. Kaylin grunted, checking the straps on his great sword. He always double-checked, once in the morning, once before a fight. Izzy had learned long ago not to tease him about it. The habit was as much about calming his mind as it was about readiness. Once their weapons were settled, Kaylin began packing the tent. His size and strength made it easy for him to fold and roll the canvas alone, but Izzy still stepped in to help tie it. "Remind me again," she said as she cinched the rope tight. "Why am I always the one carrying the tent poles?" "Because I carry everything else that weighs more than you," Kaylin said. "And because if I let you pack them, you'd lose one within the week." She huffed but didn't argue. He wasn't wrong. By the time camp was packed and their bedrolls strapped to their packs, the sun had climbed higher. The silver plains glowed under its light, every blade of grass tipped in gold. In the distance, the faint dust plume of the caravan had grown larger, the silhouettes of wagons and riders slowly taking shape against the horizon. Kaylin took a long drink from his water skin before passing it to Izzy. "Still time to get ahead of them if we move now." Izzy wiped her mouth and handed it back. "Good. I'd rather meet them on the road than have them wondering why two strangers are standing still, staring at them like creeps." "You think anyone sees us out here?" Kaylin asked, shouldering his pack. Izzy smirked. "If they do, they'll just assume I'm the one worth staring at." Kaylin didn't rise to the bait, but the corner of his mouth twitched as they started walking toward the road, the wind in the grass whispering around them. The dust plume ahead grew with every step. By the time they reached the worn track that cut across the silver plains, the sounds of the caravan carried on the wind. The creak of wagon wheels, the jingle of harnesses, the rhythmic clop of hooves. The caravan stretched longer than Izzy expected. Half a dozen wagons loaded with crates and covered goods, riders flanking on either side, and a few smaller carts straggling behind. The lead wagon bore a painted crest, a golden sun over a silver river, the merchant house of VIII Sons, known for trading across half the known realms. Kaylin's gaze swept the guards first, cataloging swords, armor, and watchfulness. "Well armed for a merchant run," he muttered. "Which means valuable cargo," Izzy said, her eyes flicking over bolts of cloth and casks strapped under canvas. She smiled faintly. "And people who know things." A pair of outriders spotted them and slowed, the older of the two lifting a hand in greeting. "Travelers?" he called, reining in. "You've got good timing. The road's clear ahead for now. If you're heading east, you're welcome to walk in our shadow." Kaylin nodded politely, but Izzy stepped forward, the easy warmth in her voice as natural as breathing. "Kind of you. We've been chasing this road since yesterday. Figured we might find better company than the grass and the wind. The outrider smiled at that, though his gaze lingered a little too long on her. Company we have plenty of, just stay out from under the wheels, eh? He spurred his horse back toward the head of the train. They fell in alongside the middle wagons, matching their pace to the steady clatter of hooves. Traders called to one another across the gaps, the air thick with the smells of spice, leather, and sun-warmed wood. Somewhere near the front, a woman sang under her breath in a language Izzy didn't know, the tune winding through the creak of the wheels like a thread of silver. It was then she saw it, not in the cargo but hanging from the belt of a young scribe perched on the rear step of a wagon. A small pouch, the drawstring decorated with a charm shaped like a crescent moon. The design wasn't exact, but the curling lines of the charm were close enough to the runestone's markings to make her pause. Kaylin caught the shift in her gaze immediately. You see something? Maybe, Izzy murmured. Let's keep walking. No sense spooking anyone until I'm sure. As they moved with the caravan, the young scribe glanced back at them, once, twice, a flicker of recognition in his eyes before he turned away. Izzy's smile returned, sharper now. Oh yes, she said under her breath. I see something. They hadn't set out after the caravan just for company. 2 days ago, in a roadside inn east of VIII, Kaylin had overheard two merchants whispering over mugs of ale about a moon-marked relic passing through the silver plains under quiet guard. The description had been vague, deliberately so, but it had been enough to hook Izzy's attention. This caravan's route matched the one Kaylin remembered, and so they'd followed the dust until it came into view. Now walking alongside the middle wagons, Izzy drifted her steps closer to the young scribe perched on the rear step of a covered cart. He was thin, maybe 20 summers, with sun-flushed cheeks and ink stains dark on his fingertips. A small pouch hung from his belt, its drawstring tipped with a charm shaped like a crescent moon, the curling lines of its design uncomfortably close to the runestone's markings. Nice trinket, Izzy said lightly, her eyes flicking to the charm. The scribe's head came up fast, as if she'd caught him doing something he shouldn't. Thank you. His voice was careful, the kind of careful that made it sound like he was checking every word before it left his mouth. Where's it from? She asked. His hand twitched toward the pouch, not quite touching it, before retreating to grip the wagon's edge. Gift. From my master. Izzy tilted her head. Generous gift. Doesn't look like something you'd find in a market stall. He shifted on the step, eyes darting toward the front of the caravan before coming back to her. Said it's good luck, that's all. The wagon jolted over a rut and he nearly lost his grip on the railing. Izzy caught his elbow lightly, steadying him. His thank you was so quiet she almost missed it, his gaze fixed firmly on the road ahead. Behind her, Kaylin was already peeling off toward a supply cart where the air smelled of dried meat and baked bread. The trader there, a stout woman with sun-creased skin, was shifting parcels of cheese wrapped in cloth. What's for trade? Kaylin asked, his tone easy. Salt pork, smoked lamb, hard cheese, she replied briskly. Loaves fresh from dawn. Kaylin eyed a ring of cured sausage. I'll take 2. Coin or work? Coin, she said, already reaching for the goods. Back by the scribe's wagon, Izzy let the silence stretch just enough to make him glance at her again. You headed east with this lot? She asked. VIII, he said, quick but not quite steady. Her smile was slow. Good port city, lots of markets, busy. He nodded once, then seemed to remember himself and looked away again. Kaylin reappeared beside her, chewing on a strip of sausage. So? Izzy stepped back from the wagon, eyes still on the charm. We're going to VIII. By the time the caravan made camp, the horizon was a band of dying gold, the silver plains melting into shadows. The wagons formed a loose circle against the wind, their wheels creaking as they settled into place. A half-dozen fires flared to life, sending smoke curling into the cooling air. Izzy moved through it all like she belonged there. She helped an older merchant woman unload bundles of cloth, carried a water bucket to the cooks, and by the time the first pot of stew was ladled out, she was leaning against a wagon wheel with a cup of wine in one hand and half the caravan already laughing at some story she'd spun. It was one of those tales she could tell without thinking, half truth, half embellishment, about a gambling night gone wrong in a port city, ending with her vaulting out a second-story window to avoid an angry husband and landing in a fish cart. She played the beats perfectly, just enough self-deprecation to make it disarming, just enough wry detail to make it feel real. Kaylin sat near one of the fires, methodically oiling his swords, though his gaze drifted toward Izzy now and then. The scribe had taken a seat beside him, his knees drawn up, hands folded as if unsure what to do with them. "She does that everywhere," Kalen said without looking at him. The scribe blinked. "What? Walk into a place and have the whole crowd eating out of her hand before the fire's even hot," Kalen replied, wiping a blade. "She can't help it. It's her version of breathing." The scribe's gaze flicked back to her, lingering a moment too long. "She's very confident." Kalen's mouth twitched. "Haha," he laughed. "That's one word for it." The laughter by Izzy's fire rolled into a round of questions from the caravan folk. Where had she traveled? Who had she met? What was the most dangerous thing she'd faced? She answered them all with that same spark, weaving truth and teasing until even the quiet ones were leaning closer. The scribe lowered his voice. "You and her? You've traveled together a long time?" Kalen kept his eyes on the blade he was oiling. "Years." The scribe hesitated, fiddling with the cuff of his sleeve. "So she must be close to someone?" Kalen finally glanced at him, reading the unspoken question easily. "Not like you're thinking. We've traveled together for years, sure, but it's not like that." The younger man nodded quickly, staring back into the fire. But every so often, his eyes slid toward Izzy again, just in time to catch her smile or the tilt of her head as she laughed. The kind of small details that stayed with a person far longer than they should. Somewhere at the edge of the camp, one of the caravan guards was watching too, though not with admiration. His gaze was sharp, following not just Izzy but the way her eyes kept drifting, however briefly, toward the scribe's wagon. The fires had burned low, throwing long shadows between the wagons. The air was cooler now, and most of the caravan folk were settling in for the night. Izzy still sat near her borrowed fire, her boots off, one leg stretched lazily toward the warmth, the other bent so she could rest an arm across her knee. She was halfway through a story about a card game gone wrong in a tavern outside Vailmar when a shadow shifted beside her. The young scribe stood there, shoulders slightly hunched, clutching a wineskin like it was both a shield and a peace offering. He began, clearing his throat. "Thought you might like some wine." Izzy lifted the cup in her hand. "Already have a glass?" Her lips curved. "But I wouldn't mind another." Relief flickered across his face as he stepped closer to pour. He nearly overfilled the cup before catching himself, splashing a few drops onto her fingers. She let him see the smile that followed, amused rather than annoyed. "You're not much of a tavern boy, are you?" she asked, tilting the glass in his direction before taking a sip. "Not really," he admitted, shifting from foot to foot. "My name's Renin. I'm a copyist, scribe, for Master Veyron. I keep records, transcribe contracts, sometimes read for him if the day's too long." "And carry charms," Izzy said lightly, her gaze flicking toward the pouch at his hip. Renin's fingers twitched, almost covering it before he caught himself. "That too, I suppose." He tried to meet her eyes, then immediately looked at the fire instead. "You've been to a lot of places?" "More than I can count," she replied, leaning back against the wagon wheel. "And some more than once, usually by mistake." That got a small, nervous laugh from him. Izzy sipped her wine, studying him over the rim. He was awkward, painfully so, but there was a sweetness to it, the kind that made her think of a puppy trying to guard the house with paws too big for its body. She found the whole exchange hilarious in a warm, harmless way, not that she'd ever say it out loud, and not that she was ruling out the idea of tossing him a bone or two before they parted ways. Renin took a breath like he wanted to say more, but one of the guards called his name from across the camp. He startled, glanced at her one last time and muttered, "Good night," before disappearing into the shadows between the wagons. Izzy watched him go, her lips quirking. "Well," she murmured to herself, "that was adorable." Across the fire, Kalen smirked without looking up from where he was sharpening a blade. "Do I want to know? Not unless you're in the mood to watch someone trip over their own tongue," she said, finishing her wine. The camp had quieted to the soft hiss of embers and the occasional snort of a tethered horse. Kalen's gaze dropped to it, not a threat, but a warning, and after a long pause, the guard stepped back. "Stay away from him." Kalen watched him go, muttering under his breath. He turned toward where Izzy had been lying near the fire, half asleep with her wine cup beside her. But the bedroll was empty, the blanket discarded like she'd rolled out of it. Izzy?" There was no answer. A slow knot formed in his stomach. He scanned the dark, catching the faint shuffle of movement toward the outer edge of camp. The scarred guard was gone, and so was one of the other men Kalen had seen speaking with him earlier. When Izzy came to, her head was swimming. Not from the blow, they hadn't hit her, but from the wine still warm in her veins. Her hands were tied behind her, her ankles bound, and she sat propped against the wheel of a wagon in the shadowed edge of the camp. Two men stood nearby, scarred guard and his accomplice, a wiry fellow with a hooked nose. Izzy blinked at them, then at the rope around her wrists. "Well," she said, voice thick with amusement, "this is a new kind of hospitality. Normally people at least buy me dinner before the tying up part." The wiry man frowned. "Shut it. Is that your name? Because it's not very flattering," Izzy said, shifting her legs just enough to make the ropes creak. "What about you, Scarface? You into this sort of thing, or is this just for work?" The scarred guard's expression didn't change. "You ask too many questions." "Oh, I can ask more. I've got a whole list. For instance, is this the part where you try to scare me, or the part where you realize I'm enjoying myself too much for that to work?" The wiry man muttered. "She's drunk. Drunk enough to be charming," Izzy corrected. "Which is dangerous. You might end up liking me." The scarred man crouched in front of her, his shadow blocking the firelight. "You'll tell us what you want with the boy?" Izzy grinned lazily. "Oh, you're jealous. I get it. You saw us talking, and now you're wondering if I like scribes more than guards." The wiry one groaned. "Can we just gag her?" "You could try," Izzy said sweetly. "But I bite." The wiry man had clearly had enough. "That's it," he muttered, stepping forward with a strip of cloth in hand. "You're getting gagged before you talk us both to death." Izzy smiled as if he'd just promised her a gift. "Oh, finally. I was wondering when we were going to move to the fun part." He crouched, muttering curses under his breath, and in that instant she tipped herself forward, letting her bound body fall into him. It was clumsy enough to seem accidental, but as her shoulder brushed his belt, her fingers found the dagger hanging there. A twist of her wrist and it was hers, hidden behind her thigh before he even realized she'd touched him. He pushed her back against the wheel, grumbling, and turned away to complain to his partner. That was his mistake. With quick, practiced flicks, she sawed through the rope at her wrists, then her ankles. By the time the wiry man half turned again, she was already standing, loose hair falling over one shoulder, her dress sliding to reveal the pale curve of the other. Her breath came quick, not from fear, but from anticipation. The dagger flashed once in the firelight before it sank into the soft place just below his jaw. His eyes went wide, a wet gasp escaped, and then he crumpled soundlessly to the dirt. The scarred guard spun at the thump, only to see her standing over the body, chest rising and falling, the blade slick in her hand. She dragged the flat of it slowly across her lips, licking the blood away before speaking in a voice that was almost a purr. "I have questions." Before he could answer, a shadow loomed behind him. Kalen's massive hand clamped over the man's mouth, the other smashing into the side of his head with enough force to drop him instantly. The guard slumped into Kalen's grip like a rag doll. Kalen looked from the unconscious man to the dead one at her feet. "Drunk? Really?" Izzy tilted her head, tucking the dagger into her belt. "Only a little." They dragged the scarred guard to the lee side of a wagon, away from the sleeping camp. Kalen tied him to a barrel with thick rope, his hands pinned behind him and his ankles bound tight. By the time he came to, the orc was leaning against the wheel with his arms folded, expression unreadable in the dim firelight. Izzy crouched in front of the man, twirling her newly acquired dagger between her fingers like it weighed nothing. She flashed Kalen a grin. "All right, big guy, you just stand there and look like you could break him in half. I'll handle the conversation." Kalen said nothing, but the way he shifted his stance, broad, solid, and blocking the only clear way out, made the air feel smaller. Izzy didn't sit across from the guard. Instead, she slid onto Kalen's lap sideways, her back resting against his chest, one leg lazily crossed over the other. The dagger danced in her fingers, the steel glinting as it spun. "Now," she began, voice soft but carrying that dangerous sweetness, "you and your friend went through a lot of trouble to have a little chat with me. I feel flattered, but I think it's time you tell me why." The man clenched his jaw. Izzy leaned forward, closing the space between them until her arms draped loosely around his shoulders. The dagger's tip found the back of his neck, just above the collar. "See, I'm patient," she murmured, her breath warm against his ear. "But Kalen here? He's not exactly known for his restraint." Kalen didn't move or speak. He didn't have to. His presence alone made the guard's breath hitch. The dagger traced a slow, deliberate line across the back of his neck, not enough to cut, but enough to make his skin prickle. Izzy's tone never changed from conversational. "So, here's how this goes. You tell me who paid you, and we skip to the part where you get to keep all your fingers, maybe even both ears if you're lucky." The guard swallowed hard. "I don't know his name, just a woman, hooded. Paid us to watch you, said to take you somewhere quiet if we had the chance." Izzy's smile sharpened. "And this hooded woman, anything else? Voice, smell, the way she walked?" "She had black with red in her hair," he stammered. and a silver clasp on her cloak. That's all I saw. Izzy exchanged a glance with Kaylin over the man's shoulder, her smirk faint but knowing. Then she patted the guard's cheek twice, almost playfully. See? Wasn't so hard. Izzy slid off Kaylin's lap, handing him the dagger without looking back. You've got this? Kaylin nodded once. I'll take care of it. That was enough for her. She didn't watch. She never did when she trusted him to finish something. The faint scuff of boots on dirt and the quiet drag of a bound man into the dark were sounds she knew well. She weaved her way back through the quiet camp, the wine in her blood making the stars above tilt ever so slightly. Her boots scuffed softly against the grass, her steps loose and lazy. The fire near her bedroll had burned down to glowing embers. Sitting beside it was Renin, his knees drawn up, hands wrapped around a mug like it was the only thing keeping them steady. He looked up when she approached, and for a moment simply stared. The loose tunic she wore clung here and there from the day's heat, the curve of her waist visible when the fabric shifted. Her hair was a tousled spill over her shoulder, catching glints of firelight. Her cheeks were warm from the wine, her eyes half-lidded but sharp, and the faint smudge of dirt along her jaw only made her seem more real. You're still up, she said, voice soft and uneven. Renin's throat bobbed before he found his voice. I thought maybe we could talk more. She flopped onto her bedroll without ceremony, propping herself on one elbow. Careful, Renin, she said with a lazy grin. Women like me are dangerous when you talk to us at night. He hesitated, fingers tightening on his mug. Dangerous? Her gaze slid over him, teasing. The kind that kisses you before you know what's happening, or steals your coin while you're still thinking about the kiss. Depends on the night, and the wine. Renin's ears turned pink. He glanced into his mug, then back at her, not quite able to hold her eyes for long. Tonight, though, she murmured, letting herself sink back onto her blanket. I'd probably tell you you've got nice eyes, then fall asleep before I could do anything about it. Renin opened his mouth, closed it again. His mind tripped over the thought of her words, the way her tunic had slipped just enough to bare one shoulder as she rolled onto her side, the faint stretch of the fabric across her hip. That doesn't sound so dangerous, he managed at last. She gave a lazy little point in his direction. Come talk with me again tomorrow, on a better night. Her breathing evened out a moment later, the weight of sleep pulling her under. Renin sat still for a long time, listening to the quiet and trying very hard not to think too much about the curve of her smile or the way her scent lingered in the cool air. Finally, he spread his own bedroll near theirs. The firelight flickered across the silver clasp of the charm at his throat before the night breeze dulled it to shadow. Kaylin returned not long after, his eyes scanning the sleeping elf before he settled by the fire in silence. Awake and alert. Chapter 3. Road to Vailmar. The first light of dawn spilled across the rolling hills, turning the silver grasses gold at their tips. The campfire had burned down to glowing coals, and the air was cool enough that the faint heat from the embers felt welcome. Izzy was already awake, perched on a flat stone beside the fire, hair loose and falling forward as she cleaned one of her daggers. She wore little more than a thin linen shift, the hem riding high over her thighs as she leaned forward. Kaylin was nearby, bare-chested, his scars catching the pale light, wearing only a pair of loose, dark trousers. He crouched over a small pan set on the coals, turning slices of bread and melted butter with one hand while the other sprinkled dried herbs. The smell was sharp and comforting all at once. Renlin emerged from his bedroll looking like he'd woken in the middle of a dream and wasn't sure if he'd gone back to it. His gaze flicked once toward Izzy, then toward Kaylin, then immediately down to the grass at his feet. You too, he began, rubbing at the back of his neck. Don't, bother with more. Izzy glanced over her shoulder, catching his reddened ears, and smiled like a cat that had just spotted a twitching tail. What, this bothering you? You'll have to get used to it, Renlin. Life on the road means no one's shy before breakfast. Kaylin didn't look up from the pan. You're making him uncomfortable. I'm making him aware, Izzy corrected, leaning back just enough to stretch, the motion pulling her shift a little higher. There's a difference. Renlin cleared his throat, his eyes darting anywhere but at her. I wasn't expecting to travel with you. Not after... He trailed off, realizing the after. Kaylin finally looked at him, calm but deliberate. You don't have to say it. They're not coming back. But you're useful. Renlin blinked. Useful? Izzy tossed her clean dagger into its sheath with a lazy flick. Runes, she said. You can read them. Like your charm. Izzy showed the 2 runes she had in her pockets to the scribe. His brows drew together, trying to understand what he was looking at. Maybe, seems to be missing a rune. The only words he could make out were moon and water. I don't know if I can. We know you can, Kaelin said simply, plating the bread and passing a slice to Izzy. And we know you want to get to Vailmar anyway, so unless you've got better company waiting for you, it's a fair trade. Izzy bit into the bread, still smiling at Renlin over the crust. And besides, you'll get used to us. Maybe even like us. Renlin muttered something that might have been, I already do, under his breath, but Kaelin caught it, the corner of his mouth twitching just enough to suggest he'd file that away for later. The silver plains stretched out before them, the tall grass swaying in the morning breeze like a rippling sea. Their path wound along a faint dirt track, the horizon hazed with the faint outline of distant mountains. Renlin kept pace beside Izzy, his steps more certain than the night before. I want to stay with you, he said at last, the words careful but firm. Izzy tilted her head, studying him. To help us out? Because... He hesitated, eyes tracing the line of the hills ahead. I've spent most of my life copying the words of dead men. This... He gestured to the open road, the endless sky. This is different. I want to see where it leads. And I think I could learn something from you both. That, Kaelin said from a few paces ahead, is a dangerous idea. Izzy laughed softly, stepping closer until her shoulder brushed his. Don't listen to him. Learning's good for you, and runes. She slowed her steps just enough to keep him matching her pace. Runes are something I've always wanted to understand. Renlin glanced at her, startled by the genuine interest in her voice. Most people think they're just old symbols. Decorative. And they're wrong, Izzy said easily. I've seen them on vault doors, in old temples, even on the edge of blades. There's power in them, isn't there? Yes, he said, his voice gaining a little more confidence. The kind of power people forget until they open the wrong door. She smiled at that, slipping her arm around his shoulders without warning, her fingers hooking lightly over the strap of his satchel. Then you and I should make sure we're the ones opening the right ones. Renlin's cheeks warmed, but he didn't shy away from her touch this time. Instead, he let the corner of his mouth turn up just enough to hint at a smile. Kaelin glanced over his shoulder once, watching the 2 of them, his expression unreadable. Then he turned back to the road. The sun climbed higher as they walked, the early chill giving way to the warm shimmer of midday. The dirt path curved between low, sloping ridges until a squat stone building came into view, a roadside trading post with a faded sign swaying lazily in the breeze. A handful of wagons were hitched nearby, and the faint hum of conversation drifted from the open doorway. Kaelin stopped at the edge of the yard. We should take on water and a few days' rations. Vailmar's still 2 days out if the roads stay clear. Renlin adjusted the strap of his satchel, eyes on the building. Places like this, they've never been easy for me. I've always been more comfortable with parchment than people. Izzy gave him a sideways look, her smile gentle instead of teasing. Good thing you're with me then. Watch closely, you might learn a trick or 2. Inside, the air was cooler, smelling faintly of dried herbs and old wood. Shelves crowded with jars, sacks, and bundles of cloth lined the walls, and behind the counter an older woman with sharp eyes was counting coins into a wooden tray. Izzy stepped forward like she'd known the woman her whole life, leaning casually on the counter. Afternoon, love. That sun's brutal out there. You must be parched. The woman blinked at the sudden warmth in her tone. A bit, I suppose. Izzy's smile deepened, not in mockery but in shared understanding. Let me take some of that weight off your shoulders. We'll be needing water, bread, maybe a little dried meat if you've got it, and I promise not to haggle too hard if you tell me how your day's been. The woman's sternness softened, and she began filling a small crate with supplies. Renlin stood beside Izzy, watching the easy way she asked small questions about the woman's family, the weather, the state of the road, listening as if every answer mattered. By the time the crate was full, the price she named was lower than the posted rate. As they stepped back outside, Renlin exhaled, almost in disbelief. You didn't even argue with her. I didn't have to, Izzy said, adjusting the crate in her arms. People aren't numbers, Renlin. Make them feel seen and you'll get farther than any coin can buy. He nodded slowly, the thought settling deeper than her words alone. Kaelin fell into step beside them, taking the crate from Izzy without a word, and the 3 set off again toward the long stretch of road ahead. The last edge of the sun slipped beneath the plains, leaving the horizon painted in molten gold and violet. Their small camp sat on a gentle rise near a creek, the sound of running water mingling with the faint rustle of tall grass swaying in the breeze. Kalen worked in his steady, methodical way, pitching the tent and staking down the ropes while Izzy and Renlin gathered kindling. The work was simple, but for Renan the road had left his mind wandering. The runes of VIII. His master had spoken of them like they were priceless relics, not in gold or jewels but in meaning. Yet, the more Renlin thought on it, the less he believed the purpose was purely scholarly. Too much secrecy, too much urgency. The kind of obsession that didn't come from history alone. When the fire finally took, it bloomed with warmth that softened the chill in the air. Izzy settled cross-legged near the flames, her hair loose from its braid, catching the flicker of firelight in strands that shimmered almost copper. She had shed her outer layers, keeping only a loose linen tunic that fell high on her thighs and left one shoulder bare. The skin of wine rested at her side. She caught him looking and offered the wineskin with a small tilt of her head. "Come on, Renlin, you've been quiet all day. Drink with me." He hesitated, then took it. The first swallow was warmer than he expected, trailing heat down his chest. "I'm not used to this," he admitted, passing it back. "What? Sitting by a fire with friends?" He managed a small smile. "Friends who've killed 2 men since I met them, yes." She laughed, a soft, easy sound. "That's nothing. You should see us on a busy week." They talked. It began with the road, how much farther to VIII, what happened with the 2 guards, the state of the bridge crossings, but drifted quickly to things that mattered more. VIII and their quest. Renlin found himself telling her about the first time he traced a rune from an ancient vault door, how it had felt like pressing his hand against something that could still remember the touch of its maker. Izzy listened without interruption, her chin resting on her knee, eyes steady on his. "You've got more passion for this than most adventurers I've met," she said. "I like that. You're not chasing gold, you're chasing meaning." He didn't know how to respond to that. In truth, her attention felt different from anything he'd experienced. It wasn't just her beauty, though, stars help him, she was beautiful. It was the way she leaned in when he spoke, the way her gaze seemed to hold him still without pinning him down. For her part, Izzy was finding Renlin unexpectedly endearing. He wasn't the rough-edged mercenary or sly charmer she was used to sparring with. There was something earnest about him, and the way he spoke about runes, like they were alive, made her want to know more. He was greener than he liked to admit, but there was potential there. Potential in more ways than one. They passed the wine back and forth until the fire burned lower and the stars came out in earnest. Renlin leaned back to gesture at something in the sky, his palms slipping on the grass. The next moment he was forward, his weight on her, their faces so close she could feel the brush of his breath. They froze. His eyes darted down to her lips, then away again, his heartbeat pounding against her chest. "So," Izzy said softly, almost whispering, "what are you going to do now?" A smile coating her face. Renlin's breath caught. For half a second, the night seemed to hold its breath with him. Then, panic or instinct, he wasn't sure which, took over. He pushed himself upright so fast it almost looked clumsy. "Good night," he blurted, and hurried to his bedroll like a man fleeing a battlefield. Izzy stayed where she was, gazing after him for a moment before stretching out by the fire. A slow smile curled her lips as she closed her eyes. "That one's gonna come around eventually," she thought. "I think a good lay is in my future." Kalen glanced up from the far side of the fire, his expression unreadable but his eyes glinting faintly in the firelight. The morning came cool and clear, the silver plains glittering with dew under the pale light. The fire had burned to ash, and a thin mist clung low to the creek beyond camp. Izzy was already awake, humming tunelessly to herself as she packed her gear. Kalen emerged from the shadows of the ridge where he'd been scouting the early trail, his broad frame cutting a dark silhouette against the rising sun. He watched her for a long moment before speaking. "You're in a good mood. I slept well," Izzy said, her tone bright as ever. She gave him a quick, knowing smile. "You?" He didn't answer right away, just crossed his arms and looked at her like a man deciding how much trouble he wanted to spare himself. "We need him." Izzy's brow arched. "Renlin? I'm well aware. He's our rune reader." "Then maybe don't," Kalen said, his voice calm but carrying that edge she knew meant he wasn't joking. "Don't start something you can't finish. He's green and we can't risk losing him over whatever you're thinking." She sighed, rolling her eyes. "I wasn't planning anything." He gave her a flat look. "All right, maybe I was considering something," she admitted with a smirk. But you act like I'm going to drag him into the bushes before breakfast. That's exactly what I'm saying, Kaylin replied, deadpan. Izzy threw her hands up in mock defeat. Fine, scribes off limits. Strictly professional. You have my word. The words came easily, but her smile faltered for just a breath as she turned back to her pack. She hated being told no, especially when it came to something she wanted. From the other side of camp, Renlin stirred in his bedroll, oblivious to the exchange. Izzy glanced over her shoulder at him, her eyes narrowing slightly in thought before she forced her tone light again. You're no fun, you know that? Kaylin's answer was the faintest ghost of a smile before he moved past her to check the trail ahead. By midday, the sun beat down with a warm, drowsy weight. In the distance, a small caravan shimmered through the heat. 3 sturdy wagons drawn by mules, travelers walking in loose clusters along the road. Kaylin slowed his pace, letting Izzy and Renlin close in beside him. We'll meet them on the next rise, he said, scanning the group ahead. Then, with a pointed glance to both, he added, and remember what happened at the last caravan. Keep your eyes open. Keep your hands to yourselves until we know who we're dealing with. Izzy smirked. You're no fun. You know we're dealing with Celine, remember? Kaylin replied flatly. Renlin looked at them a bit awkwardly. He knew the name Celine they spoke of, but nothing much more than small detail of her appearance. When the two groups finally met, the usual road greetings passed between them, quick questions about weather, bandits, and the state of the bridges ahead. Izzy hung back a step, her gaze wandering lazily over the travelers, reading them like she might be in a room in a tavern. Renlin didn't have the same luxury. One of the caravan's younger women, bright-eyed, wearing a pale scarf that caught the sunlight, gravitated toward him almost immediately. She asked where they were headed, what business they had in VIII, and at one point let her fingertips graze his forearm when she laughed at one of his awkward half-jokes. Renlin answered politely but stiffly, clearly unaccustomed to the attention. More than once, his eyes drifted toward Izzy, quick glances he thought went unnoticed. Izzy noticed. Oh, she noticed. And while she took a certain satisfaction in it, Kaylin's earlier warnings still rang in her ears. That's when she saw her. Walking alongside the last wagon was a woman in her late 20s, her skin a warm bronze under the sun, her hair a cascade of dark curls spilling over one shoulder. Her deep green tunic, belted snug at the waist, showed the lithe strength in her frame, and a dagger rested at her hip with the wear of frequent use. There was confidence in her stride, and when her eyes met Izzy's, there was a moment's pause, sharp, appraising, and edged with something almost playful. Izzy slid closer to Kaylin, speaking under her breath. The one in green. Can I? Kaylin's eyes followed her nod. He hesitated a beat, then gave a resigned grunt. Fine. But if this turns into a repeat of the last caravan, you're explaining it to me while I'm cleaning my swords. Izzy grinned like a cat. Relax. I'm all charm this time. She drifted toward the woman in green, falling into step beside her as if she belonged there. Her voice softened, her smile shifting into something warmer, more deliberate. The woman answered in kind, the edges of her own smile tugging higher. Behind them, Renlin managed to free himself from the scarfed girl's attention, but his gaze quickly found Izzy again, lingering a little too long on the way she leaned in toward the other woman, fingers brushing the curve of her arm in casual familiarity. He said nothing, but Kaylin noticed. Kaylin always noticed. The woman in green had a voice like dark honey, smooth, rich, and just a little dangerous if you had too much of it. Up close, Izzy could see the fine lines of sun and wind on her face, the mark of someone who'd spent her life under open skies. Her dagger hung at her hip, worn but well cared for, and the curve of her smile said she knew exactly how to use it. You're not with the caravan, the woman said, her gaze sweeping over Izzy like she was weighing her worth in silver. No, Izzy replied, meeting her eyes without flinching. Passing through. Heading for VIII. She let her voice drop a note lower. And maybe a little fun along the way. That earned her a small, knowing chuckle. I'm Salaya, the woman offered, shifting the strap of her pack on her shoulder. The motion pulled the green tunic taut across her chest, a move that might have been accidental, or not. Izzy, the elf returned, brushing her fingers along Salaya's arm as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her touch was feather-light but deliberate, testing the waters. Salaya's eyes dipped to the hand, then back up, a spark there now. You always this friendly with strangers? Only the ones worth my time, Izzy said, her grin edged with heat. A few paces back, Renlin watched with an expression he probably thought was subtle, but the stiffness in his shoulders gave him away. His gaze flicked from the way Izzy leaned in to the sly curl of Salaya's lips, and something between frustration and jealousy tightened in his chest. Kaelin saw it instantly. Without a word, he stepped up beside Renan, placing a broad hand on his shoulder. "Walk with me," Kaelin said. Renlin blinked. Come on," Kaelin cut in, steering him toward the other side of the caravan. As they moved away, Renlin glanced back, just in time to see Izzy laugh at something Salaya said, her head tilted, firelight dancing in her hair despite the midday sun. Salaya leaned closer, her hand brushing Izzy's waist in a way that made Renan's pulse spike. Kaelin, catching the look, spoke without turning his head. "You keep staring like that, you're going to trip over your own feet." Renlin scowled. "I'm not, you are," Kaelin said flatly. "And it's not doing you any favors." Behind them, the two women walked in lockstep, their conversation soft and punctuated by the kind of glances that said both of them knew exactly what game they were playing. Laughter spilled between them, bright enough to draw a few curious glances from the caravan, but Izzy and Salaya hardly noticed. Salaya's eyes caught Izzy's, glimmering with something unspoken. "Come with me," Salaya said, her voice soft and certain. Izzy tilted her head. "You always lure elves into the woods, or am I special?" "Only the elves, worth my time," Salaya replied, already stepping toward the darkened tree line. They slipped into the forest, the warmth of the fires fading behind them until only moonlight and the rustle of leaves remained. The air was cooler here, sharp with the scent of moss and earth. Salaya walked close, their arms brushing, a light contact that lingered longer each time. When they reached a clearing, Salaya stopped and turned, her eyes running the length of Izzy's form. "You've been at me all night," she said. "Maybe," Izzy answered, closing the gap between them until their chests touched. The first kiss was slow, deliberate, but deepened quickly. Salaya's hands slid to Izzy's waist, fingers curling into the fabric of her tunic before tugging it upward. Izzy let her, raising her arms so the garment slid away, the night air cool against her bare skin. Izzy's own hands traced up Salaya's sides, finding the hem of her green tunic and pulling it free. The soft brush of fingertips turned into the press of palms against warm, bare skin, exploring the curve of a spine, the slope of shoulders. They kissed again, harder this time, until Salaya guided Izzy down onto the moss. Clothing was shed in unhurried movements, the faint whisper of fabric, the heat of skin meeting skin. They moved against each other in the moonlit clearing, hands mapping each line and hollow, memorizing by touch as much as by sight. Izzy's fingers tangled in Salaya's hair. Salaya's lips found her collarbone, her hip, the small hollow just above her waist. The night wrapped around them like a secret, their breaths quickening, bodies fitting together as if they had always known how. When they finally stilled, they lay tangled on the moss, Salaya's hand idly stroking Izzy's bare breast. Izzy's smile was slow, her voice a low murmur. "You're trouble," Izzy whispered and out of breath. "And you're still here," Salaya replied without opening her eyes. The forest had grown still by the time they pulled apart, both of them breathing softly in the silvered dark. Salaya smoothed a hand over Izzy's hair, her smile half sated, half regretful. "I'll see you on the road," she murmured. "Or somewhere more interesting," Izzy replied, her grin warm and unhurried. They dressed without haste, each watching the other in those quiet moments that feel heavier than words. Then Salaya melted back into the trees, swallowed by the night. Izzy returned toward the glow of camp, her step light, her tunic hanging loose, hair slightly mussed by more than the wind. The warmth in her expression wasn't the kind given by a good joke or a well-poured drink. It was deeper, quieter, the satisfaction of a hunger met. Kaelin noticed first, glancing up from the log where he sat sharpening his blade. His gaze flicked over her once, and the corner of his mouth tugged in the faintest, most knowing smirk. He didn't ask. He didn't need to. Renlin, however, looked up from where he sat near the fire and froze. His eyes darted over her disheveled hair, the faint color in her cheeks, the languid ease in her movements. His stomach tightened as an image bloomed in his mind, unbidden and impossible to push away. Izzy and the woman in green in the shadows, close and tangled, hands exploring, lips parting. He swallowed hard, his gaze dropping quickly to the ground, but the heat in his chest didn't fade. The voices of the camp blurred around him, the fire popping sharply in the silence of his thoughts. Izzy, meanwhile, dropped into a seat across from him, stretching out her legs toward the fire. "Miss me?" she asked lightly. Kaelin snorted. Renlin forced a small smile, but when she turned her attention elsewhere, his eyes found her again, and the question of what exactly had passed between her and Celaya burned in the back of his mind, refusing to leave. The fire had burned low, its glow pulsing gently across the camp. Izzy was asleep, sprawled in her bedroll, one knee bent and a loose blanket pulled haphazardly over her waist. She looked peaceful in the firelight, though there was still a faint, knowing curl to her smile. Kaelin sat across from Renlin, slowly working a whetstone along his blade. The scribe's eyes kept drifting toward Izzy, then back to the embers, as though he was afraid of being caught staring. "You thinking about her?" Kaelin asked quietly. Renlin stiffened. No, I mean, yes. Maybe." Kaelin gave a faint smile but didn't look up from his work. "Then think about this. Do you know what you want from her? And more importantly, do you know what she might want from you?" Renlin frowned slightly, unsure how to answer. "I'm not sure yet. She's just different." "She is," Kaelin agreed. "Izzy's the kind of woman who makes you feel like you've stepped into a story. She's quick, charming, and she'll pull you along into places you never expected to be. But that comes with a cost. She doesn't stay anywhere for long, not places, not people." Renlin's gaze flicked to her again. "You're saying I shouldn't?" "I'm saying," Kaelin interrupted gently, "that you need to be honest with yourself before you get pulled under. If you can take her as she is, the good, the wild, the unpredictable, then fine. But if you're looking for something steady, something you can hold on to, you might want to guard your heart now, before it's too late." Renlin was quiet, processing the words. "You speak like someone who's been there." Kaelin's eyes softened. "I've been close enough to know what happens, and I'd rather you be clear about what you're stepping into than find out the hard way." They sat in silence for a while, the fire cracking softly. Eventually, Kaelin slid his sword back into its sheath. "Rest, Renlin. Tomorrow will come fast." Renlin lay back, eyes on the stars above, Kaelin's words circling in his head. He didn't know yet what he wanted from Izzy. She was different, or maybe just a true companion. Having each other's backs. Chapter 4. The City Has Teeth. The silver plains lay stretched wide beneath the rising dawn, the long grasses turning gold in the slant of early light. Their camp was quiet but for the small crackle of embers and the soft shuffle of Renlin's movements. He sat stiffly near the fire, quill and parchment tucked close to his side, though his eyes wandered again and again toward the pair across the clearing. Izzy stirred first, stretching like a cat in her bedroll, hair a tangle of silver and shadow, her shirt loose around one shoulder. Kaelin was already awake, bare-chested, tightening the straps on his greaves as if it were the most natural thing in the world to lounge about half-dressed. Renlin swallowed hard, though by now the sight no longer sent him reeling with embarrassment. He was adjusting, slowly. Still, he found his gaze dragged more often than not to Izzy, the image of her laughter with the woman in green still etched into his mind from the night before. Izzy caught him watching and arched a brow, smirking. "Morning, scribe. You look like you didn't sleep at all." Renlin stammered, fumbling for words. I slept fine, I assure you. Only, you seem in good spirits." His cheeks burned at his own clumsiness. Izzy leaned back on her elbows, her grin softening into something less teasing, more thoughtful. "I've had worse nights." She let the words hang, not offering the details she usually would. For once, she didn't feel the need to brag about her score. Renlin nodded, and with uncharacteristic boldness said, "I'm just glad you're happy." The simplicity of it struck her harder than she expected. She tilted her head, studying him, suddenly aware that beneath all the nerves and stuttering there was a quiet steadiness in him. It caught her off guard. For a heartbeat too long, she said nothing, then finally shrugged it off with a playful smirk, though her eyes lingered on him in a way they hadn't before. Meanwhile, Kaelin had slipped into the tree line earlier, hunting for something more substantial than dried rations. The woods carried their own hush, cool with morning mist, but as he moved between the pines he caught a scent, familiar, unmistakable. Celine. She was close, watching. He froze, hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his blade, but the air brought no threat, just a presence. She was keeping distance, ensuring the trail was being followed. Kaelin's tusked jaw tightened all the same. When he returned to camp, his face was grim, though he carried a brace of rabbits in one hand. Izzy cocked a brow at him, but his expression silenced her quip before it formed. "Company waits for us in Vailmar," he said slowly, eyes cutting toward her. "She's close, too close." Izzy's smirk faltered, her earlier ease giving way to alertness. The day, it seemed, was already shifting. The camp stirred to life slowly with the pale blue of dawn creeping across the silver plains. Smoke from the fire drifted lazily, carrying the faint smell of Kaylin's cooked rabbit. Bedrolls were folded, straps tightened, and the hush of morning still clung to everything. Renlin had spoken only once since they'd risen, quietly, almost too softly, when Izzy stretched and let out a content sigh. "I'm just glad you're happy." He had said it without fanfare, his face pink, as if embarrassed the words slipped out at all. Now, hours later, those words clung to Izzy like morning dew. Happy. It was such a small thing, but no one had ever said it before, not without wanting something in return. No one but Kaylin, who had always been the rock she leaned on, the one constant since exile. Her exile. The words still burned, even after decades. Those first lonely years, wandering with no one to call friend, no warmth at her side, only sharpened edges and survival. She had taught herself not to crave endearment. It was always fleeting, always conditional. Yet now, with the scribe's awkward kindness, there was a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. It was such a fragile, fleeting thing. In all her years wandering the continent since exile, happiness had been a trickster that danced just out of reach. Not until Kaylin, who had been there when she was at her worst. And now this awkward, bookish scribe, tripping over his own tongue, had said it like it mattered. She tied her cloak in silence, lost in the hum of memory. Her first years alone, raw with bitterness, drowning in nights colder than steel. It had made her sharp, walled off. But now she caught herself thinking that maybe, just maybe, Renlin's company didn't feel like an intrusion. It felt different. It felt warm. "You're quiet." Kaylin's voice cut through her reverie. He was cinching a strap on his pack, eyes narrowing at her with mock suspicion. "When you go this long without running your mouth, I start to think you're planning something awful." Izzy smirked faintly. "Oh, trust me, if I were planning something awful, you'd already be complaining." Kaylin barked a laugh. "There she is. I was worried I'd woken up with the wrong elf." Izzy smirked and tossed her braid over her shoulder. "You wish you could wake up beside me? Ha!" Kaylin rolled his eyes, adjusting the strap on his pack. "Not in this life." She grinned at his dismissal, but something about his easy, unbothered tone made the air between them feel lighter again. They sparred in words like they always did, blades of wit and familiarity clashing, but the fire of it didn't linger in Izzy this time. She drifted again, pulled under by thoughts she didn't care to voice. "Izzy?" The voice broke her trance. Renlin stood a few paces away, pack clutched in both hands, his dark eyes uncertain but kind. He had spoken her name gently, as if afraid it might shatter something fragile. She blinked, caught off guard by how the sound of her name in his mouth softened her mood, made the walls she always held feel strangely thinner. The road stretched long beneath their boots, winding through hamlets, markets, and quiet farming towns that blurred together as days passed. Each stop offered a chance to rest, to gather supplies, to let Renlin try his hand at talking to people, though that rarely ended well. The scribe would stammer and sweat through introductions, his words tangling together in knots that left villagers blinking politely, unsure of what he'd been trying to say. More than once, a simple inquiry about directions to VIII ended with Renlin backed into a corner, apologizing profusely for asking. That was when Izzy would swoop in. "Don't mind him," she'd say with a radiant grin, slipping an arm around his shoulders and tugging him forward as though he were merely shy rather than a fumbling disaster. "We've been traveling long and his tongue hasn't quite caught up with his head." Then she'd tilt her head, smile sharper now, and coax answers out of whoever stood before them with a mixture of laughter, charm, and soft touches on sleeves or wrists. By the end, merchants would be smiling, guards chuckling, and innkeepers offering a discount. Renlin tried to take notes, literally, scratching tiny reminders in his journal, but Izzy had other ideas. "No, no," she scolded, snatching the quill out of his hand one evening as they camped. "You don't write your way into people's good graces, you breathe it. Relax your shoulders, hold their gaze but soften it. Smile, even if your stomach's twisting." She leaned in closer, brushing against him deliberately to make him flush. Like this. Renlin, crimson to his ears, muttered something about indecency under his breath, which only made Izzy laugh louder. Kaylin, meanwhile, was harder to ignore. In smaller villages, people stared at his towering frame, the tusks curling from his jaw, the scar ridged across his cheek. The closer they drew to VIII, the more whispers followed in their wake. Children clutched their mothers' skirts. Shopkeepers shifted uneasily when Kaylin approached to haggle. Even when he smiled, or tried to, it made little difference. Fear lingered like a shadow. At first, Kaylin only sighed, buying their food and moving on. But after the third town, Izzy caught him brooding by the fire. "You'd think they'd never seen an orc before," he muttered. "Always the same. The first thing in their eyes is a calculation. How quickly could I break them in half?" Izzy nudged him with her boot. "At least they're not wrong." He snorted, but the edge in his gaze softened. Renlin, watching the exchange quietly, scribbled another line in his notes. This time, though, he wasn't recording runes or local dialects. He was studying them. As the last of the roadside chatter faded and their fire burned low, Kaylin sat back against a log, arms crossed, his tusked profile cut in harsh lines by the firelight. He had been brooding for some time, but finally the words slipped free. "I hate cities," he said. Izzy, stretched out on her cloak with one leg lazily draped over the other, cracked open a curious eye. "That so? Thought you just hated everything?" Kaylin huffed through his nose but didn't take the bait. "Cities. They're sheltered. Soft places, hidden behind their walls. They don't know the storms, or the beasts, or the hunger beyond them. And when they see me..." He jerked his chin toward his own broad shoulders, his tusks catching the glow of the flames. "All they see is an orc. Something rare. Something dangerous. Not a man, not a companion, just a shadow to bar their gates." Izzy pushed herself up on her elbows, studying him in the fire's glow. Her expression was softer than her words. "And what do you care what they see? You've got tusks, Kaylin. They make you look terrifying in a good way. Intimidating's useful." He gave a low grunt, eyes still fixed on the fire. "Doesn't mean I don't feel their eyes. Doesn't mean I like being a monster to them." Izzy tilted her head, lips quirking into a small grin. "You're not a monster. Not to me." Kaylin finally glanced at her, then quickly away. "You don't count." "Of course I count," she said with a laugh, leaning back again. "I've shared bedrolls and breakfast with you. I've seen you at your worst, which is saying something, by the way. And still, you're my Kaylin." That tugged a rare smile from him, though fleeting. Renlin, scribbling notes a little ways off, had been quiet through the exchange, but his eyes flicked between them, catching pieces of the weight behind Kaylin's words. He didn't know what to say, so he said nothing, letting the crackle of the fire fill the silence. For Izzy, though, Kaylin's confession lingered. Cities had always been her playgrounds, places where charm and wit opened doors. But now she looked at her companion differently, imagining him hemmed in by cold walls and fearful stares, and for the first time, she felt a pang of guilt at dragging him toward Vailmar. Izzy leaned forward, eyes fixed on Kaylin across the fire. "You know what I think?" He raised a brow but said nothing, waiting. "I think those city folk ought to be the ones worried. They've never seen half the things you've lived through, never survived storms or beasts or even me." She smirked, but her voice softened at the edges. "You're the strong one, Kaylin. Their walls are nothing compared to what you've carried." For a moment, Kaylin's jaw worked as if he were about to argue, but the words died before they left him. Instead, he gave a slow exhale, his gaze lowering to the fire. Izzy's eyes lingered on him, kind and certain, before she leaned back and let the silence rest. By the next afternoon, the three were back on the road. Villages dotted the green edges of the silver plains, their markets noisy with hawkers, smells of bread and smoke drifting on the breeze. Renlin, eager but clumsy, tried striking up conversations with a few traders. He fumbled over greetings, overcompensated with stiff politeness, and left more than one villager staring after him in confusion. Izzy, arms crossed, leaned casually against a post until she couldn't take it anymore. She strode over, slid herself between Renan and the villager, and smiled in that easy, lilting way that disarmed anyone. "Forgive my friend here," she said, her voice smooth as honey. "He's still learning the ways of the road. But what he really means to say is..." She turned her head just enough to flash Renlin a wink, then coaxed him forward. "Go on, try again. With charm this time." Renlin swallowed hard, adjusted his posture the way Izzy had shown him, shoulders relaxed, chin lifted, and tried again. This time his voice carried differently, not timid but steady. He even managed a faint, genuine smile. The villagers' eyes softened. They chuckled, then nodded, and by the end of the exchange, Renlin had secured both information and a fair deal without Izzy having to rescue him. Izzy blinked, her grin widening in surprise. "Well, look at that," she murmured, giving him a playful tap on the arm. "The boy can charm after all. Maybe I should be worried about competition." Renlin flushed but stood a little taller than before, his confidence quietly budding. Kaylin, a few steps back, watched them. He caught the way Izzy's smile lingered just a little longer than usual, her eyes narrowing in approval. For once, she wasn't mocking, she was impressed. And that, he thought grimly, could be dangerous. The camps outside Vailmar bustled with the sounds of settling caravans. Wagon wheels creaked to a halt, hammers drove stakes into the earth, and smoke from countless fires laced the dusk air. Izzy, Kaelin, and Renlin had staked out a modest patch of ground near the tree line, choosing the open air over a crowded inn. Renlin sat by the fire, trying to make sense of the growing press of humanity, and failing. His ink-stained fingers twitched with the urge to write down the sheer noise and chaos, but his thoughts scattered when a ripple of silence seemed to move through their little clearing. She emerged like a shadow given flesh. Selene. Kaelin's hand slid to the hilt of his sword before she'd taken 3 steps. The air between them grew taut, like a bowstring drawn back. Izzy, however, only laid her fingers on the dagger at her belt and said evenly, "It's fine." Renlin swallowed, stunned. The woman moved with the same poise as a cat that already knew it owned the hunt. He couldn't look away. Selene's smirk widened as she came close enough for the firelight to paint her features in warm gold. She leaned in, her lips near Izzy's ear, her voice a silken whisper that slid like a blade between ribs. "Little rabbit?" Izzy's expression didn't crack, save for the smallest twitch at the corner of her mouth. She tilted her head just enough to whisper back, low and sharp. "I'm gonna enjoy taking the artifact of Thalen from you." For a heartbeat, Selene faltered, her practiced smirk cracking just enough to show the sting. She masked it quickly, straightening with a slow, languid roll of her shoulders, but the flush in her cheeks betrayed her. As she turned to leave, she tossed her words over her shoulder like a blade casually flicked. "Just wanted to remind you that the city holds more than coin and comfort. It has teeth. Best keep yours bared." And then she was gone, as sudden as she had appeared. Renlin sat frozen, his mind struggling to catch up, while Kaelin let out a slow, deliberate exhale, as though resisting the urge to chase her down. Izzy only poured herself a drink, muttering under her breath, "Gods, she's exhausting." The air seemed to settle heavier once Selene vanished, like her presence had bent it in some unseen way. Renlin shifted, clearing his throat, too loud in the silence. His curiosity, though usually smothered by his shyness, won out. "So, that was Selene?" His voice cracked, not quite steady, eyes darting between Izzy and Kaelin. Izzy's jaw tightened. She didn't even glance at him, instead fussing with her satchel. No one important. Her words came clipped, sharp as a blade put away too fast. She brushed a hand through her hair, already half-turned toward the row of makeshift stalls where merchants still sold their wares. "I need more wine." And before Renlin could press, she strode off, shoulders stiff, annoyance flashing in every movement. Kaelin watched her go, his brow low, tusks just visible as he exhaled through his nose. He leaned back against a cartwheel, motioning for Renlin to sit. For once, the orc's usual bluntness was tempered with something heavier. "You want to know who exactly Selene is?" Renlin nodded hesitantly, still staring in the direction Izzy had gone. Kaelin scratched at his jaw, then spoke low, like sharing a story best kept to shadows. "She was a friend once. A lover too for a time. Accomplice, more often than not. The two of them made a name for themselves in places you wouldn't want to hear about." His eyes narrowed, distant. But Selene. She always had a taste for cruelty, not the playful kind Izzy toys with. Real cruelty. Sadistic. When she shows it, and trust me, she will, it's terrifying. Renlin swallowed, the words lodging in his throat. Kaelin tilted his head, his gaze fixed on the faint glow of the city's walls in the distance. "So take this as a warning. If Selene's circling us again, it won't be for pleasantries. And you," he glanced sidelong at Renlin, "keep your heart out of it. Izzy can handle herself. But Selene's a storm you don't want to be caught in. She seems to know everything about that one." The scribe lowered his eyes, quill fingers flexing against his thigh. He thought of Izzy's laughter, the warmth she showed him when no one else did. Then of Selene's smirk, sharp and knowing. A pit settled in his stomach, though he said nothing. The night outside the city walls thickened around them, as if even the stars were wary of what prowled in its streets. Izzy's boots sank into the loose soil as she cut away from the bustling camp toward the merchant tents, her thoughts a storm louder than the clamor around her. Selene's whisper lingered in her ear like smoke that wouldn't clear. She hated that it still had power. There had been a time when Selene's touch had been fire on her skin, sharp and intoxicating. Nights spent entwined in tangled sheets, their bodies slick with sweat and laughter, testing limits with a hunger Izzy had once mistaken for freedom. Selene had made her feel desired, alive, reckless. She remembered the way Selene's nails would rake down her back, the sting and pleasure blurring until she couldn't tell which she craved more. But just as vividly, she remembered the night it all broke, and remembering something from earlier. Happiness not without something in return. The betrayal hadn't come in a single strike but in a careful arrangement. Whispers to the wrong ears, deals made behind Izzy's back. A mission that had seemed theirs alone until it crumbled into ambush. The job had been lost, their target slipped away, but worse had been the truth revealed after. and the look on her face when Izzy realized it, mocking, almost tender, was burned into her memory. "You're too soft," Celine had told her. It had gutted Izzy, not the loss of the mark, not the close call with death, but the realization that what she thought was love had been a game. She had walked away that night, heart cracking like glass, refusing to give Celine the satisfaction of seeing her shatter. Still, the ache lingered, and when Celine whispered in her ear tonight, the ache flared again. Anger, shame, and a flicker of longing Izzy despised herself for. She stopped at a stall, slapped down coin for a bottle, and pulled it open, swallowing deep. The burn steadied her hands but not her heart. By the time Izzy turned back toward camp, she had convinced herself of one thing. She would never let Celine see her bleed again. The campfire cracked and spit sparks into the night, shadows licking up the sides of tents and wagons gathered near the city gates. Izzy sat apart from the noise, her wine flask half empty at her side, her usual easy smirk dulled. For once, her eyes weren't roaming for amusement, they were far away, fixed on ghosts she couldn't shake. She exhaled sharply, then turned toward Renlin, who sat hunched over his parchment by the fire's glow. "Hey, scribe," she said, tone lighter than she felt. "Remind me again what it was you needed to do here in the city. Distract me." Renlin blinked, startled by the sudden weight of her attention. He shuffled the parchment, holding it carefully like a priest might a holy script. "Ah, yes. The task my master set me on." His voice steadied as he read. "Where the water remembers the moon, there the passage waits unseen." At those words, Kaelin's head lifted, sharp as a wolf catching scent. Slowly, the orc smirked. "That old riddle again. I remember it from the start of this cursed road. Didn't think much of it then." His eyes flicked toward Izzy. She frowned, pulling from her pocket the small runes she'd carried since their first night together. Turning it over in her palm, she held it up so the firelight caught the faintly glowing script. The exact words Renlin had spoken shimmered there, carved into the stone like veins of silver. Renlin's breath caught. "Moon and water. Yes," Izzy muttered, gaze fixed on the rune. "Pick them up near Avaren." Kaelin's smirk died into a growl. "That's why she showed herself tonight. Not for you, or the boy. Though she'll take her jabs. She came sniffing for these." Izzy squeezed the runes tight in her hand, jaw clenched. "Of course she did. She always did know where to dig for weakness." Renlin leaned forward, eyes bright despite himself, "But this proves it, doesn't it? The parchment and the runes, two halves of the same clue. Together they point the way. If the riddle speaks true, then we might actually find it." Kaelin leaned back, arms folding across his chest, tusks catching the glow. "The city holds more than coin and comfort," she said. "Aye, it has teeth, and now we know what they're biting for." He let his grin return, sharp and dangerous. "But we've got teeth of our own." Izzy looked from one man to the other, then down at her closed fist, the runes still warm against her skin. For once, she had no quip, just the faintest spark of unease, and the reluctant acknowledgement that Celine's shadow was closer than ever. The fire settled into a low glow, embers pulsing like a heartbeat. Izzy's hand tightened around the runes, the silver veins etched into them catching the faintest flicker of light. She stared at it, jaw set, and for once her silence felt heavy rather than playful. Renlin, who had been watching her from across the flames, hesitated. His mouth opened, then closed again, then opened once more. Finally, he found his voice. I'm glad it was you," he said, softly but steady. Izzy's eyes flicked up, her brow furrowing. "What?" "The runes," Renlin explained, a faint flush creeping up his cheeks. "That they ended up with you. Anyone else might have sold it, or ignored it, or, worse. But you've carried them all this time, without really knowing why. That means something." For a long beat, Izzy just stared at him, no smirk, no teasing line ready on her tongue. She felt the compliment settle in her chest like warm wine, unexpected and disarming. "You think too highly of me, scribe," she murmured, though her voice lacked its usual edge. "No," Renlin said, surprising even himself with the firmness in his tone. "I don't think it's possible to." Izzy blinked, caught completely off guard. A slow grin threatened at the corner of her mouth, but it wasn't her usual sharp blade of a smile. This one was softer, reluctant, almost vulnerable. She turned back to the rune in her hand, unable to look at him any longer. Across the fire, Kaelin's eyes flicked between the two of them, his tusked grin fading into something quieter. He said nothing, only leaned back and let the firelight cast his face into shadow. The night pressed in, close and heavy, but the silence that followed was not the uncomfortable kind. It was something else, something new, something growing. Chapter 5. The Scribe in the City. The road narrowed into stone as they reached the great gates of the city. High walls loomed above, carved with weather-worn reliefs of battles long past, and watchmen in gleaming helms kept a wary eye on the endless stream of travelers pressing inward. Carts creaked, livestock bawled, and hawkers shouted their wares to anyone within earshot. creating a tide of noise and motion that made the gates feel more like a living river than an entrance. Renlin tried to drink it all in. The banners snapping in the breeze, the sense of spiced meat and burning pitch, the press of so many bodies moving together. Izzy's sharp gaze darted from guard to merchant to thief, catching every subtle exchange. Kaelin, taller than most by a head, drew uneasy stares. Children hid behind their mothers' skirts, and even hardened men gave him a wide berth. Through the gates, the main street stretched like a vein into the heart of the city. The trio moved with the flow, past rows of crowded markets where jewelers flaunted glittering stones, smiths hammered steel, and beggars with outstretched hands pleaded for coin. The chatter of the crowd was constant, layered with the distant chime of bells. As they pressed deeper, the avenues widened, then narrowed again, threading through twisting rows of shops, shrines, and low taverns. Renlin stumbled more than once, distracted by the scale of it all, while Izzy cut through the crowds as if the streets themselves parted for her. Kaelin's frown deepened with every step, the city's walls and bustle closing around him like a cage. Finally, after what felt like an hour, the buildings gave way to a broad, open square at the water's edge. Here, the air shifted, cleaner, touched with brine and the cool scent of stone washed by the tide. And there, rising like a pale sentinel above it all, was the temple. Its spires caught the sun, white stone shining like a beacon, the carved runes on its pillars etched deep enough to outlast centuries. Renlin felt the weight of his satchel heavy against his shoulder as they approached. He had dreamed of this moment since leaving the caravan. His master's commission, the parchment in his bag, the riddle etched in his memory, where the water remembers the moon. Somewhere inside these walls lay the first thread of the mystery. Izzy's eyes swept the crowd with suspicion rather than awe, hand brushing her dagger's hilt out of habit. Kaelin's jaw was set, the orc's towering frame forcing space around them even in the busiest press of bodies. At the base of the temple steps, the three stopped. Renlin broke the silence first, voice quieter than he intended. "This is it. The temple is where we begin." Izzy tilted her head, arms crossed. "So what's the plan, scribe? We can't all hold your hand while you poke through every dusty scroll in the place." Kaelin grunted his agreement. "We split, cover more ground, regroup by nightfall." The scribe nodded, a nervous but determined spark in his eyes. "Yes, that's wise. I can seek out the archivists, ask about records." Izzy smirked. "The rest of us will do what we do best, poke around, listen for whispers, maybe rattle a few cages." They all glanced across the square to where an inn perched at the water's edge, its balconies draped with flower pots and its windows catching the glimmer of the harbor. "Meet there at sundown," Kaelin said firmly. Izzy gave a mock salute. "The pretty one on the water. Got it." The three stood at the foot of the marble steps, the bustle of pilgrims and traders weaving around them like a living tide. The spires of the temple rose into the pale sky, crowned with silver bells that rang in the sea wind. "This is where we part ways," Izzy said, brushing her braid over her shoulder, already scanning the busy square with a restless gleam in her eyes. Then, for once, her voice softened. "Stay safe, both of you. The city's teeth are sharp, even when they smile." Kaelin grunted, less convinced, though he didn't argue. "Meet at the inn across the water before nightfall. Don't be late." "I don't like lingering outside temple walls." His dark gaze swept the crowd as if every face were a threat. Renlin adjusted the strap of his satchel, heart steadying under their eyes. "I'll stay here. My master, VIII of Kareth, sent me to record the temple inscriptions. He trusts me with this work, and I won't leave it undone. The archives may hold more than prayers, records, maps, transcriptions. If there's a thread to follow, it may be buried there." Izzy's smirk returned, though a trace of pride lingered behind it. "Look at you, speaking like you've got iron in your veins. Then may the gods smile on your dusty parchment, scribe." She flicked her fingers in mock blessing and vanished into the square, hips swaying as she slipped between stalls and gawking strangers. Kaelin lingered a moment longer, jaw set. His gaze locked on Renlin, and in that heavy stare was both warning and quiet trust. Finally, the orc turned, shoulders cutting a path through the crowd as the temple bells tolled once more. Renlin exhaled, alone now with the marble steps and the echo of his heart. He squared his shoulders and climbed. Inside, the temple air was cool and fragrant with smoke. Candles burned in niches, and sunlight broke through high-stained glass, painting the stone floor with shifting colors. He spent the better part of an hour carefully transcribing the weathered inscriptions into his book, the curling script as old as the sea itself. His hand trembled at first, but as the words flowed, so did his focus. It wasn't until he inquired about further records that trouble began. A stern priest, draped in embroidered robes, regarded him with suspicion. "The archives are not open to idle scholars. Why should we grant a wandering scribe access?" Renlin raised his chin. Once, he would have mumbled and fled, but Izzy's voice echoed in his mind. Confidence, posture, eyes up, don't grovel. "I am Renlin of Dalmire," he said clearly. "Scribe in service to VIII of Careth, archivist of the king's court. He entrusted me to gather what is written here so the faith may endure beyond stone and weather. To bar me would be to bar his hand in service of the gods." The priest's lips pursed, weighing the words. Silence stretched too long. Then, before the man could turn him away, a younger acolyte interjected. "He speaks true, Father. His name was listed among those granted admittance this season." Relief flooded Renlin, though he kept his composure. Bowing, he followed an acolyte into the shadowed halls. The archives swallowed him, row upon row of towering shelves, the scent of ink and vellum heavy in the air. For the first time in days, Renlin smiled. He was exactly where he belonged. The archives were hushed but alive with centuries of memory. Candlelight flickered against rows of stacked parchment and leather-bound volumes, their spines worn smooth by the weight of time. Renlin's fingertips brushed along one stack, pausing when a familiar name leapt from the page. Dareth Malcor. He froze. The letters were precise, the title neatly scribed at the bottom of an old catalog page, The Stones Remember, by Dareth Malcor. Renlin knew that name, not as a scholar or priest, but as a novelist. Dareth's works were beloved in Dalmire's circles of quiet readers, tales half romance and half history, embellishments on forgotten wars. His master once scoffed at them as folk fiction dressed in silk, but Renlin had devoured them in secret. They were clumsy, yes, but rich with little fragments of lore too precise to be mere invention. That was what made his pulse quicken now. What was a novelist's name doing in a temple index of sacred records? He copied it down carefully on his slate, his thoughts buzzing. By mid-morning, he requested an audience with the temple's overseer. A tall, sharp-eyed man met him in a chamber heavy with incense and icons. "You are the scribe from Careth?" the man asked, voice thin but clipped. Renlin bowed. "Yes, revered father. My master sent me to transcribe your temple's annals for the court's records, so that your wisdom may endure." The overseer studied him a moment, then nodded. "Then work. You have the daylight." So Renlin worked. For hours his quill flew, careful strokes preserving prayers, hymns, lineages, and the daily accounts of the faithful. His hand cramped, his back ached, but his mind hummed with purpose. This was what he was meant to do. By afternoon, he sealed a packet of his notes and entrusted it to a courier bound for Careth, the first of many dispatches for his master. Duty fulfilled, he gathered his things, the name Dareth Malcor still burning at the front of his mind. When he stepped back into the courtyard, the light of the city pressed down on him, bustling, loud, vibrant. He glanced across the way where the temple's shadow met the glimmer of the great river. The library was not far, a place where perhaps fiction and fact blurred less than one might expect. He squared his shoulders, inhaled, and whispered to himself, "Confidence." And with that, Renlin set out for the city's grand library, parchment in hand, chasing the threads of a novelist who might have known more of the truth than anyone ever guessed. The streets of the city were alive with sound and movement, and Renlin walked among them with his satchel clutched close to his side. The parchment within rustled faintly with each step, reminding him of its weight, its importance. Sunlight spilled in shards across cobblestones smoothed by thousands of boots, and the air was warm with the mingled scents of roasted nuts, incense smoke, and the faint brine of the river beyond. Renlin's robes, a deep blue, worn thin at the hems but kept meticulously neat, swung gently against his legs as he moved. He adjusted the collar where the fabric rubbed against his throat, a nervous habit, though he was beginning to realize his posture had changed these last days. Shoulders not hunched so tightly, steps not quite so hesitant. He could hear Izzy's teasing voice in his head. "Straighten up, or they'll think you're about to faint." He smiled at the thought as the streets narrowed and lifted, leading toward the heart of the Scholars' Quarter. The library rose before him like a fortress of knowledge. Its facade was stone the color of pale sand, lined with tall, arched windows that caught the late afternoon light. Vines clung to the lower walls, trimmed neatly, but with a stubbornness that spoke of decades resisting shears. At the wide bronze doors, two temple scribes in ivory-colored robes stood in conversation, their heads bowed over a ledger. Renlin drew in a breath. He could do this. Inside, the hush was immediate, like stepping into a sacred grove where every word was a prayer. Light filtered through high, stained glass windows, painting shifting patterns across rows upon rows of shelves. The air smelled of dust and ink, and the faint metallic tang of old bindings. A clerk at a central desk lifted her gaze as he approached. She was middle-aged, her hair wrapped in a braided coil, her expression kind but practiced. Renlin bowed slightly, his voice steady. "Good afternoon. I am Renlin of Karath, apprentice to Master VIII, commissioned by the Temple of Karath to record the sacred annals here. My work is complete for the day, and I seek permission to consult your public archives for further study." The words flowed more smoothly than he expected. His heart raced as the woman blinked at him, then nodded. "Karath? Ah, you've traveled far." She flipped a page of her ledger. "Yes, we welcome temple scribes. Keep to the eastern wing. If you need assistance, one of our junior readers can help." Relief loosened his chest. He thanked her quietly and walked toward the wing she indicated, the soles of his boots whispering against polished stone. The eastern wing was quieter still, the shelves narrower, light falling in golden slants across dust motes. Renlin ran his fingers along the bindings, searching for the catalogued name, Dareth Malcor. "Looking lost?" The voice was soft, lilting, playful without being unkind. Renlin turned sharply. She stood between two rows, a book hugged to her chest. Young, close to his age, her hair was a cascade of dark brown curls pinned loosely with a bronze clasp, one lock fallen across her cheek. Her gown was simple but elegant, ivory linen belted at the waist with a green ribbon, the sleeves gathered at the wrists. Ink stains dotted her fingertips, betraying her own familiarity with parchment and quills. Renlin flushed, shifting awkwardly. Yes. I'm looking for a record, a book, by Dareth Malcor." Her brows lifted in surprise, then softened into a smile. "Malcor? Hardly anyone asks for him. Come." She moved gracefully between the stacks, the fabric of her gown whispering, and gestured for him to follow. Renlin trailed her, watching the way she knew the shelves by heart, her hand brushing along spines until she stopped. She plucked a slim, leather-bound volume free, the edges frayed, the title pressed in fading silver. "The Stones Remember." "Here," she said, holding it out, her eyes bright. "I like this one. It's softer than the others." Their fingers touched briefly as he accepted the book. His skin tingled at the contact, and he swallowed quickly, nodding. "Thank you." She tilted her head. "Would you like to sit? It's easier to read in company." Together, they found a table near a tall window where light spilled across the wood. She sat opposite him, folding her hands neatly over her ribboned waist, watching with quiet expectation. Renlin opened the book, the scent of old paper rising, and began to read aloud softly. The words flowed, Malcor's prose filled with landscapes, moonlit rivers, ruins heavy with forgotten memory. Renlin's voice grew steadier as he went, and when he glanced up, he found her watching him with a warmth that made his ears burn. "Not many read aloud here," she murmured when he paused for breath. "It suits you. You give the words weight." Renlin lowered his gaze, his heart thudding. For once, he didn't retreat into silence. "I like that you think so." The afternoon sun shifted across the floor, and for the first time since he'd entered the city, Renlin felt no fear of the crowds or the noise beyond. Here was quiet. Here was warmth. Here was someone leaning closer across the table, curious and kind, sharing a book and a moment that felt like it belonged to him alone. The book lay open between them, its worn leather spine groaning faintly as Renlin eased it wider. The afternoon light pouring through the high window had turned softer now, mellow gold that deepened the shadow of her curls as they slipped across her cheek. She pushed the strand back absently, her eyes fixed on the page as though the words themselves whispered secrets. Renlin followed her gaze, reading aloud again, his voice low, hesitant at first, then steadying with each line. The prose was poetic, Dareth Malcor's gift for wrapping philosophy in the guise of story, a wanderer at a river's edge, listening to the current as though it carried memory in its ripples. "The water remembers what the stone forgets," Renlin murmured, and as he spoke, he felt her shift ever so slightly closer. The table was broad, yet she leaned across it now, her elbow brushing near his hand, her gown's sleeve rustling against parchment. He glanced up, startled by the nearness, and found her smiling faintly, not coy but warm, encouraging, like someone who wanted to hear him keep going. "You read as though you've been carrying these words for years," she said softly. Renlin flushed, his fingers tightening on the edge of the page. I only copy words. Most days. But sometimes they linger. Sometimes they feel alive." Her eyes softened at that, and she turned another page, her hand briefly grazing his. "Then perhaps you were meant to find this one." The new chapter bore a title in silver script, almost faded to invisibility. "Moon on the Water." Both of them grew quieter, as though the air itself grew denser with meaning. Renlin read the opening lines, his breath catching on the cadence. "When the moon leans low and the tide answers, the water becomes a mirror of memory. That which is sought is not beneath, but reflected, where the water remembers the moon." The words struck him like a bell in the dark, vibrating with recognition. He remembered the parchment tucked into his satchel, the riddle etched there. "Where the water remembers the moon." He looked up, and she was already watching him. For a moment neither spoke, and he realized how near she had drawn. Her hands, folded neatly a while ago, now rested lightly on the edge of his side of the book. Her shoulder nearly brushed his across the table. The faint scent of lavender clung to her, mingled with parchment dust. Renlin's pulse thudded. She tilted her head, her curls spilling slightly, her lips curving into a knowing smile. "You look as though the words mean more to you than they should." They might," he admitted, voice low. "They remind me of something I've seen before." Her lashes lowered as she leaned closer, her tone soft, teasing but gentle. "Then let us see what else they reveal." Together. They bent over the text side by side, shoulders brushing now and again as they read. Every accidental touch sent a current up Renlin's arm, but he found he didn't retreat this time. He lingered in the nearness, letting the warmth settle between them. The book spoke of rivers under starlight, of hidden ruins only seen in reflection, of memory caught in water's shifting skin. They paused often to discuss a line, her voice lilting with curiosity, his deepening with thought. He began to notice how her eyes lit at certain passages, how she leaned in when she was truly intrigued, how her smile softened when he offered his own interpretation. At one point, their heads bowed close enough that he could see the tiny flecks of hazel in her brown eyes, the faint quirk of her lips as she whispered, "You carry yourself differently than most scribes I've met. They drown in words. You swim." Renlin's breath caught. For a moment, he forgot the book, the riddle, even the temple. There was only her closeness, her warmth, her voice. He wanted to say something, anything, but the words faltered on his tongue. She noticed, her smile widened a fraction, not unkind, as though she enjoyed his quiet struggle. "We should keep reading," she whispered, though neither of them moved away. So they did, together. And in that golden quiet, Renlin felt something shift, something small but certain. The world outside the library's walls, the noise and press of the city, the endless tasks of a servant to his master, all of it fell away. Here, it was only the book, the words, and the space between two people shrinking with every page turned. The girl's fingers lingered on the parchment as she read, her voice low and thoughtful, the faintest tremor in her tone as though she were tasting the words as much as speaking them. When the tide wanes and the moonlight bends, memory becomes truth only in reflection. The water holds more than what it shows. It keeps the echoes of what has passed and what will return. Her eyes lifted to his, soft and intent. "Isn't it beautiful?" As though the river itself were alive, a scribe of its own kind, recording what the rest of us forget. Renlin swallowed, his heart quickening. The words tolled in his mind like a bell he had heard before, distant but undeniable. "Where the water remembers the moon." He had seen them already etched into the parchment his master entrusted to him, scrawled beside the rune Izzy carried from the start of their journey. A riddle, a clue, and now, here again, hidden inside a novelist's poetry. Coincidence? He doubted it, yet he kept that thought buried. Instead, he let his lips twitch into a shy smile. Dareth had a way of writing as though the world itself were a character. It's no wonder his words feel alive. She leaned closer, her shoulder brushing his, her curls falling forward until he could almost feel the warmth of them against his cheek. Alive and reaching. as though they were meant to find someone. Renlin's throat tightened. For a moment, he wondered if she meant the words, or him. They bent back over the book together, their heads almost touching now, eyes moving across the same line in unison. The closeness wasn't forced, it unfolded as naturally as the turning of each page. Her laughter rang softly when he stumbled over an archaic phrase, her hand brushing his lightly when she traced a sentence aloud. Each accidental contact lingered a heartbeat longer than it should have. Each glance between them stretched just slightly, as though neither wished to look away. Renlin found himself smiling more easily than he had in weeks, his tongue loosening as he spoke of Dareth's works, of runes and words that clung like burrs to the soul. And she listened. Not idly, not dismissively, but with real interest, nodding at his thoughts, teasing him gently when his passion carried him off into tangled phrases. The golden light of the library dimmed slowly into amber as the sun lowered outside, but neither of them noticed. Time had folded itself around their quiet, shared world, just two voices, one book, and a closeness that felt fragile yet inexorable. Renlin's mind turned again and again to the riddle, to the clue hiding in plain sight, but he held it close to his chest. This moment was something else, something that was his, and for the first time in a long while he felt not just useful, not just tolerated, but wanted. By the time Renlin lifted his eyes from the faded script, the golden shafts of afternoon had long since bent into the burnished glow of evening. The library's tall windows framed a sky painted in violet and copper, the edges darkening into a quiet blue-black that whispered the approach of night. Shadows stretched long across the marble floor, catching the dust motes in their descent. Renlin shifted slightly, realizing how close the girl beside him had drawn during their long hours bent over Dareth's moon on the water. Her shoulder brushed his arm when she leaned forward, the fabric of her pale green dress, soft and unadorned save for the faint embroidery at the cuffs, whispering against his sleeve. Her hair, a tumble of chestnut curls, had loosened over the day, framing her freckled cheeks and the curve of her neck as though the library lamps themselves had conspired to paint her in warm light. And then came the touch. Her hand, small and warm, settled gently over his as his fingers stilled on the page. Not forceful, not fleeting, just the weight of her palm pressing lightly atop his knuckles, as though to keep him there a moment longer. Renlin's breath caught, his chest ached with the urge to speak, to do something more than simply sit frozen, but the growing dark pulled him back to himself. He cleared his throat softly, shifting in his seat. "It's late," he murmured, forcing steadiness into his voice. My companions will be waiting. They'll worry if I'm not back by nightfall." Her lips parted slightly, then curved into a smile, shy but sincere. A blush crept along her cheekbones, coloring her skin with the soft pink of embarrassment and something more. She withdrew her hand, smoothing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yes," she said, almost reluctantly. "The library closes any minute now anyway, and I've still got the last shelves to straighten." Renlin rose, clutching the book almost instinctively. Its leather cover was worn, the gold lettering faded, but the weight of it in his hand felt significant, more than parchment, more than words. "You can take it with you," she said quickly, before he could set it back down. Her eyes flicked to the floor, then back up to his, uncertain but hopeful. I enjoyed reading with you. It's been some time since I've had someone to share Dareth with. People don't often linger here anymore, not like you did." Renlin's pulse thudded at the earnestness in her voice. For a moment, he almost confessed how much the words had meant to him, how close they had brushed against secrets he dared not yet share. Instead, he only nodded, tucking the book carefully under his arm. She shifted on her feet, the faintest bite to her lip before she found the courage to ask. "Will I see you again? To read, I mean?" He hesitated, glancing toward the tall doors where the city's night had already begun its quiet hum beyond. Uncertainty warred with the memory of her hand over his, with the warmth of her presence that had made the library feel less like a vault of dust and more like a hearth. "Yes," he said at last, softly but firmly. "I'll be back. I am not sure when, but in the coming days." The relief in her face was unmistakable. She clasped her hands before her, her blush deepening as she nodded. Renlin paused at the threshold, turning once more. The question rose almost shyly from his lips, unpolished but genuine. "I never asked your name?" She blinked, then smiled as though caught off guard by the simplicity of it. "Leora." He let the name settle in his chest, warm and sweet. "Good night, Leora." "Good night," she answered, her voice quieter now, almost lost among the creaking shelves. Renlin stepped into the evening air, the book secure in his grasp, the scent of ink and parchment still clinging to him. As the inn's lanterns flickered in the distance, he found his heart heavier and lighter all at once, carrying with it both the whisper of a riddle and the lingering warmth of her touch. The inn sat like a jewel beside the water, lantern light spilling across its carved eaves and glimmering faintly on the gentle waves beyond. Its windows blazed golden in the gathering night, laughter and the clink of mugs drifting into the streets like a welcoming call. Renlin paused a moment outside its heavy oak doors, the book from the library still snug under his arm, his chest full with thoughts of Leora's hand, her blush, and her voice when she said his name. He stepped inside. The inn's common hall was alive with color and sound, thick beams running overhead, tapestries faded with age hanging from the walls, and long tables laden with food and tankards of ale. The air smelled of roasted meat, baked bread, and spiced wine, with just a hint of damp wood from the river breeze sneaking through the shutters. At once, the din enveloped him, pressing warm against his ears, a far cry from the whispering hush of the temple and library. Renlin slipped into the crowd and for once did not feel invisible. He found himself smiling, laughing even, as he struck up conversations with travelers, merchants, and locals alike. His tongue, once so hesitant, now moved freer, loosened by Izzy's lessons and the quiet courage he'd drawn from her presence. He stumbled here and there, but the people smiled at his earnestness, charmed by the sincerity in his green eyes and the way his cheeks flushed when he grew too excited. Somewhere above, unseen to him, Kaelin leaned against the railing of the top floor, watching silently. The orc's gaze was steady, unreadable, as Renlin's voice carried upward with a lilt of joy Kaelin had never heard from him before. Renlin, oblivious, was caught in the current of it all. He thought of Izzy, her smirk, her arm slung casually around him, the way she had brushed close without judgment or mockery. A true friend, perhaps his first beyond the cloistered walls of the scriptorium. She had unshackled him, in her own reckless, chaotic way, from the prison of his own reserve. And though his heart ached still with the memory of Leora's touch, he found himself grateful, profoundly, for Izzy's presence in his life. The music of a lute stirred in the corner, and Renlin joined the laughter at the nearest table, leaning forward to listen to a merchant's tale of storms at sea. His voice chimed in with questions, curiosity brimming, no longer the nervous murmur of a man afraid to be heard. He raised a cup when another pressed it into his hand, the fire of spiced wine warming his throat as the inn's life became his own for the night. For the first time since he'd left the caravan, Renlin felt light, light as air, light as water touched by the moon. And as the night wore on, as laughter and song wrapped around him, he found himself smiling for no reason at all, save that he was alive, among friends, and unafraid. From the upper railing, Kaelin's broad arms folded across his chest, the orc watched quietly as Renlin moved among the tables. The boy looked different tonight. His usual timid stoop was gone, his shoulders squared, his laughter ringing clear in the smoky air. He was glowing, alive in a way Kaelin had not seen since they first crossed paths. For a long moment, Kaelin simply studied him, his stern features softening into something close to a smile. He knew too well the weight of loneliness, of being an outsider pressed to the edges of the world. To see Renlin, once so meek, now embraced by the warmth of strangers, was like watching a flame catch after long kindling. It was good. It was right. And though Kaelin's mind often bent toward caution, toward warning the boy of Izzy's reckless charms, tonight he let himself feel glad for him, glad that the scribe had found his spark. Chapter 6. Kaelin, the Weight of Shadows. The sun hung sharp over the temple square, spilling white light across the pale stone and casting the great spires in long, jagged shadows. Kaelin squinted against the brightness, tugging his cloak tighter around his shoulders as if the cloth could soften the edge of the city pressing in on him. Izzy had gone her way, quick and eager as always. Renlin vanished into the quiet sanctum of the temple, but Kaelin remained where he stood, boots rooted to the cobblestones as streams of townsfolk swept around him like water around a stone. He hated cities, not simply for their noise or their clutter, but for what they pretended to be. Clean, safe, untouchable. Every doorway was a shelter from rain, every wall high enough to keep the wild at bay. Yet Kaelin could smell the rot beneath the perfume, the hunger hidden behind silken smiles. He knew these people thought themselves safe, and that falsehood dug into his chest like a splinter. And beyond all else, he hated the stairs. A group of children spotted him first, whispering with wide eyes before scampering back to their mothers. One man, heavy-set and red-faced, went out of his way to cross the street rather than pass too close. A pair of guards watched him from their post, not approaching but resting their hands a little too comfortably on their hilts. Even here, far from the frontier, an orc was still a monster in their eyes. Kaelin's tusks clenched tight as he exhaled through his nose. He moved on. Each step sent ripples through the crowd, people peeling away, leaving him a bubble of space. It should have felt liberating, but instead it only reminded him how alone he was, how separate. Kalen wandered until the noise of the market dulled into something tolerable. A small courtyard opened before him, shaded by an old oak whose roots twisted through the stone. The sight pulled something from his memory, and he sat heavily on a bench, letting the weight of the day sink into his bones. He thought of Izzy, the first time he had seen her. Gods, what a sight she had been. A wild thing, teeth bared, cornered like a wolf against spears, the whites of her eyes flashing. Dangerous, beautiful, alive. The battlefield had shaped them both, but in her he'd seen a mirror. Rejection, disdain, abandonment. Two creatures bound not by trust but by survival, learning that standing back to back was better than standing alone. His hands flexed against his knees. He had told himself it was practicality that made him stay at her side all these years. She was cunning, resourceful, deadly in ways that complemented his strength. But now there was Renlin, and Kalen saw something he hadn't expected. A thread between Izzy and the scribe, fragile yet real. He wasn't blind to it, wasn't deaf to the way her voice softened sometimes, or how her gaze lingered. Maybe he should have told her not to leave the boy alone. Maybe it would have been kinder, for both of them. But watching Renlin blossom these past days, Kalen couldn't deny the truth. Izzy was starting to seem different around him, a bit softer in moments. Opening her doors, maybe? Kalen pressed his tusks together, the sound low and grinding. He wasn't sure what to make of it. A shout pulled him back to the present. A drunk stumbled from a nearby tavern, tripping over his own feet before catching sight of Kalen on the bench. His bleary eyes widened, mouth twisting into a sneer. "Filthy half-breed," the man spat, though his voice trembled. Kalen stood, not quickly, but with a weight that carried its own warning. The man froze, all bravado vanishing beneath the shadow Kalen cast. For a heartbeat, Kalen considered closing the distance, considered letting the rage that always simmered just below the surface rise and consume. But then he looked past the man, at the watching crowd, at the guards already shifting uneasily at their post. He swallowed the fire, turned his back, and walked away. Their whispers followed him down the street, but so too did a thought, stubborn and unwelcome. Perhaps Izzy is right. Perhaps the boy is right. Perhaps there is more to this world than fear and blades. And yet, even as the thought took root, Kalen's jaw tightened. Cities still had teeth. He would not forget it. Kalen left the jeers and whispers behind, shoulders squared, though the city's pulse still gnawed at him. As he moved deeper into the winding streets, the scent of incense and roasting meats began to drown the stench of refuse. Merchants called from their stalls in sing-song voices. Fabrics fluttered like banners, and above it all, temple bells tolled a slow, resonant hour. He cut through the crowd with ease, people slipping aside like reeds before a current, but not everyone flinched. From the corner of his eye he caught movement. A young boy, no more than 12, weaving too purposefully through the throng. Kalen slowed, hand brushing the pommel of his blade. Sure enough, the boy's fingers darted for the pouch at his belt. Kalen caught his wrist in an iron grip. The boy froze, eyes wide, lips parting in a panicked gasp. But beneath the fear, Kalen saw something else. Hunger. Desperation. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. "You've got guts," Kalen rumbled, voice low enough not to draw attention. The boy trembled in his grip, but didn't bolt. "But if you want to live long enough to grow tusks, you'd best learn when not to bite." The boy's gaze darted past him to a shadowed alley where a thin figure lingered. An older man, sharp-faced, arms crossed, watching, controlling. Kalen let the boy's wrist go, deliberately slow. "Run." The boy hesitated, then obeyed, darting back to the waiting man. But Kalen's eyes locked with the older ones, and in that single heartbeat, Kalen read the whole story. A cut-purse's den, children used like bait, their lives bartered for coin. He should have turned away, it wasn't his fight, not today. But the memory of Izzy, feral and cornered, bit into him, the battlefield feeling. He couldn't just let it go. Kalen followed. The alley bent twice, then widened into a courtyard that stank of smoke and spilled ale. Half a dozen men lounged there, knives at belts, with one figure standing out among them. He was tall but wiry, built on sinew rather than muscle, his cheekbones sharp enough to cut glass. A jagged scar ran from the corner of his left eye down across his jaw, pulling the skin taut so that his sneer seemed permanent. His hair was greased back, dark and thinning at the crown, though he carried himself with the arrogant confidence of a man who thought himself untouchable. His coat, a long, wine-colored thing that might have been fine once, was patched at the elbows and frayed along the hem, but he wore it like a nobleman's mantle. A thin stiletto dagger dangled at his hip, more for show than for strength, its hilt polished from years of being drawn to impress and intimidate. The boy Kalen had seen earlier now lingered behind the man's shoulder, eyes downcast, shrinking into himself. The scarred man ruffled his hair almost fondly before looking Kalen over like a butcher inspecting a carcass. "Well, well," he drawled, voice rich with false amusement. "Look what the street dragged in. A beast. Ripe for caging." The others chuckled on cue, though their laughter rang hollow, feeding off the confidence of the scarred man more than any conviction of their own. Kalen said nothing. His hand closed around the hilt of his greatsword, the leather wrapping worn smooth by years of battle. He did not raise it. Yet. But the courtyard seemed to shrink as his shadow stretched across the stones. Kalen's voice rumbled low, deliberate, the kind of growl that carried steel even without a blade in hand. "You can walk away. All of you. No blood, no broken bones. Leave the boy, and I'll forget I saw you." The scarred man's smile widened, though the corner of his mouth twitched with the effort of holding it. "And let the beast have the last word? No, no. That wouldn't do." He spat to the side, then raised his hand in a lazy signal. His men shifted, hands straying to knives, clubs, even a rusted spear. Kalen's grip tightened. He knew it. He always knew it. Men like these never turned aside when pride was at stake. Before the first blade could flash, a voice cut across the courtyard like a trumpet. "Well, isn't this a fine mess of piss and pride?" A figure shouldered his way into the ring of light. He was tall, broad-chested, dressed in a mismatched patchwork of leather and mail that had seen too many battles and too many taverns. His cloak was bright crimson, a garish choice that clashed with the grime of the alley, but he wore it with a grin so confident it might as well have been royal silk. His hair was golden, catching firelight in a halo, and his smile was the sort of thing that turned foes into drinking companions, or drinking companions into corpses. "Horian Hale," he announced with a dramatic bow, as though everyone should already know the name. "Sword for coin, wine for life, and no patience for carrion." The thugs hesitated, thrown off balance by the sheer volume of him. Horian strode right up beside Kalen, clapping a hand onto the orc's massive shoulder as if they were lifelong comrades. "Gods above, friend, you do know how to pick an audience. Look at these scrawny weeds, you're terrifying them already." "Don't worry, I'll help you scare them off." Kalen shot him a sidelong glare, uncertain if he was an ally or an idiot. Probably both. The scarred man snarled. "Another fool. You should have stayed out of this, golden boy." Horian threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing off the stones. "Golden boy. By the gods, I like you already. But you've got it all wrong. I'm not here to fight you." His smile sharpened, teeth flashing. "I'm here to bury you." That broke the tension like a hammer to glass. The thugs roared, rushing forward in a tangle of blades and curses. Kalen's greatsword came free with a hiss of steel, his massive frame shifting into motion. Horian was just as quick, a long saber appearing in his hand, its edge catching the firelight. The courtyard exploded into violence. Steel screamed as Kalen's greatsword left its sheath. The massive blade looked impossibly heavy, yet it moved as if it were an extension of his arm. His stance widened, boots grinding against the cobblestones, every muscle in his frame coiled to strike. The scarred man's gang surged forward, a knot of blades and clubs aimed to overwhelm. Kalen met them like a wall. His first swing carved through the air in a wide arc, forcing 3 men back at once. Sparks burst as iron scraped iron, the sheer force of his blow rattling their bones even through their weapons. And then, Horian Hale leapt into the fray. Where Kalen was weight and gravity, Horian was lightning. His saber flashed like a tongue of fire, his footwork dazzling sidesteps, spins, lunges that seemed more like a dancer's than a sellsword's. He laughed with every strike, the sound ringing louder than the clash of blades. "Ha! Too slow, too clumsy. Gods, you make this too easy," he roared, cutting down a thug with a flourish so dramatic it almost seemed mocking. Kalen grunted, cleaving aside another man with brutal efficiency. He found his eyes following Horian's movements, almost despite himself. The man's speed was undeniable. He slipped between attackers like water spilling through cracks, every motion precise. His blade darted, quicksilver, puncturing defenses before the enemy even realized they'd been left open. One thug lunged low toward Kalen's side. Before the orc could pivot, Horian's saber was there, batting the strike wide. "Watch your ribs, friend," he bellowed, grinning like a madman. Kalen's tusked mouth curled into the faintest ghost of a smile. "I had it." "Of course you did, but it's more fun this way." Another brute came at Horian with a hammer swing overhead. Horian dropped low, cloak swirling, his saber flicking upward to pierce the man's thigh. The thug screamed, stumbling back, just in time for Kalen's greatsword to crash into his shoulder, splitting him like wood. The courtyard became a blur of movement. Together, they were terrifying. Kalen anchoring the battlefield, his blows shaking the ground, while Horion spun and shouted, a golden storm cutting down stragglers before they even touched the orc. The scarred leader watched, his confidence draining with every corpse. Sweat gleamed along his temple. He barked a command, but his men were faltering, tripping over their own fear. Kalen's sword dripped crimson, his breathing steady, gaze cold. Horion, still laughing, twirled his saber with a flourish, pointing it at the scarred man like an accusation. "Well then," Horion drawled, voice rich with mockery. "Still think you're walking away from this with your pride intact?" Kalen planted his sword tip against the stones, resting his massive hands upon the hilt. His silence was heavier than Horion's taunts, a promise of finality. The scarred man's face twisted, caught between rage and fear. The last act of the fight was about to fall. The scarred man made his last mistake. He lunged, desperate to reclaim his standing. Kalen shifted just enough, his sword arcing downward with finality. The man collapsed, his lifeblood spreading across the cobblestones, a silence falling like a curtain as the last of the gang fled or lay broken. Kalen exhaled slowly, lowering his blade. The weight of the fight was gone, but his body thrummed with the aftershocks of violence. Without a word, he began walking among the fallen, heavy steps echoing. One by one, he collected their purses, rough leather, stitched cloth, jingling with ill-gotten coin. When the work was done, he returned to the boy cowering near the alley's edge and set the small heap down at his feet. "Yours," Kalen said simply, voice low, final. The boy's eyes widened, speechless. Behind him, Horion let out a bark of laughter, wiping blood from his saber with a dramatic flick. "By the gods, you've got a kind soul in there, my tusked friend. You crush bones like granite, yet leave silver for strays. Poetic, really." His voice carried, filling the whole square. Kalen gave no reply beyond a grunt, but Horion clapped him on the shoulder anyway. "You and I? Ha! We'd make a killing together, I swear it. 2 blades, 1 mountain and 1 flame. The sellsword guilds would whisper our names in awe." He gestured grandly, as though painting their future in the air itself. "I'm not interested," Kalen rumbled. "Of course you're not." Horion threw his head back, laughing, unbothered by the refusal. "But if fate ever drags you south, find me. Coastal city of Cerulea's Rest? Ah, the bluest waters you'll ever see, white sands, a tavern where the wine runs like rivers. And the women, gods, beautiful. Tell the innkeeper my name and you'll have a bed and drink for days. My thanks for your steel this evening." Kalen's brow arched slightly, filing the name away without comment. Then Horion suddenly stiffened, eyes darting beyond Kalen. A grin split his face wide, wolfish. "Ah, and here comes trouble." From the far end of the square, armored boots clattered. Torches bobbed in the dusk as a squad of guards pushed into the street, voices sharp. "Guards!" Horion bellowed, already darting backward like a fox on the run. "Run, my friend, they're on to us!" "Ha!" And just like that, he was gone, saber flashing in the firelight as he vaulted over a low fence, laughter echoing into the night. Kalen stood for a heartbeat longer, his massive frame silhouetted in the torchlight, before turning into the shadowed alleys, his path silent, deliberate, already vanishing into the labyrinth of the city. The guards' shouts pierced the dusk, torches flaring bright in the square. Kalen's shoulders tensed. He had no quarrel with city law, not tonight, not with the scribe's mission hanging in the balance. Trouble here would mean chains, wasted time, and eyes fixed on them when they could least afford it. His hand went to the hood at his back, tugging it up to shadow his tusked features. With a single glance at the approaching squad, he turned and slipped into a narrow alleyway. The cobblestones were slick with evening damp, the streets a twisting maze. Kalen's size should have made him easy prey to follow, but he knew how to move. Years in forests, ruins, and war camps had taught him when to be thunder, when to be silence. Now he was silence. Boots hammered behind him, voices echoing. "There! To the left!" But every corner gave him distance. He ducked beneath a hanging line of laundry, pushed through a shutter half open, and emerged into a tighter lane, his footfalls muffled by the littered dirt. A cart rolled past, oxen groaning under its load. Kalen slid behind it, pressing low as the guards rushed by. His breath stayed steady, controlled, though his muscles were wired tight with readiness should they double back. When the danger passed, he ghosted from shadow to shadow, never hurrying more than needed, his strength spent on patience rather than panic. By the time the torches dimmed and the shouts faded into the distance, the city had quieted again. The air carried the faint tang of the sea, gulls crying somewhere overhead. Kalen paused beneath an old stone arch at the edge of a market square, pulling his hood lower still. He had not been seen, not truly, only a shape in the dark, a phantom retreating into alleys. That would be enough to keep them from looking too closely. As night thickened, he allowed himself a slower pace, heading toward the outer wards where the taverns and inns waited. His heart was calm again, though he could still hear Horian's laughter ringing in his ears, wild and untamed. By evening, Kaelin had vanished from the watchful eyes of the city guard, a shadow swallowed whole by the streets. He would return to the inn as if nothing had happened, only another face in the crowd, carrying his silence like armor. Kaelin was the first to arrive back at the inn, the last traces of sunlight still clinging to the skyline as lanterns began to glow across the streets. The building was a broad timber structure, its beams darkened by age and its door worn smooth by countless hands. A warm, yeasty haze of ale, roasting meat, and wood smoke pressed outward into the cool air, inviting and suffocating all at once. He pushed inside, hood still drawn, though no one paid him much attention. Just another tired traveler among dozens. The clamor of tankards, laughter, and the low drone of lute strings rolled over him. For a man who had spent more of his life under open skies, the walls felt close but tolerable. Kaelin made for the counter, sliding a few of the coins taken from the street toughs earlier that day across the wood. The barkeep nodded, wordless, and in return placed before him a brimming pitcher of dark ale, another of sweet wine, and a roasted chicken leg torn from its bird. Kaelin carried the small feast away without comment, the clink of the pitchers heavy in his calloused hands. He found a table in the corner, the firelight catching the bronze of his tusks as he drank deep. The ale burned pleasantly down his throat, the fat from the chicken slicking his lips. For a moment, his thoughts eased, and he allowed himself a simple wish that the others' searches had turned up more fruit than his scuffle in the alleys. Still, he smirked faintly as he chewed. At least Horian had left him with something, if not answers, then the promise of coin, wine, and a free stretch of beach far from this city. A vacation. Strange word for a man like him. Stranger still how much it sounded like something he might accept. When his plate was clean, Kaelin rose and made his way to the top floor. The stairs creaked beneath his weight, and he leaned on the railing once he reached the gallery above the common room. From here, he had a clear view of the entrance below, the ebb and flow of merchants, guards, and travelers streaming in as the night grew deeper. He remained there for some time, silent, watchful, a dark shape in the glow of lantern light. His thoughts wandered, of Izzy's sharp grin and Celine's poisonous shadow, of the scribe's earnest eyes. A battlefield of hearts and pasts, he thought. None of them walked lightly, not even the boy. The door swung open at last, and Kaelin's gaze sharpened. Renan stepped into the inn, parchment and satchel in hand, his cheeks flushed not from drink but from something softer. He looked different, glowing even. The boy moved among the crowd with uncharacteristic ease, chatting with strangers, smiling with a freedom Kaelin had never seen on him before. Kaelin leaned heavier on the railing, lips curving into the faintest smile. He did not announce himself, did not break the moment. Instead, he watched, quietly pleased, silently guarding. The scribe had come far in so short a time. And perhaps, Kaelin thought as he poured himself another cup of wine, that was worth more than any rune or riddle. Chapter 7. Little Rabbit. As they separated, the weight of the city pressed in. The crowd carried each of them away like leaves cast on a river's current. Izzy let herself drift southward, boots clicking on cobbled stone, following scents that grew stronger the deeper she wove into the city's belly. Spices, smoke, perfume, thick and cloying, mingling with laughter that always seemed too sharp. She knew these smells. They clung like memories, unwelcome yet familiar. The streets narrowed, lanterns painted red swaying above doorways, silk curtains fluttering in windows. Music spilled from taverns where shadows danced in lamplight. Voices, husky, beckoning, called from doorways, promising warmth, company, escape. Izzy's pace slowed. Her fingers brushed the hilt of her dagger, not out of fear, but instinct. This place wasn't a threat, it was a mirror, and it reminded her of everything she had clawed free from. Still, her violet-gray eyes gleamed as she smiled to herself, fox-like. If there was information to be found in this city, she would find it here. Among wolves dressed in silk and shadows perfumed with roses. Even in the height of day, the district was alive. Crowds pressed shoulder to shoulder, laughter spilling from doorways, dice clattering on tabletops dragged out into the street. Bright silks fluttered from balconies overhead, some patterned with painted roses, others stitched with gold thread that caught the sun. The air was thick with incense, sweat, and perfume. Scents layered so heavily that they clung to her skin with every step. Izzy wove through the chaos with practiced ease, her violet-gray eyes drifting from one pocket of life to another. She caught sight of women leaning in doorframes, drawing men closer with nothing more than a smile. and merchants hawking cheap jewelry made to look expensive. A group of masked performers danced to the tune of a violin, their motions sharp, alluring, their painted faces twisted into false joy. She smirked faintly. Even here, in daylight, the game never stopped. This district never slept, why would it? Coin never tired. Desire never dulled. Crowded even now. Izzy thought, tugging at the braid in her chestnut hair absently as her gaze swept the busy lane. All these people, spilling secrets without even realizing. And every one of them thinks they're the clever one. Just like me, once. The thought sat bitter in her chest. She adjusted the silver cuff on her pointed ear, exhaling slowly. Her mind sharpened. If she wanted information, real information, she'd have to choose wisely where to dig. Brothels had ears sharper than daggers, and their keepers often knew more than priests. Taverns were useful too, drunk tongues wagged easily, but sifting through lies took patience. And then there were guild houses, mercenaries, hunters, smugglers, men and women who traded in blood and whispers as much as steel. Izzy let her gaze drift to a sign swinging on rusted chains farther down the street, a carved wolf's head, scarred and weathered, marking the door of the local hunters' guild. Her smile tugged sharper, fox-like. Best place for teeth, she muttered to herself. The brothel was impossible to miss. Painted shutters were thrown open to let in the noon sun, silk curtains swaying in the warm breeze. Women leaned against the frames, draped in gauzy robes that revealed more than they concealed, their laughter carrying out into the street like music crafted to snare. Izzy slowed as she passed. A tall, dark-haired beauty caught her gaze and winked, curling a finger to beckon her closer. Another, with golden hair spilling over bare shoulders, blew a kiss, her lips stained deep crimson. A pair pressed together behind them, whispering in each other's ears before breaking into a teasing giggle at Izzy's expense. She couldn't help it, her lips curved into a smile. Not one of invitation, not truly. A smile with a weight beneath it, a shadow pressed into its edges. Maybe another time, she thought. Business first. The words whispered in her own head, not quite spoken, and with them came that familiar pang, half yearning, half ache. She shifted her cloak tighter around her shoulders and moved on, though the music of laughter lingered behind her like perfume. Further down, the scent of sizzling spices and roasting meat pulled her forward. A street vendor stood behind a cart piled high with skewered lamb and flatbread blistered on the coals. Izzy's stomach gave an unbidden growl, and she smirked faintly at herself. "A coin for the hungry lady?" the vendor asked, lifting a skewer with practiced flourish. Izzy flicked him a copper piece and caught the food mid-air as he tossed it, biting into the tender meat. The juices hit her tongue with a burst of salt and smoke, grounding her in the moment. She ate standing there, eyes roaming the chaos around her, the dice games, the drunken men stumbling even at midday, the children darting between carts with quick hands and quicker feet, all of it pressed down on her with that strange blend of familiarity and unease. This was her kind of place. Loud, dirty, alive. And yet, as the flavors faded and she wiped her hands on her cloak, she realized it wasn't comfort she felt, not really. Her gaze drifted again, and there it was, the wolf's head sign swinging gently in the breeze, scarred wood catching the light. The Hunters Guild, a place that dealt in coin, blood, and whispers. A place where answers waited if one knew how to ask. Izzy adjusted her braid over her shoulder, straightened her back, and started toward the door. The heavy oak door groaned as Izzy pushed it open. Heat hit her first. Pipe smoke, the tang of sweat, the sour bite of spilled ale soaked into the planks. The Hunters Guild wasn't just a hall, it was a den, raw and restless. A tavern had been built into one side, and every table was packed. Plates clattered, mugs slammed against wood, and the laughter that rose wasn't merry. It was sharp-edged, the kind that could cut flesh if given the chance. Dozens of heads turned when she stepped inside. The din faltered, voices tapering off into the hiss of suspicion and curiosity. Men with scarred jaws leaned back in their chairs, studying her with narrowed eyes. Women with knives strapped across their thighs looked her up and down with cool appraisal. And somewhere at the back, a huge, bald brute with a broken nose muttered something low, sending a ripple of snickers through his table. Izzy felt their gazes slide over her, like hands searching for weak seams in armor, sizing me up, measuring if I'm prey or poison. She let a smile curve her lips, loose and easy, playing at warmth even as her fingers brushed the hilt of the dagger at her hip. "Well," she said lightly, voice carrying just enough to be heard, "seems I walked into the wrong place." One man near the front, broad-shouldered, with teeth yellowed from chewing barkweed, leaned forward, elbow on the table. His eyes crawled over her figure, lingering with all the grace of grease sliding down glass. "What's a pretty little thing like you doing in a dirty place like this?" The room hummed, waiting for her answer. Izzy tilted her head, a smile widening though it never reached her eyes. She let her gaze sweep lazily over the tables, as though the weight of their stares amused her more than it threatened. "This is cozy. Half the room looks like they'd sell me, the other half like they'd buy me." A ripple of laughter, too sharp, too eager, went through the tables. But the elf didn't flinch, her hand brushing the hilt of her dagger like it was just part of the conversation. Don't worry, she went on, voice low and honeyed. I'm not here to cause trouble. Unless someone asks nicely. That earned a heavier silence, the kind that prickled in the air, balanced somewhere between menace and interest. The guild wasn't charmed, the laughter that followed her last words was jagged, more hostile than amused. One of them, a brute of a man with a shaven head and shoulders like a blacksmith's anvil, scraped his chair back and stood. He towered over Izzy, his shadow swallowing her in the smoky light. He leaned down close, his breath thick with ale and meat, his words meant to strip her down to nothing. Elf like you doesn't belong here. Soft skin, pretty smile. You're nothing but a coin purse waiting to be spent. I'm gonna fucking eat you alive, little rabbit. And give whatever is left to the table. For once, Izzy's smile didn't hold. It slipped away, slow, deliberate, like a mask lowering. Her violet gray eyes flattened into something cold, unreadable. The tavern's noise thinned, men shifting in their chairs as they noticed the change. The brute didn't just leer, he reached out. A meaty hand, scarred and calloused, brushed along her hip as if he owned the right. Her hand moved quicker than the eye, snapping to his wrist and twisting hard. The man yelped as his knees buckled, and in the same motion, she shoved her shoulder into his chest. He hit the floorboards with a resounding crack, sprawled flat on his back, gasping for air as the guild erupted in a roar of laughter and jeers at his expense. Izzy loomed over him, expression cold and unreadable, her violet gray eyes as sharp as blades. She didn't need words, her silence was punishment enough. The man rolled onto his side, muttering curses, clutching his wrist. The others, however, were satisfied. To them, she had proved herself. Not just pretty, not just sharp-tongued, but dangerous. But one hunter at the back, a wiry fellow with sharp eyes, saw what the others didn't, saw how her shoulders had tensed, how her fingers twitched at her side like they were aching to draw blood. He saw how close she'd been to turning the room into a slaughterhouse. Izzy didn't smile. The guild hall slowly returned to its usual chaos, dice clattering on tables, mugs slamming, laughter rising like smoke. But her face stayed carved from stone. She turned on her heel, boots striking the floor with deliberate calm, and walked toward the bounty board. The laughter and talk returned around her, but in her chest there was only silence, a hollow space where her smile had once been. Cold, collected, unforgiving. Her eyes scanned the parchment slips nailed to the board, the words blurring as a whisper slid through her head. Why stop now? She froze, fingers hovering over the curling edge of a bounty note. You could end them all right here. No one would mourn them. It would be easy. Gods, it would be fun. Her jaw tightened. She didn't need to turn to know whose voice it was. It curled like smoke through her mind, familiar, mocking, seductive. Izzy's hand flexed against the hilt of her dagger. For half a heartbeat, she almost believed it was her own thought. Then she turned, and there she was. Celine leaned in the doorway, not dressed for a hunt, but for the district just outside, silks that clung to her like water, a slit that bared a long leg, jewelry catching the light of the hearth. The hunters had missed her entrance completely, but Izzy saw her as if the whole room had gone silent again. That smirk, that same dangerous curve of lips. Celine lifted a brow, eyes glittering, as though she'd read every dark flicker Izzy had just swallowed down. Izzy's chest tightened, a sharp pang beneath her breastbone that spread like cracks through glass. Her lungs pulled in air, but it felt thin, useless, like breathing through cloth. The tavern noise faded to a muffled hum, like she was underwater. Celine hadn't spoken a word. She didn't need to. The curve of her smirk, the way her silks shimmered in the firelight, the easy tilt of her body against the frame, it was all enough to ignite sparks in Izzy's chest. Sparks that weren't fire, but memory. You could end them all, no one would mourn them, it would be fun. I'll fucking eat you alive, little rabbit. It would be easy. The words painted themselves across the walls of her skull, unbidden, as though Celine had reached in and branded them there years ago. Izzy blinked, but every time her eyes found Celine's, another flicker of memory surged. Silk sheets tangled at their waists, the sharp taste of wine on Celine's lips, laughter that turned cruel in a heartbeat. Her throat tightened. She grabbed her chest as if to hold her heart still, palm pressed hard against the racing beat. It was too much. The scent of perfume she remembered, the shimmer of those gems, the fire in Celine's gaze that always promised ruin. Izzy stumbled back, the room narrowing, the warmth of the guild hall twisting into a suffocating closeness. The walls pressed in, the laughter of hunters rang harsh in her ears. She turned sharply and pushed through the crooked hall behind the bar, boots striking too loud, too fast. The uneven timbers and dim lantern light gave her cover to flee, breath ragged, hands still clutching her chest. Up the stairs two at a time, the air cooler, thinner but no less heavy. She didn't look back. She didn't dare. Celine's smirk stayed etched in her mind's eye, burning there as if she'd carved it into her very soul. The room upstairs was small, meant for travelers who only needed a bed and 4 walls, but to Izzy it might as well have been a cage. She slammed the door shut with her back, slid down the frame until she hit the floorboards hard, and curled forward with both arms wrapped around her chest. Her breath came ragged, sharp pulls of air that hissed through clenched teeth. Saliva slipped from the corner of her mouth, warm against her chin, unnoticed. Her chest tightened like a fist was closing around her heart. "Eat you alive, little rabbit. It would be fun. End them all." The words pressed against her skull in Celine's voice, more vivid than memory, sharper than thought. They drummed inside her, louder than her pulse. She pressed her palm hard against her sternum, as if she could hold herself together, her other hand clawing at the floor. "Get it together," she whispered hoarsely, the words cracking out of her throat. "Get it together, damn you!" Her dagger scraped free of its sheath, a whisper of steel. She gripped the hilt tight enough for her knuckles to whiten, then laid the blade across her open left palm. The metal was cool, steady, real. With a sharp intake of breath, she squeezed. Pain. The edge bit into her flesh just enough to bloom fire across her nerves. Her breath hitched, her body jerking as crimson welled in a thin line across her palm. She tightened her grip on the blade, not to bleed, but to anchor. Every spike of pain drew her back from the storm inside her head. It hurt, but it was hers. Hers to control, hers to endure. Her chest heaved, her teeth bared, tears stinging at the edges of her eyes but never falling. The words still rattled in her skull, Celine's voice circling like a hawk overhead. Then, a knock. Soft, deliberate. Her head snapped toward the door, eyes wide. The wood creaked slowly as it opened, a thin line of hallway light spilling across the floorboards. And there she was, Celine, leaning casually against the frame, clad in silks more suited for sex than a hunt, her body haloed in the glow from the hall. The face she wore was light, almost playful, but her eyes carried the glimmer of a predator who'd already chosen her prey. Her presence filled the small room like smoke. She didn't need to speak. Izzy heard her anyway. The old words, the ones that haunted, the ones that seduced and taunted, painted themselves fresh across her mind's eye. Her chest heaved again, the dagger trembled in her grip, blood trickling across her fingers. Celine tilted her head, as if amused by the sight of Izzy collapsed, broken open, yet still gripping steel like it was her lifeline. The silence stretched thin, heavy, unbearable. And then, Celine stepped further inside, shutting the door with a click that seemed to echo forever. Celine let the silence stretch, her smirk sharpening as her eyes traveled over Izzy's trembling hand and the dagger still pressed in her own palm. She stepped closer, her perfume amber and smoke curling into the air between them. "Well?" Celine murmured at last, her voice velvet wrapped around Barb's. "Still playing the part of the cornered wolf, are you? But look at you now, eyes wide, chest heaving, a blade you can barely hold steady. Almost cute, Izzy. Almost." Izzy said nothing. She clenched her jaw, swallowing down the tremor in her chest, forcing her eyes to narrow, to focus. Celine's words slid like oil. "Did you miss me? The nights we shared? The way you begged me to slow down, and then begged me not to stop?" She tilted her head, black hair spilling like ink over one shoulder, her lips curling with cruel delight. "I can still hear it." Izzy's silence was a shield, thin but steady. She pulled her breath in slow, steadying the storm clawing inside her. The trembling in her hand eased, though her dagger still shivered faintly in her grip. Celine's smirk twitched wider. "Ah, there's the stare. Cold, sharp. The Izzy I know. The Izzy who made me bleed, and liked it." Before Izzy could respond, Celine's hand shot out, fingers knotting in her hair, yanking her head back hard. Izzy's breath tore out of her throat as her chin snapped upward, throat bared. Celine's other hand slithered down, smooth as silk, wrapping over Izzy's dagger hand, guiding it upward, up, until the steel kissed the hollow of Izzy's throat. The blade pressed just enough to remind her how fragile skin could be. Izzy's lips parted, the words rough but steady. "I thought you wanted me alive," she hissed through her teeth. "To find your artifact, since you're not clever enough to find it yourself." The smirk never left Celine's face, though her eyes glittered, sharp and wild. She leaned close, her breath brushing Izzy's lips. "Oh, I do," Celine purred, the dagger pressing firmer for half a heartbeat before she slackened her grip. "But what's the fun in waiting patiently?" Her teeth glinted as she whispered, low and intimate. Until then, I just want to have a little fun. Celine's grin widened, sharp as broken glass, as if Izzy's defiance only amused her more. She leaned in, the heat of her body seeping into the air, the faint hum of fire licking at her skin as if embers lived beneath her flesh. Then, without warning, Celine's lips crushed against Izzy's. Izzy froze, eyes wide, cheeks burning scarlet, her breath caught in her throat, her dagger slipping from her grip as Celine's tongue pushed past her parted lips, tasting her, claiming her. Izzy's mind reeled, panic and heat colliding in a dizzying rush. She wanted to push her away, she wanted to claw free, but she couldn't move, because as Celine's kiss deepened, another sensation wound its way through her. Whispers, fleeting, half-formed thoughts not her own. Memories stirred loose. Kaylin's warnings, Renlin's nervous laughter, the cold rune pressed into her palm the day they left the forest, the words etched on the parchment, where the water remembers the moon. Celine's gift bled into her through the kiss, slipping past her defenses like smoke, rifling through her mind. She sifted through Izzy's experiences, tugging at threads, pulling at secrets, seeing not just what Izzy had done but what she had felt, her exile, her scars, the budding bond with the scribe, the faint ache of loneliness she buried beneath wit and bravado. Izzy's heart slammed against her ribs. She thought it was the kiss, the stolen intimacy, the taste of Celine's tongue sliding against hers. But it was more. Something invasive, something stripping her bare. And she couldn't stop it. When Celine finally pulled back, a strand of saliva stretched between them, catching the dim light of the crooked chamber before it broke and fell against Izzy's chin. Her dagger clattered to the floor as Celine released her hair, stepping back with deliberate slowness, triumphant and radiant. Her lips glistened, and her smirk was that of a conqueror. She purred, voice husky with satisfaction. Even better than I remembered. She licked the corner of her mouth, eyes glittering with dangerous delight. You hide so many delicious things in that head of yours, little rabbit. Izzy, cheeks aflame and chest heaving, clutched at herself, shame and rage twisting into knots. She didn't understand what Celine had done, but she felt violated, undone. Celine turned on her heel, hips swaying, every step dripping confidence. She didn't need to say it aloud. Izzy knew. Celine had taken something. Celine lingered in the doorway, her shadow cutting sharp lines across the dim floorboards. Her lips curved into that infuriating smirk as she turned her head back, eyes burning with cruel amusement. You always did try so hard to play strong, she said softly, but the venom in her words carried like a blade. But I've seen what you keep buried. You wear that charm like armor, but beneath it, broken glass. And Kaylin. She let out a laugh, low and mocking. You think Kaylin can keep you steady? He's drowning in his own ghosts. He can't save you. He never could. Izzy's lips parted, a protest caught in her throat, but Celine pressed on, circling her like a predator savoring the tremble in its prey. And the boy, your darling little scribe. Celine's laugh was soft, almost pitying. He sees only what you let him see, that bright, glittering mask you wear. But the truth, if he ever glimpsed the real you, the hunger, the blood, the ruin, you think he'd still sit so close? Still look at you with those wide, innocent eyes? No. She leaned in, her breath hot against Izzy's ear. He'd run screaming. He'd never love you, not truly. That's why you'll always be alone, little rabbit. Little rabbit, Celine purred. Because no matter how far you run, no matter who you cling to, only I know what you truly are. And I'm not afraid of it. She straightened then, firelight curling at her fingertips, casting her face in a glow that was equal parts divine and damnable. Her smile softened again, just enough to be cruel. I'll even love you for it. The words lingered in the air, poisonous and sweet. Celine turned away, the sway of her hips mocking again, haunted by that whisper, echoing through her skull. I'll even love you. Then Celine turned back, slowly, deliberately. Her eyes glowed like banked embers, cruel delight shimmering in them as though she'd known Izzy's every thought, every tremor of doubt. Izzy lay sprawled on the floorboards, her chest heaving, her fingers tightening around the dagger though her arms trembled. Her throat burned with words she wanted to hurl, words that would cut sharper than steel, yet what slipped out was broken, stammering, barely carrying weight. You think I'd ever? Her voice cracked, defiance swallowed up by the shudder in her chest. The attempt at a jab fell flat, crumbling before Celine's amused stare. Celine chuckled, low and rich, as though the failure had been the answer she wanted all along. She bent at the waist, her hair spilling forward like liquid fire, and extended her hand, palm up, patient, a serpent offering salvation. "Come with me," she said softly, almost tenderly. "Leave the boy. Leave the orc. They'll never understand you, not the way I do. With me, you'll stop pretending, stop clawing for scraps of acceptance. You'll be who you were meant to be. Dangerous, beautiful, untethered." The words dug under Izzy's skin like hooks. Her breath quickened, panic and temptation coiling in her gut. Slowly, shakily, she raised her hand toward Celine's, her eyes flashing with something desperate, hope maybe, or fury. She took her hand but suddenly pulled her, lunging, trying to drive her dagger home. Steel rang, pain lanced through her wrist, the blade slipped away. Celine was already behind her, impossibly fast, her movements almost playful. Izzy gasped as Celine's arms coiled around her waist, pulling her upright in a bruising embrace. Her tongue darted out, licking across Izzy's ear with a mocking hum. "You think you're clever," Celine whispered, hot breath searing her skin. The dagger clattered uselessly across the floor. "But I can have you any time I please, little rabbit." Izzy froze as Celine's fingers slid down, catching the hem of her tunic. With one swift hug of steel, the fabric split. Cold air kissed her skin. Vulnerability washed over her, raw and unshielded. Celine stepped back, just far enough to stand above her, drinking in the sight. Her smirk curved, slow and cruel, eyes burning with hunger and triumph both. "One last look," she murmured, voice thick with dark satisfaction. "Don't forget who holds you, even when I'm gone." And then, as if the air itself swallowed her, Celine was gone, slipping into the dark, leaving nothing but the echo of her touch, the chill of exposed skin, and the venom of her words twisting through Izzy's chest. Izzy stayed there on the wooden floor long after Celine's presence dissolved into shadow. The silence pressed heavy, broken only by the uneven drag of her breath. She curled inward, pulling her knees close, her chest still bare where the torn fabric clung uselessly. Her fingers traced the gouge in the wood where her dagger had slipped, and for a long time she stared at it, empty-eyed, her thoughts a storm of shame, anger, and the faintest ember of longing she hated herself for. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, her breathing steadied, though the weight on her ribs never left. She pushed herself up, palms flat against the floor, limbs trembling but obedient. She scavenged the room. A chest half falling apart yielded nothing but moth-eaten rags. The wardrobe's bottom drawer coughed up an undershirt, too tight and coarse but intact. Izzy pulled it over her head, grimacing at the fit, the rough fabric biting against her skin. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Her steps were sluggish at first, but resolve crept back with each one as she descended into the noise of the district. Lanterns were being lit, bathing the streets in orange glow, the smell of roasted meats and smoke wafting thick. She kept her head down until a splash of silk caught her eye, an opening still lit, a silk merchant's narrow shop squeezed between a jeweler and a perfumed parlor. Inside, she trailed her fingers over bolts of fabric, the smoothness soothing after the coarse shirt. She had little left, a few coins clinking pitifully in her palm, but enough. She chose a tunic the color of deep wine, soft and flowing. Handing over her last copper, she changed quickly behind a hanging curtain, exhaling when the fabric draped against her like an armor made of elegance. It wasn't the best she had ever worn, but it gave her back a piece of herself Celine had stolen. Outside, the night was alive. Izzy paused in the street, cheeks tingling with heat that wasn't entirely from shame. She slapped her face twice, hard enough to sting, forcing the fog away. Then came the smile, crafted, sharp, and familiar. The smile that said she was untouchable, the smile that had carried her through taverns, battlefields, and betrayals alike. By the time she turned down the street that led toward the inn, she was Izzy again, charming, witty, dangerous, and no one would ever know how close she had come to breaking. Chapter 8: Connection. The inn's heavy oak doors swung inward, spilling out a swell of warmth, laughter, and the riotous music of a lute. The common room was bursting with life, merchants slamming mugs together, sailors singing off-key shanties, and locals swaying arm in arm to a drunken rhythm. Izzy paused at the threshold, the press of bodies before her almost impenetrable. She was small enough to vanish into a crowd, and so she did, slipping between hips and shoulders, weaving like a shadow, her ears catching snatches of bawdy jokes and the clatter of dice. Her eyes were searching, not for drink or song, but for him. Kalen. She found him easily, leaning against the railing of the upper floor, broad shoulders half silhouetted in the lantern light. His gaze turned downward as though cataloging every stranger who came and went. He hadn't seen her yet. That suited her just fine. For once, she wanted to approach quietly, without him knowing first. Step by careful step, she crossed the room and climbed the creaking stairs. The laughter below dulled, but the pulse of it still thrummed in her bones. At the landing she lingered, and then softly, "Kaelin." The orc's head turned at once, and his eyes narrowed as they swept over her. His stare was steady, measuring. It lingered on her new shirt, far tighter than her usual garb, and the faint gleam of silk peeking from beneath her leather. The corner of his mouth tugged upward. "Had yourself quite the time?" he rumbled, voice threaded with humor. "Ruined the old one, did you? That good?" The words should have landed lighthearted, but her face betrayed her. The smile she had worn, her armor fractured. Her eyes, bright but hollowed by something deeper, gave her away. Kaelin straightened, his jest fading. "Is?" he asked, the name shaped into a question. She did not answer at first. Instead, she turned away from him, walking to the railing. Her hands gripped the wood as though anchoring herself. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet, stripped of its usual playful lilt. "I froze," she admitted, her voice low, eyes fixed on the chaos below, though she wasn't seeing it. Celine appeared. It was like the ground dropped out from under me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The panic came crashing down, worse than I've felt in years. She pressed her fingers to the railing as though to steady herself. "I thought I was ready," she went on, voice trembling at the edges. "I thought I could take her on with the same confidence I had back in Avaran. But that wasn't mine, not really. You were there, Kaelin. You anchored me. You gave me that confidence. Alone, it slipped through my fingers. And now I see." She drew a sharp breath, shaking her head. "I'm weaker than I thought I was." Kaelin's presence was suddenly at her side, solid and grounding. He didn't speak immediately. His silence was not dismissive. It was heavy, deliberate. When he finally turned to her, his gaze was softer than she had ever seen. "It's been a long time since I've seen you like this," he spoke softly. "I thought the panic attacks were gone." Her lips parted, but she said nothing. Instead, she looked at him, truly looked, and found no mockery there, no pity, just compassion. "If she comes again," Kaelin said, resting a broad hand gently on her shoulder, "I'll be there. I always will be." For a moment, her composure cracked and her eyes stung. She leaned into him, just slightly, and let his arms circle her in a rare embrace. The strength of it pressed her back into herself, gave her the shape she thought she had lost. "You can stop whenever you want," he told her, voice rumbling against her ear. "But if you keep going, then do it knowing you're not alone. I'll be at your side, always. You're tougher than you think, Iz." Izzy let out a long, trembling breath. Her smile returned, faint but real this time. "I want to push through," she whispered. "I have to. I'll take this from her and make it mine, for me." Kaelin gave her shoulder a final, firm pat before releasing her, nodding once as if the matter were settled. But in his eyes lingered the quiet vow of a man who had no intention of letting her fight her battles alone. Izzy let out a sharp breath, then lifted both hands and gave her cheeks a quick, playful slap, enough to sting faintly and wake herself from the heaviness clinging to her chest. She drew in a steadier breath, straightening her shoulders, forcing some spark back into her voice. "Well," she said with a faint grin, "that's enough brooding for one night. How about you, big guy? Hopefully your day in the city was better than mine." Kaelin studied her for a beat, his dark eyes narrowing just slightly as if weighing the truth in her words. Then, with that crooked half-smile that never quite reached his scarred cheek, he gave a small grunt of amusement. "Met an interesting man," he said, his tone even but carrying a flicker of humor. "Loud, ridiculous, worth telling you about over breakfast. That's a story in itself." He tipped his chin toward the room below. "But right now, take a look at that." Izzy followed his gaze and blinked, surprised she hadn't noticed sooner. Right in the heart of the crowded inn, surrounded by the swell of laughter and clattering mugs, the scribe stood, no longer the quiet, uncertain boy she had first met. His posture was open, his gestures animated, words flowing easily with a small crowd of patrons leaning in to listen. His cheeks were flushed from drink, but his smile was genuine, bright in a way that lit his entire face. He looked alive in a way she had never seen before, like the weight he had carried since Avaran had been replaced with something freer. You did that, Kalen murmured, his deep voice steady and unshakably certain. You unshackled him. For a long moment, Izzy didn't answer. She simply leaned against the railing, eyes fixed on the scribe below as though caught in a spell. The crowd around him seemed distant, muffled. What she saw was him, shining in his own small way, and she felt something warm stir beneath the ache that Celine had left in her chest. It wasn't pride exactly, it was relief, gratitude, maybe even hope. Her lips curved almost hesitantly at first, then deepened into something softer, steadier. A smile without artifice, stripped of wit and charm, real, unguarded. She turned her head slightly toward Kalen, her voice low, touched with fondness she couldn't quite mask. Well, at least that's one good thing to come out of today. Kalen didn't reply, just gave a quiet grunt of agreement and folded his arms, watching both her and the scribe with a kind of silent satisfaction. For Izzy, the noise of the inn suddenly didn't feel so heavy. For the first time since leaving that room upstairs, the hollowness loosened its grip, replaced by a fragile, genuine warmth that lingered even as she turned her gaze back to the crowd below. Kalen's eyes fell back onto Izzy. He was worried for her more than he cared to admit. The light of late morning spilled across the wooden floorboards of the rented room, warming the air with the smell of bread baking in ovens below and the faint tang of stale ale. Kalen was already awake, seated by the window, arms folded across his chest, his dark eyes fixed lazily on the street outside. Izzy stretched out on her bed, hair tousled but her expression calm, the closest thing to well-rested she had looked in days. On the floor, however, the picture was less graceful. Renlin lay sprawled half-naked across a pile of blankets, one leg bent at an odd angle, his hair in wild tangles across his face. His mouth opened in a sharp gasp, and suddenly he lurched upright with a strangled sound, eyes wide. A heartbeat later, he scrambled to the window and shoved it open, gagging and retching violently into the alley below. Izzy sat up slowly, arms crossed over her knees, watching him with a feline smirk curling across her lips. And here I thought Kalen and I were the ones who needed watching, she drawled. Turns out we had to babysit you last night. You should have seen yourself smiling, singing, nearly fell face first into a plate of cheese. Renlin groaned, shoulders tight, one hand braced against the sill as he coughed and spat into the street. His cheeks flushed crimson, though whether from embarrassment or the lingering aftershock of too much wine, it was impossible to tell. Kalen pushed himself up from the chair, the faintest shadow of amusement tugging at his mouth. But more than that, he watched Izzy. Watched the way her teasing words came with steady ease, the sparkle behind them just a little closer to the woman he knew. The elf was putting herself back together, shard by shard. He said nothing of it, but the relief showed in his eyes. Come on, Kalen rumbled, brushing his palms down his tunic. We should get some food in you before you waste away completely, scribe. Or maybe you'll manage to keep it down this time. He cast a glance at the sunlight streaming through the window. Breakfast, lunch, at this hour. Either way, it's time we talk. See if anyone uncovered anything useful. My day was a waste. He glanced at Izzy, who nodded once in agreement. Renlin finally turned from the window, pale and sheepish, tugging on the discarded shirt by his bedroll. He said nothing at first, only followed their movements as Kalen headed for the door. Izzy lingered a moment, adjusting the hem of her new blouse, her expression unreadable. It was Renlin who broke the silence, voice quiet but earnest. His eyes found her, flicking briefly to the tight fit of the fabric, to the way the light softened her outline. You look nice. New clothes? He said, the words fumbling out before he could stop them. For the briefest heartbeat, Izzy froze, a flicker of something unguarded crossing her features. Then her lips curled into the smallest smile. Light, fleeting, but there all the same. Well, she said softly, brushing her hair back over her shoulder. At least one of us has an eye for fashion. With that, she strode toward the door, leaving Renlin to tug on his boots in a flurry. Kalen gave him a flat look that needed no words, then followed Izzy out. Together, the three made their way down the narrow stairwell, the noise and smell of roasting meats rising to meet them as they stepped toward the common room. It was late morning, and the three of them sat together at a long wooden table in the inn's dining hall. The air smelled of roasted onions, bread just pulled from the hearth, and the faint tang of stale ale from the night before. A fire cracked lazily in the hearth, filling the corners of the hall with a low warmth. Izzy leaned back against her chair, arms crossed and expression still a touch weary but more composed than the night before. Kaelin sat beside her, broad shoulders squared, his mug of watered wine untouched. Across from them, Renlin had straightened his tunic, hair still mussed from sleep, but his eyes clear and bright with the glow of someone who had a secret worth telling. Kaelin broke the silence first, voice low and even. My day was wasted. Streets full of noise, faces full of suspicion. No answers. Izzy tilted her head, offering a dry half-smile. Mine wasn't much better, just shadows and dead ends. Her fingers drummed lightly against the tabletop before she glanced at the scribe. Hopefully you've got more for us, otherwise we'll be eating and drinking ourselves into uselessness. Renlin's mouth curved into a confident, almost boyish grin. He leaned forward, lowering his voice a touch as though speaking of treasure in a den of thieves. From his satchel, he produced a worn book bound in blue leather, the edges frayed from time and many hands. The gilded letters across the spine caught the light. Moon on the Water by Dareth Malcor. This, he said, sliding it onto the table before them with a deliberate reverence, is no ordinary novel. Dareth was a chronicler in disguise, a man who dressed truth in fiction. I found his name in the temple archives, buried among ledgers of offerings and forgotten records. At first it meant nothing, until I opened his works. Izzy leaned forward, violet gray eyes narrowing as though the book might reveal its secrets if she stared hard enough. And? Renlin's smile deepened, confidence settling over him like a cloak. He opened the book, the parchment whispering with age. Fingers traced passages, words speaking of rivers, tides, and reflections of moons that were more than just scenery. He read aloud a line, voice steady. Beneath the temple where the waters run silver, the moon carves its memory upon the stone. When sky and stream kiss, the gate is revealed. Kaelin's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as he absorbed the words. That's not poetry, that's instruction. Izzy exhaled softly, her charm dropping into a rare seriousness. So he was hiding truths in his novels, and that line, where the waters run silver, that's the channels beneath the temple. I saw them carved at the base when we arrived. Renlin nodded, warmth in his eyes at their attention. Exactly. I believe this is one piece of many. The artifact isn't whole. It's scattered, hidden in fragments across places like this. But here we may find the first. Kaelin glanced toward Izzy, then back at the scribe. When? Renlin closed the book gently, almost ceremonially. On the full moon, tonight. The words are clear. The reflection of the sky upon the water reveals the gate. We'll need to be ready. When moonlight touches those channels beneath the temple, the path will open. Izzy leaned back again, exhaling through her nose. A slow grin tugged at her lips, genuine this time. At least one of us made the day worth it. Not bad, scribe. Renlin's cheeks flushed faintly, though his grin held firm. Kaelin grunted in agreement, though his eyes softened briefly toward Izzy, noting the way her earlier weariness seemed to lift just a little. Then it's settled. We wait until nightfall, till then we prepare. The fire in the inn's hearth had burned down to coals, casting a soft orange glow against the wooden walls. Plates clattered, mugs were raised, and the hum of midday voices wrapped the hall in warmth. The book Dareth had written lay between them on the table, but Izzy leaned back in her chair, violet gray eyes narrowing at Kaelin with a sly glint. Hey, she said, tilting her head. You owe me a story. Last night you said you met someone. Who? A lover, perhaps? Kaelin snorted, his broad shoulders shaking with amusement. Hardly. Unless you'd call a pack of thugs and their swollen leader lovers. I crossed paths with them in the alleys, 5, maybe 6 of them. One looked like he'd been hewn from stone, ugly enough to frighten the rats. But before blades were drawn, another figure appeared, hoary and hale. He spoke the name with a mix of respect and irritation. This guy, charismatic to a fault, loud enough to wake the whole city. But gods, he moves like a storm. His speed, his footwork, it's as if the fight itself bends around him. We fought side by side, and he cut through them as though they were nothing. Renlin's eyes darted to Kaelin. What did he look like? Kaelin leaned back, rubbing his chin as if piecing together the memory. He had hair like copper fire, messy, tied back, but it never stayed put. Clothes rough from the road, a dark coat with sea green trim, a sash to match. Always smiling, like he knew something you didn't. Loud as a tavern bell, quick with his words, quicker with his blade. The kind of man who fills a room without trying. The scribe's eyes widened. Did he carry a saber? Kaelin gave a small nod. Aye. Renlin slapped the table, nearly spilling the last of the wine. That's him. I remember now. He was here last night, louder than the whole crowd put together. He pulled me into drinking songs until my throat was raw, called me his ink-fingered partner, and swore we'd make a fine pair of mercenaries. Gods, I thought he'd topple the inn with his laughter. You don't say, Kaelin muttered, shaking his head. Izzy leaned back again, her expression unreadable save for the faint arch of a brow. Sounds loud. Sounds obnoxious. Kaelin smirked and tilted his head toward her. Aye, just your type. Izzy crossed her arms, her expression caught somewhere between amusement and annoyance. So let me get this straight. Both of you had your little adventures with this Horian, and I'm the only one who didn't? You got to fight beside him, Kaelin. And you, she pointed at the scribe, got drunk and sang half the night with him. Meanwhile, I spent my day well. I'd say I'm owed. Renlin, cheeks still pink from embarrassment, grinned sheepishly. He did leave quite the impression. Kaelin chuckled under his breath, then leaned forward, elbows braced on the table. His brow furrowed as a thought tugged at him. Come to think of it, he mentioned a place to me. A coastal village, blue beaches, fishing boats strung with lanterns. Said his name could open doors there if I ever needed a warm bed and a pitcher of ale. For a moment the three of them sat together, the weight of the morning's plans easing under the mention of this loud mercenary who had tangled, in his own way, with each of them. The inn's noise swelled around their table, laughter and song spilling like tides, and it almost felt like Horian was still there among them. Renlin leaned forward, curiosity plain on his face. So what's this place called then? Kaelin rested his forearms on the table, his voice even. Cerulea's Rest, that's what he said. Some coastal village to the south, blue beaches, endless taverns, that sort of talk. Izzy's ears perked instantly. She leaned back with a mischievous grin, eyes glinting. The bluest waters you'll ever see, white sands, a tavern where the wine runs like rivers, men and women, beautiful. She recited the words like a song, her tone lilting, every phrase deliberately over-enunciated. Kaelin blinked at her, genuinely surprised. That's exactly what he said. Izzy tilted her head, still grinning, though a softer light lingered in her eyes. Then we simply have to go, don't you think? Renlin laughed under his breath, shaking his head as though he couldn't believe either of them. Kaelin muttered, almost reluctant. You sound just like him when you say it. Maybe he and I have more in common than you think, she teased, though her smile carried no malice, only that quicksilver charm she wore so well. Renlin closed the book and slid it toward the center of the table, his fingers lingering on the worn leather before letting it go. Keep looking through it, he said, voice steady but with a flicker of energy beneath. There's more in Dareth's works, I know it. Too many threads circling the same mysteries. I want to see if the other volumes carry answers. Kaelin leaned back, folding his arms. Or perhaps, he said with a sly grin, you just want another reason to step foot in that library. Renlin bristled, shifting his satchel strap higher over his shoulder. Well, it's useful to have someone there who knows the collection. Izzy's eyes followed him carefully, her lips curved in the shape of a smile, but there was a softness behind it, a weight. She must have been very helpful, she teased gently, though her tone lacked its usual playful sting. For a heartbeat, her gaze slipped away, down toward the table, before she looked back up with a lightness she forced into place. Renlin flushed red, fumbling with his cloak. I'll meet you both before nightfall. Guard the book well. Kaelin smirked, watching the boy march toward the door. But Izzy's expression lingered, caught between warmth and a faint sadness as the scribe disappeared into the noise of the inn. She breathed out slowly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Good for him, she murmured under her breath, so low Kaelin almost didn't hear. Then she lifted her chin, smiled that practiced smile of hers, and waved the book lightly. Let's see what secrets you're hiding, Dareth. Renlin tugged nervously at the collar of his simple linen tunic as he stepped into the quiet hall. The library smelled faintly of vellum and dried ink, the dust of centuries rising in motes through the shafts of sunlight. His tunic, cream that had seen better days, wrinkled at the sleeves where he'd rolled them halfway up his forearms. His trousers were plain, a muted gray, patched at the knee. He wished, not for the first time, that he looked less like a wanderer and more like someone with command of himself. His boots scuffed against the polished stone, each step sounding too loud, as though the very floor mocked his nerves. And then he saw her. Leora was seated in a tall-backed chair near one of the side alcoves where the window light gilded the edges of her figure. She wore a dress of deep green, the kind dyed carefully but fading now at the hems from years of wear. A modest cut, high at the collar, but her sleeves were rolled to the elbow as though she had claimed a space of comfort amid the formal quiet. Her long dark hair had been braided loosely over one shoulder, stray strands curling down to frame her face. The simple brown leather belt at her waist tugged the dress into neatness, though the way she sat, half-crossed in her chair, book balanced on her knees, spoke more of habit than display. She looked up only when his shadow stretched across her page. Her eyes widened first, then softened, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Renlin opened his mouth, closed it again, then finally blurted the truth. I couldn't wait to come back." His words tumbled out unpolished, louder than intended, echoing faintly in the high rafters. His ears flushed hot, and he lowered his gaze, fumbling with the strap of his satchel. Leora blinked, startled by his honesty, and then, almost shyly, tilted her head. "I thought you might," she admitted after a pause, her voice hushed, a melody caught in her throat. Her fingers smoothed across the page as though to ground herself. "I was here reading, but if I'm being honest, I was waiting. Until you came." Renlin's chest tightened. The space between them was heavy with unspoken things, the words caught in their throats. He shifted, drawing the empty chair beside her closer with a creak that felt like a declaration. She smiled faintly, though her hand tugged at her braid, as though to distract from the flush in her cheeks. Neither quite knew how to bridge the gap, but both leaned inward, just slightly, as if the silence itself was pulling them closer. Renlin hesitated, shifting his weight from foot to foot before he finally asked, "And how was your night?" His voice carried the same clumsy sincerity as before, the words tumbling out before he had a chance to polish them. Leora closed the book resting in her lap, fingers lingering on its spine. "Quiet," she said softly, her gaze flicking past him toward the shelves. "I stayed here after you left. Put away the books we read, one by one. It felt like tucking them into bed." A small, self-conscious smile tugged at her lips. "Then I dreamt. Vividly. Stories and places I've never seen, all tangled together." Her admission lingered between them, fragile but warm, like candlelight on the verge of flickering out. Renlin found himself smiling despite the hammering of his heart. I suppose there are worse dreams to have." "Suppose so," she murmured, and after a moment rose from her chair. She didn't move far, just drifted toward the shelves with him trailing at her shoulder, as if the choice of their next book could steady the nervous current winding between them. They scanned rows of spines in companionable silence until Leora's hand lifted, plucking a worn leather volume of Dareth's lesser-known work. "This one?" she asked, her tone quiet but certain. Renlin nodded too quickly, eager to agree, though he hadn't even glimpsed the title. Together they carried the book back to the alcove, where the tall-backed chair now seemed too small for two. Leora sat first, sliding toward the corner, and after a hesitant breath, Renlin lowered himself beside her. Their shoulders brushed, just barely, and he stiffened, though she leaned as though it were the most natural thing in the world. As they opened the book between them, her braids slipped forward, strands of hair tickling against his cheek. He froze, heat rising up his neck while she tilted her head toward the page, unaware, or perhaps pretending not to notice, the way her hair brushed his skin. The alcove seemed smaller than before, softer, wrapped in the scent of old parchment and the faint sweetness of her presence. Renlin turned a page carefully, fingers brushing the yellowed corner, and began to read aloud. His voice was low at first, unsteady, as though each syllable might trip him. Yet the words soon filled the alcove, weaving Dareth's ornate phrasing into something gentler. Leora shifted closer, her shoulder pressing more firmly to his. Her eyes lingered not on the book, but on him. "I enjoy hearing your voice," she said simply, her tone neither coy nor bold, just honest. The comment struck him harder than any compliment he had ever received. His breath caught, then smoothed, and the next passage rolled from his lips with more confidence, each phrase steadier, each pause more deliberate. The words no longer stumbled, they belonged to him. As the story unfolded, their reading gave way to small exchanges. Leora asked where he first discovered Dareth's work, what drew him to old books rather than new tales sung in taverns. He confessed, a bit embarrassed, that he'd always felt safer in libraries than among people, that the written word had never judged him the way eyes often did. She listened with rapt attention, her ocean blue eyes gleaming in the dim alcove light. When she finally spoke, it was softer still. I understand more than you think. Renlin looked up, surprised, and in that moment her hand, delicate yet sure, settled on his leg. A light squeeze, reassuring and grounding. His heart lurched, but in his nervousness he didn't truly register the gesture, lost instead in the storm of her gaze. Her head tilted, hair brushing his cheek again, and though she said nothing more, the silence was weighted with something deeper than words. Renlin shifted the book slightly aside, his thumbs still holding their place, though the words upon the page no longer mattered. He tilted his head just enough to glance at Leora. "You've asked me everything," he said, his voice quieter now, more careful. "But what about you?" Her lips curved faintly, as though she had been waiting for him to ask. "Me?" she repeated, almost teasing. She turned her gaze back to the shelves as though seeking the right words among them. "I've always been here, among the dust and ink. My family is far away, the books. They became my company, my world. I suppose I started reading them so I wouldn't feel so alone." Renlin leaned in, listening intently, not daring to interrupt. He wanted to hear every crack of honesty in her voice. "And yet," she continued softly, her eyes flicking back to him, "today didn't feel lonely." That admission hung between them, warmer than any fire. She studied him openly now, her blue eyes unflinching, lingering on his face as though committing every detail to memory. Slowly, deliberately, she shifted closer, until her shoulder pressed more firmly against his arm, her breath almost brushing his cheek. Renlin's pulse thundered. His courage, so frail at first, seemed to flare with every heartbeat. He closed the remaining space, only a breath, and their lips met, hesitant at first, then sure, carrying with it all the awkward sweetness of two people who had lingered too long in silence and finally dared to break it. They parted just slightly, breath mingling in the quiet alcove. Renlin's eyes darted down, flustered, words tumbling out before he could stop them. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have... Don't," Leora whispered, her voice soft but steady. "Don't be sorry." Before he could protest again, she leaned back in, lips finding his with more certainty this time. Her hands rose to cradle his cheeks, warm and deliberate, guiding him so he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. Renlin froze, his hands stiff at his sides, caught between shyness and wonder. He felt the press of her mouth, the faint tremble of her breath, the closeness of her body. And then she shifted, her movements gentle, almost weightless, as she slid into his lap, straddling him with graceful ease. His eyes widened, half open, drinking in the sight of her face so near, lashes fluttering, her cheeks flushed pink, her lips moving against his with slow, unhurried care. She kissed him gently, again and again, each one lingering longer, her forehead brushing his as if to keep him anchored. He sat perfectly still, almost afraid to break the spell, his gaze flicking over her features, the soft curve of her closed eyes, the faint crease of concentration in her brow, the delicate strands of hair falling around her cheeks. It was too much, too unreal, and yet he couldn't look away. Leora pulled back just enough to study his frozen hands at his sides. A soft, almost playful smile touched her lips before she slipped one of her hands from his cheek and reached down. Her fingers found his, warm, tense, uncertain, and she wove them together, coaxing him. Renlin blinked, startled as she guided his hand, not forcing but persuading, until it came to rest at her hip. The curve beneath his palm was unfamiliar and overwhelming, yet she pressed him there firmly, as if telling him this was where he was meant to be. She did the same with his other hand, placing it on her opposite hip, leaving him to hold her as she lingered above him. Her lips returned to his, soft but insistent, and this time he felt her move. Her hips shifted slowly, a subtle motion that caught him off guard, pressing forward with a deliberate rhythm, rolling faintly against him as she kissed him. His pulse spiked, the air caught in his chest. Every movement was unhurried, deliberate, but it sent fire crawling up his spine. He noticed it now, every shift of her body, every gentle push and pull as her mouth lingered on his. He gripped her hips without meaning to, tightening under the quiet urging of her touch, his own restraint fighting the rush of heat that spread through him. Leora broke from his lips just long enough to rest her forehead against his, her breath uneven, her eyes half-lidded yet glittering with a knowing light. "Better," she whispered, as though she'd just taught him a lesson. Then she kissed him again, and the world narrowed to her weight in his lap and the slow, maddening sway of her hips. Renlin was still flustered, every breath shaky, but he made a choice, to stop resisting and let her guide him. Leora was steady where he faltered, bold where he hesitated, and in that moment he realized how lost he would be without her leading him forward. "You," she whispered, almost shy, yet with a sweetness that made his heart stumble. The words were simple, but they left him undone. Her hands left his cheeks, gliding down the curve of his neck and resting over his chest. Each touch sent shivers through him, her fingers lingering as though memorizing the shape of him. He could hear her breath now, quick, uneven, growing heavier as her lips hovered close to his again. For all her forwardness, she was trembling too, caught in the same unsteady current that carried them both. And though the scribe could hardly move, hardly think, he leaned into it, surrendering to her rhythm, to the closeness neither of them could pull away from. The scribe's grip on her hips tightened, his breath uneven, as if he might lose himself without her steadying weight. Leora leaned in closer, guiding the moment with a quiet confidence, her movements deliberate and slow. He stared into her blue eyes, wide with wonder, unable to look away even as his chest rose and fell with quickened breaths. Her hand brushed lower, loosening the buckle at his waist with a practiced ease, and he felt his body jolt upward in surprise, his fingers fumbling nervously at the hem of her dress. She only smiled faintly, pressing closer, guiding him as though reminding him that this was hers to lead. Their gazes locked, unyielding, unblinking as she began to move again, a rhythm, small and intimate, that carried them both into the same breath. His calm, heavy, ragged, hers softer but just as urgent. A sound slipped from her lips, quiet but sharp, matched by the faintest echo from his throat. The alcove around them vanished into shadows and warmth. Her hands traced a path down from his cheek, along his neck, pausing over the frantic beat of his heart before pressing to his chest. Every touch anchored him, every motion pulled him further into her pace. Their breaths grew heavier still, and the silence filled with the fragile music of two voices straining against restraint, trembling on the edge of something deeper. Renlin's hands, still trembling where they rested at her hips, began at last to move with her. At first it was hesitant, a subtle shift of his body beneath hers, unsure if he even had the right to answer her rhythm. But when he felt her breath stutter and saw the way her lashes fluttered against flushed cheeks, he dared a little more. His hips rose gently to meet hers, guided not by confidence but by instinct, by the simple need to match her. The smallest sound escaped her, a breath that was not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh, as if she approved without words. She pressed closer, continuing her slow, deliberate sway, encouraging him to follow. Renlin's heart raced at the unspoken permission, and soon his movements grew more sure, falling into step with hers until their bodies were moving together in a fragile, unbroken rhythm. Their breaths mingled in the narrow space between them, shallow and quick, each one caught on the other's lips. The warmth of her hair brushed his cheek, her scent filling his head, and still their eyes held, as if to look away would shatter the spell. Every motion built upon the last, measured, tender, unhurried, and with each passing heartbeat, the silence around them broke further with quiet, involuntary sounds that neither of them tried to suppress. Her hands lingered against his chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breath as it deepened, grew rougher, more uneven. His own grip at her waist tightened, not to control, but to hold on, as though afraid she might slip away if he didn't. And still she guided him, her gentle weight and coaxing movements drawing him deeper into the moment, until his own body could no longer resist answering her in kind. Leora's movements began to slow, her lips parting into the faintest smile, soft, trembling, almost shy despite everything. Renlin felt it, the subtle change in her, and something stirred inside him. With a hesitant strength, he shifted beneath her, carefully rolling so that their places reversed. She let him guide her down onto the cushions, her hands lingering against his shoulders as if testing this new balance. For a heartbeat he hovered there, looking into her eyes, his breath ragged, searching for any sign of hesitation. But all he found was her gaze, open and yielding, filled with the same need that burned through his own chest. Encouraged, he pressed forward once more, this time with him leading, his motions steady, deliberate, and unshaken by the timidness that had ruled him before. Her breath hitched with each movement, a quiet sound breaking from her throat, answered by the deeper rhythm of his own. The silence of the alcove filled with the soft cadence of their breathing, the faintest echoes of quiet moans slipping free as their bodies found perfect unison again. She clung to him now, not to guide, but to hold, as if she needed him close, as if letting go would break her in two. Time blurred, the rhythm grew more urgent, the intensity building with every shared motion, every stolen breath. Neither spoke, but the truth was written in their eyes, the hunger, the surrender, the fragile wonder of finding this closeness after so much hesitation. At last the wave crested between them, emotion breaking open into a shared release neither could have held back if they tried. Their voices met in the smallest of sounds, stifled but unmistakable, trembling in the air as their bodies gave in together. Leora clung to him, her lips brushing his ear as she let out one final, breathless moan, the sound quivering against his skin. Renlin answered in kind, his voice rough and low in her own ear, their breaths tangling in a fevered exchange that seemed to bind them closer than any words could. Spent, he collapsed forward, careful but unable to keep from resting his full weight against her. Their foreheads touched, both slick with sweat, their noses brushing as their chests rose and fell in uneven rhythm. Leora's eyes fluttered open just enough to catch his, and for a long moment they simply stayed there, locked together, trembling, but strangely at peace in the aftermath. They didn't part immediately. Still bound together, breaths ragged, Renlin felt her nails digging into his back as though she couldn't bear to let him go. His chest pressed against hers with each rise and fall of his breath, their heartbeats echoing in rhythm, thunder in the quiet alcove. He started, but his voice caught, cracking in his throat. He swallowed hard, forehead pressed to hers. I don't have words, Leora. She smiled faintly, her lips brushing his as she whispered, You don't need them. Her arms tightened around him, pulling him closer, her body clinging like she feared he might fade if she loosened her hold. Renlin's hand, still trembling, slid along her side and settled at her waist, grounding himself in her warmth. He couldn't deny how his body still throbbed against her, caught in the aftershocks, but it was her closeness that undid him most. I feel like I'm still lost, he confessed softly. But with you, it's less. Her eyes opened slowly, sapphire hues glowing in the dim light, locking onto his with fierce tenderness. You're not lost, she murmured, brushing her nose against his cheek. I'll hold you until you believe it. He almost broke at that, his eyes stinging, his body pressed deeper into hers as though her words themselves anchored him. For a moment, there was no artifact, no temple, no looming shadows, only her and the comfort she gave without question. They stayed together in silence, the hush of the library embracing them like a living thing. Dusty motes drifted through the air where the lamps flickered, painting faint halos around the shelves. Renlin lay with her in the alcove, her head resting lightly against his shoulder, her hair spilling in warm strands across his chest. He could feel her breathing, steady and soft, matching the rise and fall of his own. It was as though the world beyond that corner had ceased to exist, time bending, slowing, until only the two of them remained. Every shift, every brush of her sleeve against his arm spoke volumes more than words. Her hand, still lightly tangled with his, felt impossibly small yet firm, as if she meant to hold him in place. He realized with a quiet ache that he wanted nothing more than to stay like this forever, wrapped in the faint perfume of old parchment and her presence. But eventually, the press of duty returned. The world outside, and Kaelin and Izzy waiting for him, tugged against the moment like a cruel hand. He lingered as long as he could, tracing the line of her hair with his gaze before kissing her temple gently. I have to go, he whispered, his voice thick with reluctance. His arms did not loosen at once. Instead, they clung to her for one last heartbeat. But I'll be back soon. Leora's eyes opened slowly, their blue striking even in the dim alcove light. A smile curved at her lips, soft, playful, but trembling with something deeper. Then, maybe, she said with an edge of shyness, we can do some more. Reading together. The emphasis made his face heat, his lips breaking into a helpless, boyish grin. He squeezed her hand tighter, almost as if sealing a vow. Next time, I'll take you out somewhere first. I promise. Her smile deepened, her fingers tightening around his as though she wanted to keep him there, to draw him back every time he tried to leave. When at last he rose and slipped away from the alcove, She leaned against the wall, watching him until the last glimpse of his figure disappeared between the crooked shelves. Only then did she exhale, her hand drifting up to her lips as if to hold the memory of his kiss in place. Her heart still beat wildly in her chest, not from nerves anymore, but from the budding certainty that he would keep that promise. The temple rose before them in the night, its broken stone archways and waterlogged foundations whispering with the sound of the tide. The moon hung low, its reflection beginning to glide toward the southern edge of the temple's dock, like a silver arrow finding its mark. Renlin arrived with a brisk stride, a faint glow clinging to him that not even the damp air could dim. His clothes were a little more rumpled than before, but his step was light, his eyes bright with a fire Izzy hadn't seen in him before. She tilted her head, watching, lips quirking in a sly grin. Without saying a word, she nudged Kaelin in the ribs. He turned, puzzled, and she only shook her head, laughing under her breath. Whatever had lit the scribe up, she wasn't about to ruin it with questions. They gathered just outside the temple's yawning entry, moonlight splintering across the surface of the water below. Kaelin's expression sobered. "South side," he said, eyes fixed on the reflection. "That's where it'll align. That's where we need to be when it touches the dock." Renlin adjusted the strap of his satchel, his usual nerves smoothed over by that unplaceable energy still coursing through him. "Do you think Celine will show?" he asked, glancing between them. Izzy's smile faded, her tone cutting sharper than expected. "No, she doesn't know about the book, about the lead. At least, not yet." Her gaze drifted toward the temple's broken columns, shadows yawning deeper than they had a right to. "But that doesn't mean we should let our guard down. She has a way of slipping in when you least expect it. So, eyes open, blades ready." Kaelin's hand found the hilt of his sword, fingers tightening until his knuckles whitened. Izzy slid her twin daggers free, the familiar weight calming her heart in its quickened pace. Then she turned, her violet-gray eyes landing squarely on Renlin. She took her rapier from her belt, the steel whispering as it cleared its sheath, and held it out to him. "You need to keep yourself safe too," she said softly, pressing the hilt into his hands. Her tone left no room for argument. It was not a request but an order wrapped in care. Renlin stared at the weapon as though it were more than steel, as though she'd just handed him a piece of herself. He nodded, swallowing the sudden tightness in his throat. The moonlight shimmered across the blade, casting its reflection on his face as he closed his fingers around the grip. As Izzy released the rapier into Renlin's grip, his eyes lingered on her hand. For the first time, he noticed the bandages, tight, white wrappings traced with faint stains where the skin beneath had bled through. His brow furrowed, but before he could ask, Izzy caught the direction of his gaze. She lifted her hand casually, wiggling her fingers as though it were nothing more than a bruise. Her smile bloomed, playful, soft, the same charm she always wore when she wanted to divert attention. "Just a few nicks from the other day," she said lightly, her voice lilting with practiced ease. "Not to worry." Her tone was teasing, almost sing-song, but Kaelin felt a cold prickle run along his spine. He watched her eyes as she said it, bright, mischievous, but hiding something just beneath, something raw. His hand shifted closer to the hilt of his sword, not because of danger around them, but because of the storm he sensed inside her. The scribe, clutching the rapier, looked from one to the other, sensing an undercurrent he didn't fully understand. Izzy just held his gaze a moment longer, smile unwavering, as though daring him not to believe her. Kaelin exhaled slowly, the unease settling deep in his chest. For a moment, the three of them stood in silence at the temple's mouth, steel, stone, and shadow, breath and heartbeat syncing with the tide's slow rhythm. Then, without another word, they stepped forward together, crossing into the ruin where destiny, and whatever waited beneath, was already stirring. Chapter 9. Consequences. The guards stood rigid at the temple doors, halberds crossed before the entrance. Their polished armor caught the torchlight in sharp flashes, and their stillness made them seem more statue than flesh. Renlin stepped forward before either Izzy or Kaelin could speak, producing a folded parchment with a steadiness he wasn't entirely feeling. "My master VIII of Karath has work commissioned within these halls," he said, voice even but carrying that faint edge of nerves. The lead guard scanned the name, glanced at his fellow, then gave a single nod. "Proceed, but keep to your business." With a grating drag, the doors parted and the three slipped inside. The air changed at once, cool, heavy, laced with incense and stone dust. Their boots clicked across marble floors that stretched wide into an atrium vast enough to swallow the sound. Vaulted ceilings soared into shadow, supported by pillars carved with reliefs of forgotten gods and rivers winding endlessly downward. Veins of crystal in the walls shimmered faintly, catching the flicker of braziers and scattering it like pale liquid fire. The scale was humbling and oppressive. Figures in deep robes moved at the edges of the chamber, their faces hidden, their steps hushed. Watching eyes lingered too long on the trio before sliding away again.
Izzy brushed close to Kaylin, the back of her neck prickling.
They pressed on, turning into a narrower corridor, and the air seemed to close around them. The carvings here grew stranger, faces overlapping, mouths ajar as though caught mid-whisper, half-formed features staring blankly from the walls. Their steps echoed oddly, bouncing back at them as though someone else walked just behind. Once, Izzy looked back, certain she saw a priest paused in the shadows, gaze fixed on her, but when she blinked, the figure was gone. The passage bent and descended, leading them into a spiraling stairwell cut from ancient stone. The further they went, the colder the air became, damp and sharp with the scent of wet earth. A faint sound drifted upward, the trickle and lap of moving water. Each step was uneven, worn by centuries, slick where moisture gathered. Torches, set far apart, burned with thin flames that sent smoke clinging to the ceiling in black streaks. At the base, the temple gave way to something older. A cavern yawned before them, its walls slick with condensation, its breadth swallowing their torchlight. A dock stretched into the gloom, built half of stone and half of dark timber, creaking faintly as they set foot upon it. The surface gleamed wet, the air dense with the smells of brine and mildew. Alcoves lined the walls, some wide enough for a wagon, others nothing more than jagged holes, each receding into pitch blackness. They looked like waiting mouths, shadow pooling thick inside. The sound of the river was steady here, flowing through unseen passages in the rock, the current strong enough that the torchlight shimmered and danced across the rippling surface. Above, narrow fissures cut into the cavern's ceiling allowed silver shafts of moonlight to pierce the dark. The beams touched the water in broken slivers, the reflections fractured, but slowly knitting into something sharper as the moon climbed higher in the sky above. The longer they stood, the brighter the water seemed, as though the moon itself were reaching down, finger by finger. The three paused, listening. The cavern was hushed except for the flowing water and the occasional pop of torch flames. Kaylin shifted his stance, hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Izzy rested her hand on her daggers, gaze darting between the alcoves. Renlin's breath came shallow, but his eyes widened at the strange beauty of it all. The black water, the silver light, the way the cavern itself seemed to hold its breath with them. The moonlight crept closer. Renlin's voice was hushed, but the sound carried in the cavern as though the stones themselves were listening. "This should be the place," he murmured, clutching the worn spine of Dareth's book tighter in his hands. His eyes flicked between the inked lines and the silvery glow of the moonlight stretching further across the water. Kaylin and Izzy exchanged a glance. Neither of them liked how exposed the dock felt, wood groaning faintly beneath their boots, the alcoves yawning black like waiting traps. Kaylin's jaw set, and he gave a short nod. "Then we keep our guard up." Izzy was already moving, slipping into the shadows that framed the dock's edges. The torchlight caught in her violet-gray eyes as she peered into the darkest corners, twin daggers resting loose but ready in her hands. Every alcove looked deep enough to hide a crouched figure, and she lingered at each, straining for the sound of breath or the scrape of steel. Celine's memory was still raw in her blood, and every stretch of shadow felt like it might birth her form. Kaylin moved with slower, heavier steps, methodical in his sweep. His hand stayed on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white. The torch in the nearest bracket hissed as he passed, throwing his long shadow across the cavern wall. He paused at an alcove, narrowing his eyes as though daring something to move within. Nothing stirred but the steady lap of the river. At the dock's center, Renlin set the book down on the damp wood and crouched over it. His lips moved silently at first, tracing Dareth's inked words like a prayer. Then aloud, his voice steadying as he read. "When the moonlight touches the undercurrent, the path is revealed. Where silver meets black, the way below opens." He swallowed, shifting closer to the edge where the water lapped just beneath the boards. The silver light was lengthening now, threading across the river's surface toward the dock, weaving its reflection into a thin blade of light. Behind him, Izzy's footsteps padded back into the torchlight. She flicked a wary glance at the alcoves. Clear. For now. Kaelin joined her, grim and taut. No Celine. But this place, he shook his head. It breathes like it's alive. Renlin didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the book and the water, his heart thudding in time with the shifting glow. For all his nerves, a strange anticipation flickered across his face. The moonlight finally stretched fully across the river, spilling into the chamber like liquid silver. The three of them went still, their breaths shallow, as if afraid any sound might break whatever spell was taking shape. Renlin's eyes stayed fixed on the water. He leaned closer, the glow flickering against his face, and slowly his brow furrowed. "Wait," he whispered. The ripples moved in a strange rhythm, the reflection warping not randomly, but with intent. Beneath the surface, something shimmered, points of light, faint at first, then gathering definition. Renlin narrowed his eyes. They weren't reflections at all. They were steady, unmoving, like torches burning far below, arranged in a winding line that curved into the dark. His chest tightened. "There's a path," he breathed, lifting a hand to point. "See there? Dots of flame under the current, leading to the center." Izzy and Kaelin stepped closer, following his finger. Kaelin frowned, eyes narrowing as though trying to pierce through the impossible. "I don't see." Then his breath caught. "Gods, you're right." Izzy tilted her head, violet-gray eyes tracking the faint glow. "They look like torches, but..." She shook her head, lips parting in wonder. "How? What spell could do this?" Renlin's thoughts raced. Dareth's writings had hinted at illusions woven through water, but this was no simple glamour. His finger shifted toward the heart of the circle where the phantom lights converged. "There," he said firmly, his voice echoing in the chamber. "The piece has to be at the center. Nothing else makes sense." Izzy let out a sharp exhale. For a moment she said nothing, then shrugged off her cloak in one fluid motion. The fabric hit the dock with a muted thud. Kaelin turned to her immediately. "You're not serious." But she was already loosening her daggers, setting them down beside the cloak and pulling at the laces of her boots. Her grin, half reckless, half resolute, flashed in the torchlight. "If it's down there, someone's got to get it. I'm the quickest swimmer." Kaelin's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue further. His hand lingered on his sword hilt, restless. Renlin watched her, his heart thudding as she stepped barefoot to the dock's edge, the moonlight painting her silhouette. The faint lights beneath the water pulsed, as though waiting for her descent. The dock creaked softly as Izzy stepped to its edge, her bare toes curling against the cool wood. Behind her, Kaelin's voice rumbled low and steady. "Be careful, Izzy." Renlin echoed him, quieter but no less earnest. "Please, don't take chances." She smirked over her shoulder, violet-gray eyes glinting with that signature spark of defiance. "I'm always careful." And then, without hesitation, she bent her knees and dove. The world above vanished in a rush of air and splash of silvered ripples. The water closed around her like icy glass, shocking her skin and stealing her breath for a heartbeat. Her limbs burned at the sudden cold, but she pressed forward, slicing cleanly through the black water. Strands of chestnut hair streamed behind her, ribbons in the current. The moonlight, fractured on the surface above, stretched in pale beams that sank deeper, leading her way. She followed it down, eyes fixed on the shimmer of those strange underwater torches, their phantom glow winding toward the center. Her chest tightened from the pressure, every heartbeat a drum in her ears, but she did not falter. And then she saw it. The altar. A stone platform, worn smooth by time and water, rose like an island beneath the dock. Upon it lay a skull, waterlogged and brittle, its hollow sockets staring eternally upward. Izzy hovered before it, arms treading, unsure. Her gaze lingered. Was this a warning? A guardian? Or simply a remnant of some forgotten soul claimed by this place? 3 places for runes lay out on each corner of the altar, 2 missing with images of a sea and a moon. She dug the runes out of her pocket and placed each one, a feeling of uncertainty as the final rune was already placed over the one with star markings. She felt the pull of her lungs, the need for air clawing at her chest. Just as she turned upward to ascend, the moonlight shifted, spilling perfectly across the altar in a cascade of pale fire. And there, where once there had been only stone and bone, a box shimmered into being. It was strange, almost translucent, as though it belonged to another world, woven of threads not wholly here. Yet when she reached out, her fingers closed around it solidly, its edges cool and heavy in her grip. Real. Tangible. Her pulse hammered as she clutched it to her chest and kicked upward, following the moon's pale path back toward the surface. The water dragged at her limbs, but her strokes were steady, strong. Bubbles streamed from her lips, her body aching with the need to breathe. The light grew brighter, the surface rippling above her head. And then, air. Izzy broke the water with a gasp, hair plastered to her face, droplets scattering like diamonds under the moon. She pulled the box close, clutching it as she swam to the dock, the chill of the water still biting at her skin, but triumph burning in her eyes. The water lapped softly against the wooden beams as Izzy cut her way back toward the dock, one arm strong in her strokes, the other lifting the strange, translucent box high above the surface. The moonlight kissed it, gleaming faintly in her grip like a trophy. On the dock, Kalen's lips broke into a wide grin, pride softening the hardened lines of his face. Renlin, unable to contain himself, clenched a fist and punched it skyward in a silent cheer, though he quickly tried to still his excitement, remembering the importance of quiet. Still, his eyes were wide with awe, his whole body practically buzzing. Izzy reached the edge of the dock, and both men crouched down, hands extended to her. Kalen's broad palm caught her wrist, Renlin gripping her other arm, and together they hauled her up out of the water. She landed with a wet slap on the planks, water streaming off her in rivulets that pooled beneath her knees. Kalen chuckled low, feigning strain as he straightened her upright. "Gods, Izzy, were you always this heavy?" She smirked at him through dripping hair plastered across her cheeks. Her tunic, soaked through, clung tightly to her form, outlining every curve in the flicker of torchlight. The wet fabric traced her lean, athletic frame, the rise and fall of her breath visible as she caught it, eyes alight with both triumph and exhaustion. With a sharp shake of her head, droplets scattered across them both, and then she held the box out proudly. "Worth it," she said simply, her grin small but certain. Renlin's eyes widened as he leaned closer, his hand trembling slightly as he gestured toward it. May I see it?" Without hesitation, Izzy pressed the relic into his hands. He took it carefully, reverently, as though afraid it might vanish if held too tightly. His gaze traced its strange weaving edges. Renlin's eyes never left the box. He turned it in his hands, tilting it slightly to catch the shimmer of the moonlight on its strange woven surface, drinking in every bend and translucent edge like he was reading a hidden script between the lines. His lips moved soundlessly, whispering thoughts to himself as he traced his fingertips along the seams, reverence and curiosity warring on his face. Behind him, Izzy gave her hair a sharp shake, droplets spattering across the dock as she padded toward where her cloak, boots, and daggers lay in a heap. She passed by Kalen, who still wore a proud smile despite the cautious edge that never left his stance. "Not bad for a swim," Kalen teased, his arms crossed. "I half expected you to come back with nothing but weeds tangled in your hair." Izzy smirked at him, tugging her tunic away from her skin in vain, as if it might shake the water out faster. "And I half expected you to be useful and jump in after me," she fired back, voice playful. Renlin glanced up, grinning despite himself. "She does have a point, Kalen." "Oh, so now you've both grown brave because she's holding the prize." Kalen jabbed a finger toward the box. "If I had it, I'd have the last word." Izzy bent low to scoop up her daggers, her wet tunic pulling taut across her back as her hair dripped onto the floorboards. "That'll be the day," she muttered, smirking as she reached for her boots. It was then the air shifted, heat prickled over her skin, unnatural and sudden. "Watch out!" Renlin's cry split the chamber, his voice echoing against the stone. The torches lining the alcoves flared violently, their flames leaping outward as though alive. Fire lashed at Izzy's cloak and boots before she could react, smoke curling upward as cloth shriveled and blackened. She reeled back, the acrid bite of burning fabric filling her lungs, but she had the presence of mind to snatch one dagger before the rest of her belongings were swallowed by fire. Kalen cursed, raising an arm to shield his face from the heat, his other hand already going for his sword. "Izzy?" Renlin stumbled back, the box clutched tight to his chest, eyes wide in panic as he looked for the source. "Are you?" he started, voice ragged, but Izzy's gaze had already found it. Standing behind Renlin, half shrouded in the flickering shadows, was Celine. Her smile was slow and cruel, her dark eyes locked on Izzy. One arm was draped casually across the scribe's shoulders, almost tender at first glance, but her hand cupped his throat, fingers splayed along his neck, her thumb tracing the line of his cheek as though she owned him. The firelight cast Celine in a hellish glow, her beauty sharp as a blade, her presence suffocating. She tilted her head, and with mocking sweetness, she whispered just loud enough for Izzy to hear. "Careful, little rabbit. Wouldn't want him to burn before I've had my fun." Celine stood like a shadow given flesh, no longer wrapped in silks meant for seduction, but clad in straps of leather that hugged her form with brutal efficiency, belts buckled tight across her frame, her cloak falling just enough to veil the edges of steel beneath. She looked made for violence now, not intrigue, the dangerous blend of allure and lethality. Izzy's daggers trembled in her hands, not from fear but from the force of her grip. Her eyes burned, sharp and unyielding, every muscle in her small frame coiled like a spring. But the left hand, bandaged and cut raw, began to seep red again, blood soaking through the wrappings as her fingers refused to loosen. Her jaw set, the pain ignored, her focus fixed entirely on the woman holding Renlin. Kaylin's presence was the anchor. He moved only a fraction closer, calm radiating from him as if he could steady both Izzy and Renlin with the weight of his composure alone. His sword arm twitched at his side, but he did not draw, not yet. His voice, level and measured, cut the silence. "Release him, Celine. Whatever game you're playing, it doesn't have to end this way." Celine's smile curved, sly and venomous. Her hand trailed slowly up the scribe's neck to his cheek, tender in its mockery. What Izzy and Kaylin couldn't see was the other hand, hidden beneath her cloak where the tip of a rapier pressed cruelly into Renlin's back. He felt it like an icy truth, sharp and unrelenting, though he dared not move to confirm it. Renlin's breath came uneven, though he fought to keep his expression hard. He knew he was a pawn in her grasp, but something within him still resisted bending. Then Celine's lips moved, her voice dripping honey over iron. "Read the runes on the box, little scholar. Read them for me." Renlin's eyes flickered down to the artifact in his hands, its strange surface pulsing faintly in the torchlight. His jaw tightened. No. Her smile widened, almost delighted, her fingers pressing against his cheek as if in praise. "I was hoping you'd say that." The words hung like a blade suspended in air. Izzy's chest rising with fury, Kaylin's grip tightening on his sword, Renlin caught in the web of her cruelty. The torches crackled around them, shadows dancing madly against the stone, as if the temple itself held its breath. Izzy's eyes were fire, locked on Celine as if the rest of the world had fallen away. Her daggers trembled in her hands from how hard she gripped them. Kaylin's voice cut through the heat, steady, commanding, meant only for her. "Hold, Izzy, don't move." Celine's lips curled into something between amusement and cruelty. She leaned closer to Renlin, her voice low but loud enough to carry. "Listen to him, little rabbit," she purred, tilting her head so her dark hair brushed Renlin's jaw. "You wouldn't want your precious scribe to end up a pile of ash, would you?" The torchlight flickered, reflecting the dagger-sharp grin she wore. Her thumb still stroked Renlin's cheek, deceptively gentle, while the hidden blade pressed harder into his back. Renlin's chest rose unevenly, breath coming quick, but he kept his jaw tight, refusing to flinch. Then Celine's voice softened, sickly sweet, almost intimate as her eyes glimmered. Renlin stiffened as he felt her inside his thoughts, not just touching his body but his mind. She sifted through the corners of his memory, her words weaving with what she pulled free. "Ah, blue eyes," she whispered, brushing her lips near his ear. "The daydreams of soft laughter in the quiet of an alcove, her hair against your cheek as you read together. Your thoughts betray you, scribe." Renlin's blood turned cold. His mind clawed to push her out, but she was already there, twisting the tender images of Leora with her voice. Sweet little thing, isn't she? What would she sound like screaming? What would her pretty blue eyes look like when they're full of fear? Celine's breath tickled his ear, her words venom wrapped in silk. Izzy stepped forward a fraction, rage crackling off her like a storm. Kaylin's hand shot out, halting her, though his own jaw clenched like stone. Celine's grin widened as she felt Renlin's resolve falter beneath her threats. "Read the runes, little scribe, or I will go to your library, love, and I will unmake her, piece by piece, until her songs are only for me. Maybe if you're lucky, I'll let you watch." Her rapier pressed harder into his back, enough for him to feel the sting without the cut. Renlin's eyes stayed on the box in his trembling hands, the strange glow of the runes calling to him, demanding his voice. For a long, dreadful moment, all that could be heard was the echo of the water lapping against the dock and the ragged breaths of those caught in the standoff. Kaylin's voice was low, almost steady against the weight in the air. "Give her what she wants, Renlin. It's not worth your life." Renlin's lips parted as though to argue, but the fire in Izzy's eyes told him she was ready to throw herself into flames for him. His hands trembled around the box, its surface pulsing faintly like something alive. With a shallow breath, he gave in, thinking about Leora. Okay. The runes glowed under his touch, shifting with each whispered syllable until the box sighed open, its delicate seams parting like petals folding back to reveal the core. Celine slipped it from his hands with a grace almost tender. She leaned against him, her cloak brushing his shoulder, her voice a venomous purr at his ear. See, that wasn't so hard. Her thumb lingered on his cheek as her eyes drifted back to Izzy, fierce and trembling with rage. Celine's smile curled sharper. The sharpness at his back vanished. Relief washed through Renlin's chest, unsteady and desperate. His lungs filled again, he thought, for a heartbeat, that it was over. Celine whispered so only Renlin could hear. Poor girl Leora. Looks like you're going to make her cry. The rapier punched through his back and out the front of his chest in one sickening, fluid thrust. His body convulsed as the blade split air and flesh alike. A hot spatter escaped his lips, dark and gleaming as it dripped down his chin. His eyes widened, pupils unfocused, the world bending sideways. Izzy's scream cut the silence, raw and feral. Celine!
Thank you for listening. Please like, comment, and subscribe. More chapters are on the way.